Chapter 1, I am Kaido. In the New World, a dangerous stretch of the Grand Line, lay an ancient island near the shores of Wano country. Dark clouds permanently covered the sky above it, and it had existed for a time beyond memory. The island itself looked strange, like a giant egg wearing a black cap. Colossal trees grew all over it, the smallest were 100 meters tall, while the tallest soared thousands of meters into the clouds. These giant trees seemed to draw power from the lightning that flashed in the sky, feeding the entire island. Deep within the dark forest, terrifying beasts made their homes. They were enormous creatures with thick hides, and the gloomy environment had made them experts at hunting and killing. They were incredibly ferocious. Because of this, even the powerful samurai from Wano country stayed far away from the island. But for the past 3 months, the sounds of thunder and the roars of beasts had been joined by a strange new noise. It was happening again right now. Worororo, a deep, booming laugh echoed across the land, followed by immense tremors that shook the entire island. Boom! 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 The ferocious beasts reacted with pure instinct, scattering in every direction to escape the source of the noise. In the darkness, it was hard to see anything clearly. But whenever lightning flashed, it would briefly reveal a monstrous shape moving through the ancient forest. It was a colossal azure dragon. It was over 1,000 meters long and nearly 100 meters wide, its massive body coiling around the island. It moved with unstoppable force, destroying everything in its path. Thick trees, hard rocks, and even the lightning striking down from the sky couldn't slow it down. After a long time, the dragon seemed to have vented its energy and slowly came to a stop. It raised its enormous head high, its terrifying, lantern-like eyes filled with excitement. It stared out at the dark sea in the distance and opened its massive mouth. Scorching flames gathered within its jaws. Boom! A beam of fire, a heat breath several kilometers long, shot out over the sea. It lit up the entire world for a moment and made the ocean water boil and steam. A minute later, the flames died down. The colossal dragon's body slowly began to shrink, transforming into a 7-meter-tall man with a giant, muscular body. In his hand, he held a massive black kanabo. He swung the kanabo, and terrifying power mixed with streaks of black and red lightning erupted with each attack, shaking the very foundations of the island. Thunder Begwa. Descent of 3 Worlds, Ragnarok. Vajra, Arrow. Drunkard's Thunder Begwa, Ragnarok. Kundali, Dragon Gaze. Roaring Thunder Begwa. Grateful Thunder Begwa. If he hadn't been holding back most of his power and haki, the entire island would have been destroyed long ago. Even so, his strength was like a natural disaster. The island looked as if it had been hit by a storm of immense power. The terrifying beasts could only lie flat on the ground, completely frozen with fear. After about 3 hours, the destruction finally stopped. The enormous man slumped onto the ruined ground, picked up a giant sake gourd, and began to drink from it. Beneath the gourd was a wanted poster, Monkey D. Luffy, bounty, 30 million berries. At the same time, a joyful laugh echoed once more. Worororo! This is amazing! Truly amazing! So this is the body of one of the 4 emperors of the New World. The body of Kaido, known as the king of the beasts and the world's strongest creature. It doesn't matter if it's this indestructible physique, the power of the top-tier mythical Zoan, the fish fruit, model, azure dragon, or this unbelievably strong haki, it's all incredible. If any of the beasts' pirates were here, they would have been shocked to hear their captain's words. They would never have guessed that their leader was no longer the original Kaido of the beasts. Instead, he was a transmigrator from Earth named Gao Tianyuan. 3 months ago, Gao Tianyuan had been just an ordinary office worker. His life was a simple 9-to-5 routine, so his only hobbies were watching anime, dramas, and reading novels online. Naturally, One Piece, one of the most famous shonen manga, was a series he followed closely. However, ever since the story entered the Wano country arc, Gao Tianyuan's love for One Piece had started to fade. The plot twists and character decisions felt strange to him. His affection for the main characters began to disappear, and he even started to feel some sympathy for Kaido, the main villain of the arc. But he knew that villains were always meant to be defeated by the hero, so he didn't think too much about the final outcome. Then, 3 months ago, the One Piece anime released a new episode. It showed the marine hero Kobe single-handedly taking on the pirates at Honeycomb Island. After watching that, Gao Tianyuan felt completely disgusted. It was common in action-packed manga for new characters to become powerful, but it was rare to see it done in a way that made so many other great characters look weak and foolish. It felt like Kobe's existence turned many of the strong characters that the author, Oda, had created into complete jokes. The one who looked the most ridiculous was Zoro, one of the main characters. The comparison made you wonder if Zoro's years of hard work were just for show. Why did Zoro, who trained his whole life to become the world's greatest swordsman, struggle to defeat a weak opponent like Haki at the start of his journey? Meanwhile, Kobe, after only 2 years of training, was able to help Blackbeard defeat the great pirate Wang Ji, become a marine hero, help capture the warlord Boa Hancock, and even shatter one of the tyrant Kuma's arms with a single punch. Gao Tianyuan started to understand why some villains in stories wanted to destroy the world. If you put yourself in their shoes and realized that all your hard work, pain, and sacrifice couldn't compete with a simple phrase like 200 times the effort or the main character's special luck, you would also lose hope in the world. He was so disgusted that, for the first time, he felt a deep dislike for the entire One Piece story. He even thought that if he were Kaido, he would have eliminated the Straw Hat crew the moment they set foot in Wano country. Then, he would destroy the world. After all, if a world could be saved by a hero like that, it probably wouldn't change for the better anyway. It would be just like the worlds of Naruto and Boruto. Of course, he knew this was just a silly thought. The author of One Piece was Oda, and he was just a simple reader. But he went to sleep with that thought in his mind. When he woke up the next day, something incredible had happened. His wish had come true. He had really transmigrated into the world of One Piece and had become Kaido of the Beasts. After the initial excitement wore off, Gao Tianyuan finally understood the meaning of the old saying, "Be careful what you wish for." Content source, webnovel.com Chapter 2-2 Chapter 2 I Kaido Cultivate Immortality 2, Chapter 2, I, Kaido, Cultivate Immortality 2, Chapter 2, I, Kaido, Cultivate Immortality. Gao Tianyuan was gone. He was Kaido now. As someone who had read countless web novels, his first reaction to realizing he had transmigrated into Kaido's body was pure excitement. After all, he had been at the bottom of society in his previous life. The chance to live a new life in a world he already knew, and to start as a powerful figure like Kaido of the Beasts, was something to celebrate. But his excitement didn't last long. He searched through Kaido's memories and used his own knowledge of the world to confirm his situation. The current timeline was likely right at the beginning of the main story. He couldn't find Monkey D. Luffy's name on any bounty posters from the East Blue, and the warlord Crocodile was still active. This meant Luffy had probably just set sail and was still making his way through the weakest of the four seas. This gave him, at most, 3 years. 3 years until the prophesied Joy Boy arrived, and he would be defeated and removed from the world stage. That was completely unacceptable. Could he prevent it? Kaido thought about it for a long time but couldn't find a solution. First, his conflict with Luffy was almost guaranteed. Even though they had never met, they were destined to become enemies. This was not just because Kaido was occupying Wano country, but also because he possessed one of the Red Road poneglyphs, a crucial piece of the map Luffy needed to become the Pirate King. So, did he have the confidence to defeat Luffy in a direct fight? Sadly, the answer was no. Even though he had completely merged with Kaido and inherited all his power and memories, he couldn't stop thinking about the Nika fruit. The ridiculous abilities and the main character's endless resilience gave him no confidence that he could win. Who knew if the world would suddenly introduce a new power-up for the hero just as he was about to lose? If that happened, all he could do was accept his fate. What about getting rid of Luffy before he became a threat? It sounded like a good idea, but Kaido quickly gave up on it. If he tried that, he would only die faster. His enemies wouldn't just be the Straw Hat crew. He would have to face the Red Hair Pirates, the Revolutionary Army, the Whitebeard Pirates, the Marine Hero Garp, and the Dark King Rayleigh. Besides, his pride as a transmigrator and as one of the 4 emperors wouldn't allow him to do something so cowardly. The most despairing part was that he was already at the peak. As the world's strongest creature and a Yonko of the New World, Kaido's strength, his body, his haki, his devil fruit had already reached the limits of what was possible in this world. It would be incredibly difficult for him to get any stronger through normal training. It seemed hopeless. Was he really just a stepping stone for Luffy's rise to power? Just as Kaido felt his future was bleak, a spark of inspiration hit him. If the powers of the One Piece world couldn't defeat the Chosen One, Luffy, then what about power from a different world? This idea came from his life before he transmigrated. He had been an ordinary office worker on Earth who once believed that money was the most important thing in life. But after a difficult year that changed everyone's lives, his priorities shifted. Health became more important than wealth. As an office worker, he didn't have the time, money, or energy for intense exercise. So, he looked for gentler methods he could practice at home, which led him to some mystical Taoist chi cultivation techniques he found online. He never expected them to actually work, and back on Earth, they didn't. But things were different now. Transmigration itself was impossible, yet here he was. With no other way to face his destiny, he decided it wouldn't hurt to try those old cultivation methods again. It was a desperate move, but it was that desperation that brought him a new sense of hope. It worked. He had actually succeeded. The cultivation method was called the Greater and Lesser Heavenly Cycle Self-Rotation Method. It was a common and basic Taoist technique he had found online, so the instructions were very detailed. This method was completely different from the cultivation in fantasy novels, which involved stages like chi refining and foundation establishment, because the real world had no spiritual energy. Perhaps that was exactly why it could work in the world of One Piece, which also seemed to lack spiritual energy. The method was divided into 3 advancements: refining essence to transform chi, refining chi to transform spirit, and refining spirit to return to void. The essence wasn't a magical substance. It was the energy an ordinary person's body already possessed, energy from food, water, air, and sunlight. Refining essence to transform chi involved circulating this energy through the body's lesser heavenly cycle to refine it into an innate life force, or chi. This chi could strengthen the body, heal illnesses, and build a solid foundation. Refining chi to transform spirit involved a more advanced circulation, the greater heavenly cycle. This stage combined the chi he had cultivated with his spirit, his mind, will, and soul. The goal was to strengthen his mental and spiritual power. Finally, refining spirit to return to void was the ultimate goal, where essence, chi, and spirit were cultivated together. When the cycles ran automatically, the cultivator would reach a state of perfect harmony, becoming what people in his old world called an immortal. Of course, Kaido wasn't trying to become an immortal. He just wanted to find a way to defeat this world's chosen one, the user of the Nika fruit. So, for the past 3 months, while he familiarized himself with his new body's power, he also practiced this cultivation method. The results were astounding. Maybe it was because his soul had merged with Kaido's, or because Kaido's body was already incredibly powerful. Or perhaps Haki and Devil Fruit abilities were a type of energy that could be cultivated. Whatever the reason, when he tried for the first time, he easily entered the refining essence to transform chi stage. He felt the legendary chi sense and could feel the flow of life force within his body. The effects were obvious. First, while his human form hadn't changed much, his azure dragon form had transformed dramatically. It seemed to grow larger and stronger every day. Second, he felt his body getting younger. The original Kaido was 57 years old, and the problems of aging were beginning to affect him. But now, nourished by chi, his old battle injuries were slowly healing. The most noticeable change was the scar on his abdomen, left by Kojiki Oden's Paradise Totsuka attack. The deep, aching pain from that wound was finally starting to fade. Finally, he felt a change in his haki. It was no longer just a sharp, fierce force. After being refined by his cultivation, it felt more natural, more profound. He could use his haki more easily, and it seemed to have a much stronger suppressing effect on Devil Fruit users. These changes gave him the confidence he needed to face the future. Humph, I don't care if you're the chosen one, the protagonist, or the reincarnation of Joy Boy, Kaido thought to himself. Now that I am Kaido, I have a power that doesn't belong to this world. There can only be one main character here, and that's me. Worororo, with a hearty laugh, Kaido transformed into his massive dragon form. He stepped onto clouds of flame and flew towards Wano country. Content source, webnovel.com Chapter 3-3 Chapter 3 The Beasts Pirates 3, Chapter 3, The Beasts Pirates 3, Chapter 3, The Beasts Pirates Wano Country, Onigashima. As the headquarters of the Beasts Pirates, one of the 4 emperors of the New World, this island was supposed to be a paradise for its members. In the past, life here had one main theme, endless banquets. The person behind every party was Queen, one of the crew's top 3 commanders, the All-Stars. His love for celebration had made him the most popular and beloved figure among the Beasts Pirates. But 3 months ago, that joyful atmosphere vanished. Even Queen, the life of the party, disappeared from public view. In his place, the absolute command of the governor, Kaido, took over. All banquets were cancelled. Every low-level member was forced into a rigorous training schedule. The entire pirate crew entered a state of high alert, as if preparing for a massive war. This sudden change sent ripples of tension across the seas. When one of the 4 emperors, a crew that reigned over the New World, began preparing for war, it was enough to put every major power on edge, especially the Marines. When Marine intelligence received reports that the Beasts Pirates were mobilizing, their nerves tightened immediately. However, when they tried to discover the reason for this mobilization, they found nothing. The highest-ranking officers of the Beasts Pirates, including the 3 All-Stars and the Flying Six, were nowhere to be found. Even Governor Kaido himself had vanished. This lack of information only made the Marines more anxious. They raised the alert level for all their forces in the New World and warned all nations allied with the world government. Finally, today, after 3 long months, Cypher Pole agents hidden within Wano country spotted them. Kaido, the All-Stars, and the Flying Six had returned. Watching from a distance, the agents couldn't be sure if it was just their imagination, but it seemed like the pirates had undergone a subtle but definite change. Inside the giant skull of Onigashima, in the top floor attic of the castle, the highest-ranking members of the Beasts Pirates had gathered. The 3 All-Stars and the 8 members of the Flying Six were all present. As the people who knew each other best, they could clearly sense the changes in one another after 3 months of intense training. It was just. Queen, big brother, have you really lost any weight? Jack, the youngest of the All-Stars, asked as he stared doubtfully at Queen's massive waistline. To the outside world, Jack the Drought was known for his incredible brutality. But in front of his two older brothers, King and Queen, he was as obedient and respectful as a child. Of course I have. Queen declared, gripping his fist with a triumphant look. A cigar was clamped in his mouth, and his knuckles cracked as he flexed. I've been training my butt off this month. I even had to skip my favorite red bean soup for it, sob, watching Queen look like he was about to burst into tears. Ulti, the most unruly of the Flying Six, turned to King, who had been sitting silently at the table. Hey, King. Did Kaido even tell you what's going on? She demanded irritably. He just orders us to go out and train for 3 months for no reason and doesn't tell us anything. What's he planning? Ulti's question got everyone's attention, and all eyes turned to King. They all knew that if anyone had a clue about Kaido's sudden orders, it would be him. No one even bothered to comment on Ulti's informal way of speaking to a commander, they were all used to it. Unfortunately, King simply shook his head. Don't ask so many questions, he said coldly. Kaido will tell us when we need to know. For now, your job is to obey orders. His response made Ulti turn her head away in annoyance. What's with all the mystery? It's so annoying. Who's who? A former CP0 agent, chuckled. Well, the whole sea is in an uproar because of us, he said smoothly. The Marines are especially terrified. They're all saying the Beast's pirates are about to declare war on them. Who's who meant it as a joke. Everyone present, despite being battle-hungry, knew that their crew wasn't ready to take on a massive organization like the Marines head-on. They weren't that arrogant. But at that moment, a low and familiar voice echoed through the room. That's right. We, the Beast's pirates, are going to start a war. A war that will change the balance of the entire world. Boom. In an instant, all 8 of the seated officers shot to their feet. Their expressions were a mix of shock, excitement, and awe as they watched the man slowly walk toward the throne. It was their governor, Kaido of the Beasts. Big Brother Kaido. Mr. Kaido. Lord Kaido. Kaido. Kaido slumped down onto his throne and looked at the 8 powerful subordinates welcoming him, but he felt no joy. He clearly remembered the events of the original story. The defeat of the Beast's pirates had many causes: the main character's plot armor, Big Mom's interference, and Yamato's betrayal, but the biggest reason they were defeated so easily was because of their own internal problems. The fact that most of the crew's lower-ranking members had been killed by their own allies during the chaos was something he found particularly pathetic. Simply put, these 8 people, except for King, were a bunch of reckless idiots. Thinking of this, Kaido's face darkened. A terrifying aura rolled off him as he spoke. I gave you an order to train for 3 months, didn't I? So why don't I feel any progress from any of you? His sudden accusation made everyone freeze. Even Ulti, who was never afraid to speak her mind, was too scared to say a word. She could feel the pure rage coming from Kaido. Queen started to step forward to offer an explanation, but he stopped when he saw the cold, dark look in his captain's eyes. Since you're not willing to do it yourselves, then I'll supervise you personally, Kaido said, his voice dangerously low. I'm going to give you a lesson you'll never forget. For the next few months, be prepared to die. Instantly, everyone except King broke out in a cold sweat. They could all feel that their captain was not joking. The killing intent that flooded the room when he said the word die was real. He truly intended to kill them if they failed. Fortunately, one person in the room wasn't afraid of Kaido, King. He had escaped from Vegapunk's laboratory with Kaido and had followed him ever since, helping him build the Beast's pirates from the ground up. He trusted and understood Kaido completely. He knew there had to be a reason for this sudden strictness, especially after hearing his captain talk about starting a war. Big Brother Kaido, King asked calmly, has something happened? Kaido had always valued King, both for the loyalty he felt from him now and for the respect he had for the character in the manga he remembered. He looked at his subordinates, his face grim. The era that the Pirate King, Gold Roger, started is about to end, he said slowly, his deep voice filling the room. As my commanders, I refuse to let you be left behind with the old world. Everyone was stunned into silence. They couldn't process what he was saying. The era started by Roger was the Great Pirate Era, the very era that had allowed them to rise and become one of the 4 emperors. If that era was ending, it meant the age of pirates was over. And if the age of pirates was over, what would happen to the Beast's pirates? What do you mean by that, Big Brother Kaido? King asked, a hint of worry in his voice. Kaido didn't answer. Instead, he looked at Jack and Who's Who. Jack, go to the flower capital. Bring me the woman named Kojiki. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 4-4 Chapter 4 Yamato 4, Chapter 4, Yamato 4, Chapter 4, Yamato. When Kaido finished speaking, the expressions on his commanders' faces turned strange. Of course, they all knew who Kojiki Hiri was, though they knew her by her courtesan name, Komurasaki. She was the most beautiful woman in all of Wano country, a beauty so great that even Queen the Plague drooled at the thought of her. It was a shame she had given herself to that worthless shogun, Orakai. But why would Big Brother Kaido suddenly be interested in her? And why send Jack and Who's Who to bring her here? Could it be that he was also taken by her beauty? No, that didn't seem right. If Kaido was truly interested in women, he wouldn't have ignored Black Maria for so many years. At that thought, everyone's gaze shifted to Black Maria, whose expression had indeed turned ugly, her face filled with resentment. Ulti gritted her teeth. Why are you bringing that Komurasaki here, Kaido? She snapped. What right does a woman like that have to even be in your presence? Kaido wasn't angered by Ulti's disrespect. He knew that while his subordinates could be reckless and foolish, their loyalty was absolute. Don't jump to conclusions, Ulti, he said calmly. I have my reasons for bringing her here. You'll understand soon enough. Jack, what are you still standing around for? Jack's body tensed up immediately. Yes, Big Brother Kaido. I'll go get the woman now. Good, Kaido grunted. And by the way, if Orakai tries to stop you, bring him along too. I still have a use for his strength, for now. After Jack and Who's Who left, Kaido turned to his most trusted commander. King, find my idiotic daughter and tell her to meet me at the port. And bring me the key to her handcuffs. The rest of you, wait here for my return. As his words fell, Kaido transformed back into his massive dragon form and soared into the sky. His commands left the remaining officers confused, and King's brow furrowed. He could clearly feel that his captain had changed, but he couldn't understand why. All he could do was obey the order. The sea wind howled around the port at the entrance to Onigashima. The pirate grunts worked nervously, not daring to slack off for even a second. The reason was simple: their governor, the absolute ruler of the island, Kaido of the Beasts, was sitting on the distant shore. He was staring out at the sea, a huge sake gourd and his spiked kanabo resting beside him. A small beast's pirate's ship was docked nearby. As everyone wondered why Lord Kaido, who rarely showed himself to the lower ranks, was waiting here, they heard the rapid sound of footsteps followed by an angry roar. Kaido! Go to hell! A figure descended from the sky, swinging a spiked club identical to Kaido's. It was a young woman wearing a Hanya mask, with long silver hair and red-strapped Geta sandals. Handcuffs were locked around her wrists. Kaido didn't even turn his head. He simply grabbed his own kanabo and, with a swift turn, swung it behind him. Boom! Yamato instinctively raised her weapon to block the attack. An incredible force, far greater than anything she had ever expected, slammed into her. Intense pain shot through her entire body, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Her mind went blank. She couldn't understand what had just happened. To become Kojiki Oden and drive Kaido out of Wano, Yamato challenged her father every chance she got. Although she was severely beaten every time, her injuries were always superficial. Because of this, she had always believed she could one day defeat him, that she was just missing that one little bit of strength. But now, Yamato's body was sent flying like a cannonball, smashing through several buildings before finally coming to a stop. Ugh! The anger and unwillingness in her heart made Yamato struggle to get up. But as she tried, more blood gushed from her throat, and the overwhelming pain forced her back to the ground. How can this be? She choked out. The gap between us, it's this huge. Damn it! Heavy footsteps approached. A massive figure slowly emerged from the dust. Yamato looked up, and the moment her eyes met her father's, her entire body trembled. It was still Kaido, the man she hated, but his eyes were completely different. The look of disappointment she was used to was gone. Now, they were icy and held no emotion at all. Yamato felt a chill run down her spine. She knew, with absolute certainty, that if she raised her weapon again, he would kill her. He'll kill me. A deep, primal fear swept through her. The Kaido standing before her no longer felt like her father. He was a stranger who wanted her dead. The feeling reminded her of the moment she realized her explosive handcuffs were real, the moment she understood that her father was truly capable of killing her. Kaido looked down at the foolish girl who was so obsessed with becoming Kojiki Oden. He felt no fatherly affection, only cold disdain. You've always complained that I took away your freedom, he said, his voice flat and empty. So now, I'll give you two choices. Wiping the blood from her mouth, Yamato used her club to struggle to her feet, glaring angrily at the man in front of her. 1. Kaido stated. Forget your dream of becoming that idiot Oden, and live obediently as my daughter. Never. Yamato spat back, her voice full of defiance despite her injuries. Kaido. I will drive you out of Wano country, save this nation, and become Oden. As expected. Even when she could barely stand, she clung to her foolish ambition. Then you only have the second path, Kaido said. He took a key from his pocket and threw it onto the ground in front of her. Yamato stared at it, stunned. Do you see that ship? He asked, gesturing to the vessel docked at the port. That's your second choice. Since you won't choose the first path, then from this day forward, you are no longer my daughter. As a final act of what was once a father-daughter bond, I will let you leave Wano. That ship will take you to Whitebeard's territory. Aren't you friends with that brat Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates? Go find him. But from now on, we are nothing to each other. Whatever you do on the seas has nothing to do with the beast's pirates. Content source, webnovel.com Chapter 5-5 Chapter 5 Severing Ties Seizing Wano 5, Chapter 5, Severing Ties, Seizing Wano 5, Chapter 5, Severing Ties, Seizing Wano. Kaido's cold declaration echoed across the entire port, causing his subordinates to stop in their tracks. They exchanged uneasy glances, but in their hearts, they knew this was bound to happen. Everyone in the beast's pirates was aware of Yamato's story. Despite being Kaido's child, she constantly declared her desire to kill him and become Kojiki Oden, that fool from the past. It was a miracle that Kaido had tolerated her rebellious behavior for this long. Hearing Kaido personally sever their father-daughter relationship, Yamato felt a sudden, sharp panic. For years, she had been a prisoner, her heart filled with nothing but hatred for the man she never considered her father. But now, his words left a gaping void deep inside her. She bit her lip, her body trembling. She wanted to say something, to scream something, but years of obsession had trapped her. She looked up at her father, who stared back with cold, merciless eyes, waiting for her to make a choice. With shaking hands, Yamato picked up the key from the ground. Then, as if fleeing from a nightmare, she pushed through the crowd and ran toward the ship Kaido had prepared for her. It wasn't until the ship had left the shores of Onigashima that she finally removed the handcuffs and leg shackles. Sitting on the deck, Yamato stared at her freed hands and then back at the shrinking silhouette of Onigashima against the Wano coastline. Hot tears streamed down her face, unstoppable. Back on the island, Kaido watched the ship become a tiny speck on the horizon. He expected to feel nothing, but a faint ripple of emotion still stirred within him. The original Kaido had held high hopes for his daughter. Even in his grand plan to kill Orokai and declare Wano the new Onigashima, he had intended to make Yamato the new shogun. But it was no use, she was completely broken by her obsession. Why are you doing this, big brother? What's going on? King had appeared by his side at some point, his voice laced with concern. He could feel the change in his captain's mood. The way Kaido was acting today was completely different, so much so that it made King uneasy. Kaido didn't answer directly. Instead, he turned to his most loyal commander and asked, King, do you still remember that story you told me a long time ago? The one about Joy Boy? King looked confused for a moment before nodding slowly. Kaido's gaze drifted back to the sea. What if I told you that I can't be Joy Boy, he said, his voice low and serious. What if I told you that I'm going to kill Joy Boy? What would you do then? His sudden words made King freeze, his eyes widening in shock. According to the legends of the Lunarian race, Joy Boy was the hero who would come to save the world. Now, his captain, the man he followed without question, was talking about killing this legendary savior. King knew, in that instant, that something major had happened to his captain, something connected to that very legend. Confusion swirled in his mind, but his loyalty was absolute. Just as he had sworn all those years ago, his answer was unwavering. That legend doesn't matter to me anymore, Kaido-san, King said, his eyes filled with resolve. The day you saved me, my life became yours. Whatever you want to do is what I want to do. Kaido was stunned for a second, and then he let out a thunderous laugh that boomed across the entire port. Worororo. King, having you as my brother is the best thing that's ever happened to me. King was a little surprised by the sudden outburst but replied with genuine concern, I feel the same way, Kaido-san. Kaido grunted, patting his commander's broad shoulder. Don't worry about me. I sent Yamato away because she would only get in the way of my plans. Plans? King asked. That's right, Kaido declared, his eyes glinting with ambition. I'm tired of sharing this country with that idiot Orokai. The beast's pirates are going to take complete control of Wano. We'll crush any samurai who dare to resist and turn this nation into the new Onigashima. Just how strong were the samurai of Wano? Their power was legendary, so much so that even the world government was afraid to interfere with the country. It was this strength that gave Shogun Orokai the courage to defy the celestial dragons. On the surface, the alliance between the beast's pirates and Kurozumai Orokai had given them total control over the nation. However, beneath the surface, a powerful resistance was brewing. The samurai loyal to the memory of Kojiki Oden were far from defeated. Even without Kinemon and the others who had yet to travel through time, 2 of the 9 red scabbards remaining in this era were a significant threat, Ashura Daji and Denjiro. Both were masters of the advanced armament haki known in Wano as Ryuo and wielded Odin's powerful two-sword style. Ashiradaji was strong enough to defeat Jack, one of Kaido's all-stars, all by himself. Denjiro was skilled enough to fight on equal footing with Roronoa, making them the clear second-in-commands of the scabbards. Beyond their personal strength, they also commanded formidable forces. Ashiradaji led a group of nearly 300 rogue samurai called the Mt. Atama Thieves. Denjiro, meanwhile, operated from the shadows. He had taken on the identity of Kyo's hero, a Yakuza boss loyal to Orakai, which gave him deep knowledge of the shogun's operations and even intelligence on Onigashima. He also secretly supported the resistance as the mysterious thief, Ushimitsu Kozo. These two were the main reason Momonosuke and Kin Iman were able to launch a successful invasion of Onigashima 2 years later in the original timeline. Besides them, other powerful figures were hiding in plain sight. There was Kojiki Sukiyaki, the former shogun, living under the name Tengayama Hotetsu. There was Shimatsuki Yasui, the former daimyo of Hakumai, disguised as the cheerful Tanoyasu. And there was Hyagoro of the Flower, a former Yakuza boss and a renowned sword master who still commanded great respect and could rally many to his cause. If these individuals were to unite, they had the power to inspire all the people of Wano to rise up against Orakai and Kaido. This didn't even account for the hidden forces who still believed in Kojiki Toki's prophecy of a dawn in 20 years. Nor did it include powerful allies like the Minx, led by Duke Dogstorm and Cat Viper, or Izzo, a commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Each of these figures had powerful forces backing them. This was why Kaido, despite knowing who they were and where they were, couldn't simply eliminate them. If he made a move, he could likely crush any single force with his own overwhelming power, but his subordinates couldn't handle the rest. A direct assault would plunge all of Wano into a chaotic war that even the Beast's pirates might not be able to contain. For now, Wano existed in a fragile balance, held together by two powerful villains, Kaido and Orakai. It would only take one small push to shatter it all. That push was supposed to be the arrival of Momonosuke from the future. But Kaido, as a transmigrator, refused to sit back and let that happen. He understood better than anyone the importance of securing one's own territory before looking outward. Besides, the legendary ancient weapon, Pluton, was said to be buried somewhere deep beneath Wano. To break the current stalemate and seize the initiative, he needed a different trigger. And the perfect person to use as that trigger was Kojiki Hiri, currently disguised as the courtesan Komurasake. Content source, webnovel.com Chapter 6-6 Chapter 6 The Courtesan of the Flower Capital 6, Chapter 6, The Courtesan of the Flower Capital 6, Chapter 6, The Courtesan of the Flower Capital Wano country's flower capital was the heart of the nation. As the former seat of power, it was where the shogun had always ruled. Ever since Orakai took control and allowed the other regions of Wano to be turned into weapons factories for the Beast's pirates, the flower capital was the only place that remained untouched. It flourished, becoming the most prosperous and bustling city in the entire country. Amidst the beautiful streets lined with pink cherry blossom trees stood a renowned brothel. Its fame came from two sources. First, its owner was Kyo's hero, a man deeply trusted by the current shogun, Orakai, and who held great influence among the samurai. Second, it was home to the most celebrated Warren in all of Wano, a woman known as Komurasake, the country's greatest beauty. Every day, a long line of hopeful men would stretch from one end of the street to the other, all waiting for a chance to see her. Just as it was now, Komurasake stood on an upper floor of the brothel. She wore an exquisite kimono embroidered with peacocks, her hair held up by elaborate ornaments. As cherry blossom petals drifted around her, she coyly covered her face with a fan, a simple gesture that sent the crowd of men below into a frenzy. They cheered wildly, waving stacks of money in the air, desperate to catch her attention. They received no response. They couldn't even see the haughty, calculating gaze she hid behind that fan. So, which fool should I pick today? Kojiki Hiri thought to herself, scanning the crowd for her next wealthy target. Suddenly, a frightened scream echoed from the distance. The noise startled the men on the street below, who began to scatter in a panic. From her high vantage point on the third floor, Hiri quickly saw the cause of the commotion. A group from the Beast's pirates, led by a terrifyingly large and burly man, was marching down the street. Jack, Hiri whispered, instantly recognizing the notorious fishman, known for his extreme brutality. She felt a flicker of concern but showed little fear, her brow furrowing slightly. Why are the Beast's pirates here? A man in the crowd wondered aloud. Are they also here for Komurasake? Another guessed. Their guesses were correct. The pirates soon arrived directly below the pavilion where Hiri stood. Everyone in the vicinity scrambled away as if fleeing a plague. A heavily made-up old mama-san from the brothel, having already heard the news, rushed out with a forced, fawning smile to greet them. Lord Jack! What a rare honor to have you visit. Please, come in, Jack completely ignored her. His gaze was fixed on the woman standing on the third floor. I'm here on Kaido's orders, he stated flatly, his voice devoid of any emotion. I'm taking this woman with me. His words left the Mama-san confused. Lord Kaido? But, why would Lord Kaido want Komurasaki? Jack shot the old woman a look of pure contempt. What do you think Lord Kaido wants with a courtesan, he grumbled. Up on the pavilion, Hiri's face instantly went pale. The Mama-san, however, seemed to understand. Remembering her boss's instructions for a situation like this, she spoke with great difficulty. To be summoned by Lord Kaido is truly Komurasaki's greatest honor. However, she is our brothel's top warren and does not meet guests so easily, ha. Jack growled, his displeasure and anger rolling off him in waves. Then what do you call all these men? He didn't wait for her to answer, instead shouting up at Hiri without a hint of politeness. Hey! Are you coming down on your own, or do I have to come up there and drag you down? The Mama-san's face was a mask of pure anxiety. Fortunately, another voice cut through the tension. My apologies, but Lord Orokai has also summoned Komurasaki to serve him tonight. You will have to offer Lord Kaido our sincerest regrets. Jack whipped his head around angrily toward the source of the voice. The crowd of onlookers parted once again, making way for a group of samurai approaching from the direction of the shogun's castle. Leading them was a man with sleepy yet sharp eyes, a large blue topknot, and a dark blue kimono. Seeing him, both Hiri and the Mama-san breathed a visible sigh of relief. The man was the owner of the brothel himself, Kyo's hero, the public face of Denjiro. It was an open secret that the Beasts Pirates organization was full of leaks. The moment Jack had left Onigashima, Denjiro had received word that Kaido planned to summon Hiri. He didn't understand the reason, but he had already endured the supreme humiliation of forcing his late master's daughter to serve Orokai. He would not allow Princess Hiri to be thrown into another tiger's den. He had immediately relayed the message to Orokai, whose infatuation with Komurasaki was well known. Naturally, the shogun refused to let Kaido snatch her away and ordered Denjiro to retrieve her at once. Unfortunately for him, Jack had just been warned by Kaido not to fail again. He stared at the man standing in his way and spoke with undisguised menace. Are you trying to die? Denjiro knew this would be trouble the moment he arrived. If it had been anyone else from the Beasts Pirates, he might have been able to negotiate, using his position with the shogun and his connections. But the man in front of him was different. Jack the Drought was infamous for being unreasonable and savagely brutal. He only followed Kaido's orders. But it didn't matter. As long as he could protect his master's daughter from humiliation, any risk was worth it. Besides, he was acting on Orokai's direct command, which gave him a legitimate reason to stand his ground. Facing the murderous all-star, Denjiro stood tall, showing no fear. He narrowed his eyes and said calmly, I apologize, but these are Lord Orokai's orders. Jack's eyes widened. As one of Kaido's top 3 commanders, he was not used to being refused. Anyone who had dared to defy him so directly was already dead. At that moment, everyone present could feel the suffocating tension between the two men. Knowing that a fight was about to break out, the remaining onlookers instinctively backed away even further. Go, Jack ordered his men coldly. Bring that woman down to me. Kill anyone who dares to get in your way. The Beasts Pirates behind him didn't hesitate, rushing toward the brothel to get to Hiri. The fearsome reputation of Jack the Drought was enough to intimidate anyone. The shogun's useless samurai standing behind Denjiro were too scared to move. Seeing this, Denjiro felt a surge of helplessness. He drew the sword from his waist. It seems a battle is unavoidable, he said, his voice low. In that case, I can only apologize for what comes next. In a flash, Denjiro became a black shadow, moving to intercept the pirates. But Jack was already prepared. With a roar, he brought his massive twin blades down, aiming to cut Denjiro down where he stood. Content source, webnovel.com Chapter 7-7 Chapter 7 Komurasaki 7, Chapter 7, Komurasaki 7, Chapter 7, Komurasaki Clang. Jack had expected to crush his opponent, but he was caught completely off guard. The man, Kyo's hero, expertly used the force of Jack's own powerful slash to propel himself forward. He moved like a phantom, deflecting the dozen or so pirates who had nearly reached Hiri with a single, fluid strike before landing gracefully at her side. Bang, bang, bang. The bodies of the Beasts Pirates hit the ground hard. What? Jack roared, stunned. He stared at Denjiro, who now stood protectively in front of Hiri. For the first time, Jack recognized the man's true strength, and the realization filled him with an incredible fury. His eyes turned bloodshot. You damned bastard! In an instant, Jack also transformed into a blur of motion, charging forward with his twin blades swinging wildly. Denjiro's brow furrowed. He had heard that Jack was a reckless monster, but he hadn't expected this level of blind rage. To avoid escalating the fight into an all-out war, he had deliberately avoided parrying Jack's first attack directly. He had even used the blunt side of his sword to knock down the grunts. But now, it seemed a real battle was unavoidable. With that thought, he gently pushed Hiri out of the way and charged forward to meet Jack head-on. Their weapons clashed with violent force. In terms of pure strength, Jack was an absolute monster. His fishman bloodline, combined with the power of an ancient Zoan devil fruit, gave him the unshakable power of a living mountain. Denjiro knew he couldn't face that power directly. Fortunately, he possessed incredible speed, and Odin's two-sword style was an exquisite and deadly martial art. The surrounding buildings, however, were not so fortunate. As the two fought, entire structures were torn apart by their blows, sending debris flying and causing the remaining onlookers to flee in terror. Watching the fierce battle from a safe distance, the brothel's Mama-san nervously clutched Hiri's hand. "Kamurasaki, we have to get out of here," she urged. "It's too dangerous." Hiri shook her head, her eyes fixed on the fight. "No, I want to stay with Kyojiro-san." She paused, an intense feeling of dread washing over her. "Besides," she added quietly, "even if we run, where could we possibly go?" The Mama-san froze, her face falling. She remembered who had summoned Kamurasaki. It was Kaido, the one man in Wano even more terrifying than Shogun Orakai. The thought choked the words in her throat. Boom! Jack swung his massive shotel, cleaving a three-story house in two, but the attack brought him no satisfaction. His observation haki screamed a warning, telling him the enemy was already behind him. "You're running around like an annoying bug." Jack snarled as he spun around, slashing blindly behind him. Clang! Their weapons met once more. Denjiro's lesser strength was obvious as he was forced back, his sandals digging grooves into the street. Yet, he still wore a calm smile. "This is pointless," Denjiro said, his voice steady despite the strain. "We could fight like this for 3 days and 3 nights and never decide a winner. Why don't we stand down and let our masters sort this out?" With a clever twist of his blade, he deflected the force of Jack's blow and quickly retreated. His words had no effect. Jack pursued him relentlessly. He wasn't a man who listened to reason, his mind was consumed by a single thought: complete the mission Kaido had given him. Seeing this, a dangerous light flashed in Denjiro's eyes. "Is that so? If you won't listen to reason, then I'll just have to make you fall." In that instant, a powerful, invisible armor, the haki of Ryuo, enveloped his sword. A terrifying aura of hostility erupted from Denjiro as his body accelerated to an impossible speed. A scarlet light flashed across the battlefield. Jack felt a sharp, searing pain in his chest as blood suddenly sprayed from his body. A deep, bloody gash had been torn open from the top of his exposed chest all the way down to his stomach. "What? Ugh!" Crimson blood gushed from Jack's mouth. He looked down at the wound, then up at Orikai's subordinate in disbelief. "He's this strong?" However, even with such a severe injury, Jack merely gritted his teeth and charged forward again, swinging his blades with even more ferocity. His heart was now filled with nothing but pure, unadulterated killing intent. Feeling the increased intensity of Jack's attacks, Denjiro's brow furrowed in frustration. An attack like that, and he still hasn't fallen. As Jack's offensive grew more ferocious, Denjiro found himself on the defensive. He could no longer parry every blow, and shallow cuts began to appear on his body. The vitality and recovery speed of Zoan devil fruit users were simply unnatural. The grievous wound Denjiro had just inflicted was already visibly starting to close. What made the situation even more troublesome was that, despite having the skill to win, Denjiro absolutely could not kill Jack. For Lady Toki's prophecy to come true in 2 years, he had to maintain his cover as Kyo's hero. The onlookers watched in awe. "Look at that vitality! As expected of one of Kaido's men. Even with an injury like that, he's overpowering Kyojiro-sama." Hiri watched from the sidelines, her heart pounding with tension and worry. She saw that Denjiro was trapped in a losing battle. If this continued, his life would be in grave danger. She made up her mind. In a sudden, desperate move, she rushed out from the safety of the crowd and placed herself directly between the two fighting men. Her suicidal action stunned both Jack and Denjiro, who instinctively stopped their attacks. "Enough!" Hiri declared, her voice ringing with authority. "There is no need to fight anymore, Kyojiro-sama. It is my honor to serve Lord Kaido." She then turned her gaze towards the pirates. "Please inform Lord Orakai that after I have finished serving Lord Kaido, I will attend to him." In Hiri's mind, this was the only solution. She couldn't begin to imagine the deep humiliation her words inflicted upon Denjiro. His face twisted in a silent agony, his fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. Though unsatisfied, Jack remembered Kaido's orders and slowly lowered his weapons. "Someone, take this woman away." "Hey!" A group of pirates immediately surrounded her, leering menacingly. Hiri stopped them with a raised hand. "There is no need to trouble yourselves," she said calmly, her composure unwavering. "This humble girl has her own sedan chair." As if on cue, 4 palanquin bearers, led by the Mama-san, emerged from a nearby building carrying a luxurious sedan chair. Hiri gracefully walked over and stepped inside. Jack watched her, then grunted and gave the order. Return to Onigashima. Under the guard of the beast's pirates, the sedan chair carrying Komurasaki began its journey. From beginning to end, Denjiro never raised his head. He couldn't find the courage to watch her leave. As he was about to depart, Jack seemed to remember something. He glanced back at Denjiro and said, Lord Kaido said that if Orokai wants this woman back, he should come to Onigashima and get her himself. With that final taunt, he turned and walked away. Only then did Denjiro finally look up, his face a mask of shame and fury. A thought struck him, and he immediately broke into a sprint, running towards Orokai's mansion. Content source, webnovel.com Chapter 8-8 Chapter 8 The Trap 8, Chapter 8, The Trap 8, Chapter 8, The Trap When Jack returned to Onigashima with the elegantly dressed Komurasaki in tow, everyone on the island was shocked to see him covered in layers of fresh bandages. His subordinates had clearly worked hard to patch him up after his battle in the flower capital. Hey, look how pathetic, Sasaki, one of the Tobirapo guarding the entrance, couldn't help but mock. Getting yourself torn up by a bunch of samurai, for once, Jack didn't have a comeback. He touched the wound on his chest, the lingering pain keeping his mind sharp and focused. He shot a cold glare at Sasaki but said nothing, simply walking past him and into the main hall with Komurasaki. Kaido and King were already there, having dealt with the matter of Yamato. Without his rebellious, troublemaking child to worry about, Kaido felt more confident than ever in his plan to seize complete control of Wano. Big brother Kaido, I've brought Komurasaki, Jack announced. Instantly, the eyes of every man in the hall fell upon the exceptionally beautiful courtesan, though their expressions varied. Queen and Sasaki showed genuine lust, with Queen's drool practically dripping onto the floor. The others had different reactions. King looked on with mild surprise. If Kaido hadn't already told him the truth, he never would have guessed that the most beautiful woman in Wano was actually Odin's daughter, Kojiki Hiri. Who wore a cruel smirk, thinking that such a delicate woman probably wouldn't survive a few days with Lord Kaido. Page 1 was simply not interested. Black Maria watched with a look of professional rivalry, while Ulti stared with pure disgust. What a cheap-looking woman, she muttered fiercely. You've done well, Jack, Kaido said, his voice a low rumble. He finally laid his eyes on the princess of a fallen country, the daughter of Kojiki Odin. She was, he had to admit, deserving of the title of Wano's most beautiful woman. But as a character, she was little more than a tool. And for his plans, a tool was all he needed. As the formidable members of the beast's pirates stared at her, Komurasaki no, Hiri kept her head bowed, not daring to look up. She couldn't guarantee she would remain calm seeing her father's killer right in front of her. The thought that she might have to serve this man filled her with a deep, crushing humiliation. Just then, Kaido's voice echoed through the hall, and his words were so unexpected that she was forced to look up. So, Jack, tell me. How strong were those samurai? Jack touched the bandages on his chest again, a grimace flashing across his face. They're formidable, all right, he said, his eyes cold. But don't worry, big brother Kaido. I'll definitely kill that man, Kyo's hero, myself. Oh? In that case, his life is yours to take, Kaido replied casually. No problem, big brother Kaido. Very well, Kaido continued, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Now I'll tell you my real plan. But first, we need to wait for one more guest. Has Orokai arrived yet? Although the beast's pirates had the strength to crush the samurai resistance, the losses would be significant. There was no need for that. It was far better to pull Orokai into the fight. With his deep-seated hatred for Odin, he would surely throw all of his forces into the battle without hesitation. Then, while they fought, Kaido could simply reap the rewards. Jack nodded. I already passed on your message to that Kyo's hero fellow, big brother Kaido. But I don't know if he'll actually come. Just then, a subordinate's voice called from outside. Lord Kaido, Shogun Orokai is here to see you. Humph. Let him in. Queen chuckled from nearby. Oh, this is interesting. It seems Orokai is really obsessed with this woman, isn't he? That coward is terrified of you, big brother, yet he actually dared to come all the way to Onigashima. As Queen spoke, Orokai's wretched figure appeared in the doorway. He wore a black shogun's uniform, and a nervous fear was visible beneath his slimy smile as he walked cautiously into the hall. On either side of him were Fukuro Kyuju, captain of the Oniwe Banshu, and his loyal vassal, Kyo's hero. After the three entered, their gazes immediately fell on Komurasaki. Seeing that she appeared unharmed, both Orokai and Kyo's hero let out a subtle sigh of relief. Orokai then mustered his courage and pointed a trembling finger at Kaido. Hey, Kaido! Komurasaki is my woman. Give her back to me. If you need women, I can let you pick any other beauty in Wano. His arrogant tone made every member of the beast's pirates in the hall scowl. Fukuro Kyujo grew visibly nervous. Kaido, however, simply leaned on his hand, looking completely at ease. A cunning smile played on his lips. Giving her back to you is no problem at all. Orikai's face instantly lit up with a triumphant, arrogant smirk. But Kaido's very next words wiped it away. The only question is, do you really want this woman back? Orikai froze, not understanding what Kaido meant. A strong sense of unease suddenly gripped Kyoshiro's heart. Kaido straightened up, his gaze falling upon the beautiful courtesan. He then spoke words that sent a shockwave through the entire hall. The famous Warren of the flower capital. Should I call you Komurasaki, or by your other name, Kojiki Hiri? Boom. In an instant, Hiri's eyes widened in sheer terror. Her entire body trembled, and the color drained from her face. Beside Orikai, Kyoshiro's eyes also shot wide open, his expression a mask of horror and panic. The surrounding beasts' pirates began to understand, looking at the woman before them in disbelief. As for Orikai, he was completely stunned. He began to shake uncontrollably, his gaze fixed on Hiri as he stumbled backward in terror. Kojiki. Kojiki, how is that possible? That surname, could you be? The name alone was like a nightmare, bringing with it a boundless, paralyzing fear. Fukuro Kyuju, standing nearby, also gasped in surprise. Kojiki Hiri. Lord Orikai, isn't that the name of Odin's daughter? At that moment, Kyo's hero acted. He drew the longsword from his waist and, in a single flash of movement, appeared beside the trembling Hiri and slashed down without hesitation. Blood splattered across the floor as Hiri fell, a look of disbelief on her face. This sudden, brutal turn of events stunned everyone present once again. Kyo's hero, what are you doing? Orikai roared. Kyo's hero withdrew his bloody sword, held it above his head, and knelt before Orikai. Lord Orikai, I have failed your trust, he said, his head bowed low. I allowed such a dangerous woman to get close to you. Please, punish me. Orikai was speechless. The events of the last minute had sent his mind reeling. After his initial panic, he looked at Komurasaki's bleeding form on the floor with a hint of reluctance before his face contorted in rage. So, Komurasaki really was Kojiki Odin's daughter. Kyo's hero raised his head slightly, his eyes chilling. Whether she was or not no longer matters, Lord Orikai. She is a corpse now. But... Just then, King, who had been watching the performance silently from Kaido's side, spoke up. Hey, samurai, he said in a low, cold voice. I don't know what your relationship with this woman is, but do you really think a pathetic little trick like that can fool us? Orikai was dumbfounded again, completely lost. Kyo's hero, however, was already sweating profusely. He had made his choice. He pulled 2 smoke bombs from his waist and slammed them onto the ground. Thick smoke instantly erupted, obscuring everyone's vision. He took the opportunity to scoop up Hiri's body and leap into the air, intending to escape over everyone's heads. But a cold voice sounded right behind him. Hey, samurai! Where do you think you're going? Rib. An intense, searing pain erupted from his back. Kyo's hero lost control of his body and crashed back to the ground. Against King, his strength was nothing. Just as he landed, 2 more figures appeared on either side of him. Who's Who grabbed his arm, pinning him to the floor. At the same time, Ultai snatched the dead Hiri. Noticing a slight twitch in the woman's eyebrow, Ultai sneered fiercely. You woman, you were faking it. Content source, webnovel.com Chapter 9-9 Chapter 9 Bait 9, Chapter 9, Bait 9, Chapter 9, Bait for Kojiki Hiri and the man now known as Kyo's hero. This day marked the absolute lowest point of their lives. It was a day of pure, crushing despair. What had just happened? How was Hiri's identity exposed? Denjiro's mind raced in panic. It can't be, he thought, a cold dread washing over him. In all of Wano, he was the only one who knew the truth that the Warren Komurasaki was secretly Kojiki Hiri. There was no one else. But it was too late for denials. The truth was out, and their 20-year-long plan was in ruins. Sweat poured from his forehead, mixing with the blood trickling down his back from an unseen wound. Who's Who held him in an unbreakable grip, forcing him to watch as Kojiki Hiri, now fully conscious, stared back at him with eyes that mirrored his own despair. Only Shogun Orikai seemed utterly lost. He stumbled backward, his gaze darting between the miraculously revived Hiri and the captured Kyo's hero. His voice was a strangled roar of confusion and betrayal. Hey, Kaido, what is this? What in the world is going on? Kyo's hero, what are you doing? Don't tell me you've betrayed me, too. The only person who could answer him was the figure seated on the throne at the head of the room. Kaido looked down, a bored expression on his face. You're wrong about that, Orikai, Kaido said, his deep voice silencing the room. This samurai was never loyal to you. You can't betray someone you never served. Orikai froze, his mouth hanging open. Kaido's next words shattered his entire reality. Samurai, Kaido boomed, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. Should I call you Kyo's hero? Or would you prefer your real name? Odin's loyal retainer, Denjiro of the Nine Red Scabbards. The name hit the room like a thunderclap. If the revelation of Komurasaka's identity had made Orakai stagger, the truth of Kyoshiro's identity sent him crashing to the floor. Denjiro, he stammered, his face pale with shock. Nearby, Fukuro Kyuja was equally stunned into silence, his eyes wide with disbelief. Queen, however, quickly put the pieces together. A wide, sadistic grin spread across his face as he looked at the pathetic shogun on the ground. Mama. Seriously, Orakai, it's a miracle you've managed to stay alive this long. The woman you kept by your side was Odin's daughter, and your most trusted guard was one of his retainers. You're the luckiest coward I've ever met. Queen's mocking laughter echoed in the hall, and each word was another dagger in Orakai's heart. His face turned from ghost white to a blotchy, furious red. The terror was replaced by an all-consuming rage. What a pathetic joke he had become. Kojiki Odin's ghost had haunted his nightmares for 20 years, a constant source of fear that kept him from ever sleeping peacefully. And all this time, Odin's daughter and one of his most loyal retainers were right beside him, hiding in plain sight. He had been played for a fool. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Fueled by a sudden surge of pure rage, Orakai scrambled to his feet. He lunged at Denjiro, drawing his blade with a shriek. Traitor, he screamed, bringing the sword down. But the blade never landed. Who caught it effortlessly with one hand, his grip like iron. You bastard, let go of me! Orakai shrieked, struggling to pull his sword free. I'm going to kill him. I'll kill him myself. Who didn't even flinch. He answered to only one man, and it wasn't the shogun. Unable to break free, Orakai turned his furious, tear-filled eyes toward the throne. Kaido. What is the meaning of this? Let me kill him. Kaido's answer was calm and dismissive. Orakai, don't you see? This is a perfect opportunity. Orakai paused, his rage momentarily replaced by confusion. For years, we've been hunting for the rest of Odin's followers, Kaido explained patiently, as if speaking to a child. We've searched every corner of this country and found nothing. But now, the perfect bait has just fallen into our laps. A flicker of understanding appeared in Orakai's eyes. At the same time, Hiri and Denjiro looked up at Kaido, their expressions turning to sheer horror. They understood his plan instantly, and the man on the throne seemed more like a devil than a human. Kaido, Orakai began, his voice trembling with a new emotion. You mean, we use them? Exactly, Kaido said, his grin widening. Imagine this. 1 month from today, we hold a public execution on a Nagashima for Odin's daughter and his last known retainer. When the news spreads, what do you think the remaining rebels will do? Orakai's face lit up with sadistic glee. They'll come to rescue them. They'll walk right into our trap, and we can finally wipe them all out. Precisely, Kaido confirmed. And it's only fitting that you, the great shogun of Wano, should be the one to make the announcement. The shogun's expression turned cruel and ecstatic. Don't you worry, Kaido. I'll make sure every single person in Wano hears the news. But, is a month really necessary? I can hardly wait to see them all die. We need to give the samurai enough time to gather their forces and prepare, Kaido explained. We want them to come at us with everything they have. Only then can we crush them completely. Besides, I will be leaving Wano for the next month. This sudden announcement startled everyone, especially Orakai. What? Why? He asked, his panic returning. Kaido, if you're not here, what if those samurai? Calm down, Kaido interrupted, his voice laced with amusement. It's simple. They'll only dare to make a move if they think I'm gone. My absence is a crucial part of the trap. Understanding dawned on Orakai's face, and his excitement returned tenfold. He even began to clap his hands together like an eager child. Of course, of course. That's brilliant. If you were here, they wouldn't have the courage to show themselves. You're a Yonko, after all. For Hiri and Denjiro, however, there was only the cold, bottomless pit of despair. They were going to be the reason their comrades were led to their deaths. Maria, Kaido ordered, his gaze shifting to the giant woman. Odin's daughter is your responsibility. Who's who, you'll handle Denjiro. Keep them alive. I want them in good condition for the execution. Black Maria, realizing Kaido had no personal interest in Hiri, felt a wave of relief. A perverse, cruel smile touched her lips. Don't worry, Lord Kaido. I'll take very good care of Odin's precious daughter. Good, Kaido said. All right, Orakai, I'll have King coordinate the details with you. You can go back and start preparing your announcement. Hearing his dismissal, Orakai nodded eagerly. I'm on my way. This time, I'll finally capture every last one of Odin's followers. After Orakai and Fukuro Kyuja scurried away, and Black Maria and Who had their prisoners taken to the dungeons, Kaido addressed his top commanders. King, he began, you're in charge of all arrangements. You know what I expect. I only care about the result. Understood, Lord Kaido. Leave it to me, King replied with a respectful nod. Kaido's gaze then swept over the other all-stars and the Flying Six. I'm calling this the Wano Purification Plan. Don't underestimate these samurai. I'm treating this as a test for all of you, a test of your strength, your teamwork, and your intelligence. Unless you face an enemy you truly cannot handle, I will not intervene. Don't disappoint me. Feeling the weight of Kaido's gaze, every one of his powerful subordinates straightened their backs, their expressions serious. Leave it to us, Lord Kaido, they roared in unison. We won't let you down. They're just a bunch of samurai. Humph. Kaido nodded once, satisfied. Then I'll sit back and enjoy the show. Worororo. With a final, booming laugh, Kaido's body began to shift and expand. He transformed into his immense azure dragon form, shattering the roof as he ascended into the sky. This time, he made no effort to hide his presence, allowing everyone in Wano to watch as the country's monstrous guardian flew away. As a transmigrator, he knew it would be a waste not to use his knowledge of the future. Now was the time to make his preparations. There were several places he needed to visit. The blueprints for Pluton, the road poneglyphs, the research data for devil fruits created from his own lineage factor, and a few interesting devil fruit users he wanted to recruit. He would seize everything that could be useful to him. With his current power, it would be almost effortless. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 10-10 Chapter 10 The Power of the Four Emperors 10, Chapter 10, The Power of the Four Emperors 10, Chapter 10, The Power of the Four Emperors in the New World, nestled against the colossal red line, lies the marine G1 branch. The fortress is built on a circular island, connected to the continent-spanning wall by a massive stone bridge. Its primary duty is to protect Red Port, the gateway between the two halves of the Grand Line, and to serve as the first line of defense for the Holy Land of Mary Gosa, which sits atop the Red Line. This base is the Marine's formidable entrance to the world's most dangerous sea. Normally, the base was commanded by the stoic Vice Admiral Momanga. However, the recent movements of the Beast's pirates had put the entire world government on high alert. As one of the four emperors who ruled the New World, any sign that Kaido was preparing for war sent ripples across the globe. To bolster the Marine's presence, Admiral Kizaru had been temporarily dispatched to oversee the G1 branch. The island itself was vast. Beyond the main fortress and its extensive training grounds, a bustling town housed the families of the Marines stationed there. In the command office on the top floor of the main building, Admiral Kizaru sat with his legs crossed, lazily trimming his fingernails. He gazed out the window at the clear blue sky, a picture of absolute indifference. Oh, what a beautiful day, he drawled. Just perfect for a vacation. Vice Admiral Momanga stood nearby, his expression rigid. He found the Admiral's relaxed demeanor inappropriate and a poor example for the troops, but he knew better than to say anything. Rank was absolute. He could only ask, Admiral Kizaru, do you have any orders for today? Orders. Kizaru mused, not taking his eyes off the sky. You can handle things as you see fit, Vice Admiral Momanga. As for me, I think I'll just enjoy some tea and read the newspaper. What a truly delightful day. Momanga sighed internally, realizing he had asked a foolish question. Still, having an admiral who didn't meddle in daily affairs was a small blessing in its own way. Just as Momanga was about to leave to organize the day's patrols and review intelligence reports, a wave of panicked shouts erupted from outside. What's all the commotion about? He wondered aloud. Both men paused and walked onto the office balcony to investigate. Instantly, they saw the source of the chaos. Far out at sea, a storm was approaching. But it was no natural storm. A mass of dark, churning clouds, shot through with purple lightning, was moving toward the G1 base with an unnatural speed and purpose. What is that? Momanga exclaimed, his hand instinctively going to the hilt of his sword. Kizaru, however, felt a familiar and dreadful presence. His lazy posture vanished in an instant, replaced by a tense readiness. His voice was sharp and devoid of its usual drawl. Vice Admiral Momanga, sound the alarm. Have all soldiers prepare for battle immediately. At the same time, get aligned to Marineford. A monster is about to descend on us. A monster. Momanga was stunned. He then heard Kizaru say something that made his blood run cold. Yes, a true monster, Kizaru said, his eyes narrowed. One of the four emperors who rule the New World. Kaido of the Beasts. A fierce wind whipped past them. For a second, Momanga was frozen in place, but the Admiral's urgency snapped him out of it. He spun around and sprinted back into the office, barking orders into a den mushy. By the time he did, the massive storm cloud had arrived, casting a shadow over the entire island. A howling gale and a torrential downpour swept across the base, plunging the sunny day into an ominous twilight. Countless Marines and civilians in the plaza below were drawn by the spectacle, their faces filled with unease as they stared up at the sky. That unease quickly turned to mind-numbing terror. As the clouds swirled, they saw something moving within them, a colossal, coiling body that seemed to blot out the sky itself. With a deafening roar that shook the very foundations of the island, a massive dragon's head punched through the clouds. Its demonic, vertical pupils scanned the terrified crowd below, and that single glance was enough to shatter the minds of many. People screamed, collapsing to the ground as if they had just stared into the abyss. You've got to be kidding me. What is that thing? What kind of monster is that? A dragon. It's a real, legendary dragon. That's impossible. Dragons are creatures of myth. Why is it here? Is it going to destroy everything? As absolute panic threatened to consume the island, a brilliant flash illuminated the darkened sky. Countless particles of golden light shot upwards, converging in front of the dragon's head to form the figure of a man. The word justice emblazoned on the back of his white coat became a symbol of hope for every marine on the island. It's Admiral Kizaru. We're saved. They couldn't see the expression on their hero's face. High above, Kizaru, one of the marine's strongest fighters, wore a grim and solemn look. In a tone devoid of any laziness, he addressed the colossal beast before him. Oh, how terrifying! I wonder what business a New World Emperor, Kaido of the Beasts, has at a simple marine branch? Are you here to declare war? The Admiral's voice, amplified by some unknown means, carried across the entire G1 branch. Every marine who heard it felt their brief flicker of hope extinguish. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at the monster in the sky. Did he just say Kaido? Kaido of the Beasts? That Kaido? Why would one of the 4 emperors be here? So, Kaido is a dragon. A monster, a real monster. High above, Kaido, weaving his massive body through the clouds, looked down at the shining figure of Admiral Kizaru. He gazed at one of the most iconic characters in the entire world with a thoughtful expression. He had, of course, come here on purpose. In the story he knew, Shanks had effortlessly forced Kizaru to stand down and had intimidated Admiral Aramaki with just a burst of haki. Those feats had become the benchmark for a Yonko's power. He wanted to see if he could do the same. With that thought, he let out a deep, rumbling laugh. Worororo. Flashy brat, who gave you the guts to stand in my way? The moment the words left his mouth, an unbelievably terrifying aura erupted from Kaido. A wave of pure conqueror's haki washed over the island like a hurricane, so powerful that it physically knocked hundreds of weaker-willed soldiers and civilians unconscious. Even seasoned veterans struggled to remain standing. Only Kizaru remained motionless in the sky, his expression unreadable. He tilted his head slightly. Flashy brat, you say, the Admiral drawled, a hint of his usual tone returning. If my memory is correct, Kaido of the Beasts, you and I are about the same age, Worororo. Kaido's joyful laughter echoed across the sea. Then, his golden eyes narrowed, a cunning glint appearing within them. He opened his massive, abyss-like maw, and a scorching, brilliant light began to build inside. Heat breath. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 11-11. Chapter 11 The Advent of a God. 11, Chapter 11, The Advent of a God. 11, Chapter 11, The Advent of a God. Half an hour later. The massive stone bridge connecting Red Port to the G1 branch was crowded with marine vessels. When Fleet Admiral Sengoku stepped onto the island, flanked by Admirals Akainu and Aokiji, he was met with a scene of utter devastation. The entire base looked like a war zone. Smoke choked the air, rising from dozens of smoldering fires. A huge chunk of the main headquarters building had been completely vaporized. Everywhere, shell-shocked marines with expressions of pain and despair moved through the rubble, carrying their injured comrades to makeshift triage centers. Of the perpetrator, Kaido of the Beasts, there was no sign. He had vanished completely. The tragic sight was almost more than Sengoku could bear. He grabbed a nearby soldier by the collar, his voice sharp with urgency. What happened here? Where is Borsalino? Even if an admiral couldn't defeat a Yonko in a one-on-one fight, Kizaru was still one of the Marines' top combatants. He should have been able to stall Kaido until reinforcements arrived. But this level of destruction in such a short time was unthinkable. The soldier, who had been staring into space like a man in a trance, flinched violently. He looked up, and upon recognizing the fleet admiral, his eyes filled with terror. It was Kaido, he screamed, his voice cracking. A monster! He's a monster! Seeing the man was too far gone to be of any use, Sengoku released him and grabbed another marine officer. Only then did he get an answer so shocking he could barely process it. Admiral Borsalino was defeated by a single blow from Kaido, the officer stammered, his face pale. He's currently being treated in what's left of the headquarters building. What? How is that possible? Behind Sengoku, both Akainu and Aokiji wore expressions of stunned disbelief. Sengoku himself couldn't believe it, but the ruins of G1 told a story that was hard to deny. He pressed on. And Kaido? Where is he now? He left, the marine replied, trembling. Right after he struck down Admiral Borsalino, he just flew away. Sengoku knew he wouldn't get any more useful information from the terrified soldiers. He turned to the two admirals behind him, his face a grim mask. Follow me. In a makeshift medical room within the damaged G1 building, they found him. When Sengoku entered with Akainu and Aokiji, he saw Borsellino sitting on the edge of a bed while a doctor finished applying bandages. If they had harbored any lingering doubts about Kizaru being defeated by a single attack, the sight before them erased them completely. He was disheveled, his signature suit was torn, and bandages covered his chest and arms. In their hearts, shock gave way to a cold, heavy caution regarding the immense power Kaido now wielded. Borsellino. Tell me exactly what happened, Sengoku demanded, wasting no time on pleasantries. Kizaru looked up at his colleagues, his usual lazy expression gone. Kaido, he began, his voice flat, has become even more terrifying. What do you mean by that? Akainu asked, his fists clenched. Kizaru paused, gathering his thoughts before recounting the battle. His conqueror's haki, it was on a completely different level. For a moment, it felt like I was facing Whitebeard in his prime, or even red hair. My observation haki, my Logia abilities, they were completely useless in that instant. 1 hour earlier. High above the marine G1 branch, Kizaru faced the surging torrent of fire. He moved with incredible speed, bringing his hands together in front of his chest. Yasakani no Megatama. Countless projectiles of pure golden light shot from his fingertips, slamming into the heat breath. The resulting collision created a series of dazzling explosions that lit up the sky like a deadly fireworks display. For the marines on the ground, however, it was a rain of death. Chunks of superheated debris and stray blasts of fire fell from the sky, engulfing parts of the base in an inferno. Oh, hey now! Kaido of the beasts, are you really trying to start a war with the marines? Kizaru shouted into the fiery sky. He had successfully blocked the initial attack, but he had no intention of continuing the fight. Not only was it impossible to stop a Yonko by himself, but the battlefield was his own base, where tens of thousands of marines and their families lived. But as the smoke cleared, he felt a sudden chill. He realized with alarm that Kaido's massive dragon form was no longer in the sky. He had vanished. Boom! A sound like a sonic boom cracked the air beside him. A burly, giant-like figure wielding a spiked kanabo appeared in front of him instantly, moving so fast that space itself seemed to warp around him. What? Kizaru was shocked. His observation haki hadn't sensed a thing. The only other person who could do that was red-haired Shanks. His reaction time was still phenomenal, though. He immediately began to transform into light, intending to evade the attack. But a deep, primal sense of dread rose from within him. At the same time, Kizaru saw a faint, cruel smirk on Kaido's lips. In that frozen instant, Kizaru heard two words uttered in a low, commanding tone. God's Advent. Boom. Back in the medical room, the three top-ranking marines exchanged grim glances as Kizaru finished his story. Akainu, who despised seeing pirates grow stronger, was the first to speak. God's Advent? What kind of technique is that? Was he infusing his attacks with Conqueror's haki? Although none of the three admirals possessed Conqueror's haki, they were the marines' strongest fighters and had all faced opponents who did. They had a working knowledge of how it could be used in combat. To Akainu's question, Borsellino shook his head. No, it wasn't an infusion of haki. It wasn't even a direct physical attack. It felt more like the most fundamental use of Conqueror's haki intimidation. But the feeling, it was like facing Roger or Whitebeard when they were young, or Red Hair now. Still, it was different. Red Hair's haki feels like a sharp pain that paralyzes you. This was just like the name Kaido gave it. In that moment, I felt a crushing pressure, as if I were being judged by a god. It was so absolute that it caused my devil fruit ability to fail completely. No one in the room doubted he was telling the truth. In other words, Sengoku summarized, his expression darkening, Kaido has developed a new power. He now has an ability similar to Red Hair's that can kill observation haki, and he can nullify Logia abilities. He's become even more dangerous. For Sengoku, the fleet admiral of the Marines, there was no worse news than a pirate growing stronger. He looked at the disheveled Admiral Kizaru and softened his tone. I understand. I'll report this to the world government immediately. All of you must be extremely careful if you encounter Kaido. The seas are becoming more chaotic by the day. How are your injuries? Are they serious? Hearing Sengoku's concern, Kizaru let out a short, self-deprecating chuckle. It's laughable, isn't it? To think I'd be shown mercy by a pirate. What do you mean? Sengoku frowned. Borsellino's face took on a strange expression. His new ability caught me completely off guard, and I was in an extremely dangerous position. If Kaido had wanted to kill me, he could have. Even if I survived, I would have been bedridden for months. But strangely, my injuries are all superficial. He didn't use his full strength when he hit me. This completely illogical action gave Sengoku pause. He didn't believe for a second that Kaido would show mercy to a marine admiral. So why hold back? Just then, the den-den-mushi in Sengoku's coat pocket began to ring. He assumed it was the 5 elders calling to inquire about the incident with Kaido. But when he answered, the news he received was so unexpected it left him momentarily speechless. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, Sir Crocodile, has been defeated, by a rookie pirate from the East Blue named Straw Hat Luffy. Content source, webnovel.com Chapter 12-12 Chapter 12 An Emperor's Move 12, Chapter 12, An Emperor's Move 12, Chapter 12, An Emperor's Move At that very moment, Kaido, transformed into a giant azure dragon soaring through the clouds, had no idea what was happening far below. Just as he defeated Admiral Kizaru, crossed the Red Line, and entered the first half of the Grand Line, the Straw Hat Pirates had finally defeated Crocodile in the desert kingdom of Alabasta, saving the country after a long and difficult struggle. Of course, even if he did know, he wouldn't have cared in the slightest. All that mattered to him right now was the brief battle he'd had with Kizaru. To put it simply, he was extremely satisfied with the result. It was just as he had suspected, the haki he had been cultivating now had a much stronger restraining effect on devil fruit users. This wasn't just the normal suppression that haki offered. It felt like a power that operated on a completely different level, something superior to devil fruit abilities themselves. This made perfect sense. The cultivation method Kaido was now practicing was said to be capable of turning a mortal into an immortal, allowing one to surpass the very limits of a normal human's life force. This new power had not only allowed his observation haki to break past its limits during the fight, letting him easily block his opponent's senses, but it also gave him the ability to nullify devil fruit powers. This development was incredibly important to Kaido. After all, why had he lost to Luffy in their final battle? Besides the ridiculous resilience of the Nika fruit, the absurd awakening of the Gum Gum fruit was a major factor. The boy could turn lightning into rubber and completely ignore fire dragons hot enough to melt stone. Even worse, the so-called freedom of his rubber body allowed him to ignore Kaido's attacks, even when they were infused with both armament and conqueror's haki. It had made the fundamental rule that haki restrains devil fruit abilities feel like a complete joke. But things were different now. His haki was beginning to transform into something new. He had developed his move, God's Advent, for this very purpose. To have this much power after only 3 months of training made him eager for the future. Kaido looked forward to seeing if the Nika fruit's abilities would still be so powerful against his new haki 2 years from now. Worororo, the thought alone made him laugh, a deep rumble that echoed through the sky. As for why he had shown Kizaru mercy, the reason was simple. He didn't want the Admiral to be absent from the upcoming war at Marineford. Many people complained that Kizaru didn't take the battle seriously, but that was only when he was facing Luffy. Against the Whitebeard pirates, Kizaru had been absolutely ruthless. From the perspective of Kaido and the Beast's pirates, it was best if both sides fought as fiercely as possible. The more damage they did to each other, the more he could profit from the chaos later on. If a war centered around his own crew were to break out, the Beast's pirates would have no reliable allies besides Big Mom, and that old woman couldn't be trusted. With their current strength, he still lacked the confidence to declare war on the entire world and face every top-tier fighter alone. Therefore, strengthening the Beast's pirates was his most urgent priority. Thinking of this, the giant dragon in the sky picked up speed, following the log pose as it headed towards the island of Water 7. The news that Kaido of the Beasts, one of the 4 emperors of the sea, had appeared at the Marine G1 branch before crossing the Red Line into Paradise spread across the world like wildfire, delivered by the news coup. To protect the reputation of the Marines and the world government, the papers left out the fact that Admiral Kizaru had been defeated by Kaido in a single blow. Even so, the news was enough to shake the various powers across the seas. On the Moby Dick, the flagship of the Whitebeard pirates, the atmosphere was grim. The mood had been low for a while now, and the crew hadn't even held one of their famous banquets. On the deck, Whitebeard sat in his captain's chair with an foredrip attached to his arm, silently reading the newspaper. After a long moment, he finally spoke. "Have you heard any news from Ace?" he asked slowly. Marco, who was standing nearby, quickly replied. "Ah, yes. He contacted me and said he's found Teach's whereabouts. Oh, and he also ran into his younger brother back in Alabasta." "Oh," Whitebeard said, lost in thought. "You mean Straw Hat?" "Yeah, that's the one." Although it had only been a short while, Whitebeard felt as if a lifetime had passed. He couldn't shake a deep sense of unease, a feeling that something important was about to be taken from him for good. It had kept his brow furrowed for days. Seeing his father's worried expression, Marco asked cautiously, "Do you think Teach's betrayal has something to do with Kaido's sudden appearance?" Even now, Marco couldn't understand it. Teach had been with the Whitebeard pirates for over 20 years, he was family. He had never shown any ambition, yet he suddenly chose to betray them and kill Thatch. Now, seeing the news about Kaido leaving the New World, Marco started to connect the dots. A month ago, they had received intelligence that the beast's pirates were preparing for war. It all seemed like too much of a coincidence. However, Whitebeard simply shook his head. Don't underestimate that brat Kaido. He wouldn't bother with schemes like this. I understand, Marco said, though he didn't stop thinking about it. What about Shanks? Have you heard anything from his side? Whitebeard seemed to regain some of his spirit at the mention of the other emperor. If that red-haired brat wants to meet, then let's meet him. Understood, Pops. Just then, the den mushi in Marco's pocket began to ring. He answered it, and the news he received left him completely stunned. What is it, Marco? Whitebeard asked, noticing his son's strange expression. Marco scratched his head, looking completely bewildered. Pops, a ship from the beast's pirates just entered our territory. Whitebeard frowned. That brat Kaido isn't even in the New World. Do his subordinates really have the guts to challenge us? No, that's not it, Marco said, shaking his head quickly. According to the report, the ship isn't here to provoke us. They said they're here on Kaido's orders to deliver someone. And apparently, this person knows Ace. Hearing that it was related to Ace, Whitebeard's expression softened slightly. A friend of Ace's? Who is it? Marco gave a wry smile. Well, according to Kaido's subordinate on the ship, the person they're delivering is Kaido's daughter. What? The news left even the great Emperor Whitebeard completely stunned. Meanwhile, in the isolated land of Wano, a shocking rumor was spreading thanks to the shogun, Kurozumai Orakai. The news that Komurasake, the most famous courtesan in the flower capital, was actually Kojiki Hiri, the daughter of the fool Lord Kojiki Odin, spread like a plague. Furthermore, it was revealed that the respected Yakuza boss, Kyo's hero, was none other than Denjiro, one of Odin's loyal 9 red scabbards. Orakai announced that both of them would be publicly executed on Onigashima in 1 month's time. Instantly, the entire country of Wano was thrown into turmoil, with secret currents of rebellion stirring just beneath the surface. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 13-13 Chapter 13 Water 713, Chapter 13, Water 713, Chapter 13, Water 7 Water 7, the city of water, was a jewel of the first half of the Grand Line. Its canals and fountains were famous, but its true legacy was shipbuilding. It was rumored that the shipwrights from this very island had built one of the 3 ancient weapons, Pluton, 800 years ago, a weapon of unimaginable power now said to be hidden away in the land of Wano. This legacy of genius continued into the modern era. 20 years ago, the legendary fishman shipwright Tom had his workshop here. He was the man who built the Oro Jackson, the ship that carried Gold Roger to the title of Pirate King. It was also believed that Tom held the blueprints for Pluton. The world government had tried everything to get their hands on those plans, but the legendary shipwright took the secret to his grave. However, the world government never gave up. Following Tom's death, they initiated a clandestine plan. They dispatched members of their most secret assassination unit, Cipher Pole No. 9, to infiltrate the city. Their leader was Rob Lucci, a man known as the most ruthless killing machine CP9 had produced in 800 years. His mission was to get close to Tom's star pupil, Iceberg, and seize the blueprints for the ancient weapon. Joining Lucci were 3 other agents, Keiku, Califa, and Bluno. They all embedded themselves in the life of Water 7, taking on jobs that kept them close to their target, Iceberg, the mayor and president of the Galley Law Company. For 7 long years, they had played their parts perfectly. Iceberg himself had no idea that his closest associates were spies for the very government he distrusted. But 7 years was a long time. The infiltration plan had yielded nothing, and the agents were growing impatient. Though they kept their distance in public, they would meet occasionally at the quiet bar Bluno ran as part of his cover. Tonight was one of those nights. Unlike their usual tense and quiet gatherings, the 4 agents in the dimly lit bar seemed to be in higher spirits. Bluno stood behind the counter, polishing a glass as a bartender would. Across from him, Keiku, a man who appreciated fine wine, swirled his drink and spoke with a hint of excitement. I heard a rumor that the higher UPS are thinking about recalling us, he said, breaking the silence. Bluno, whose cover as a bartender gave him more freedom, was their primary contact with their superiors. He let out a breath, fogging the glass before wiping it clean. That's right. The situation on the seas is getting more chaotic every day. It's threatening to spiral out of control, and the government is short on manpower. The news brought a pleased look to Califa's and Keiku's faces. Lucci, however, remained silent and still, his expression unreadable as he quietly sipped his drink. Bluno glanced at his leader with admiration. Even after 7 years of failure, Lucci's composure was absolute. The man was born to be a spy. However, there's a big problem, Bluno continued, his tone turning serious. 7 years have passed, and this mission has produced 0 results. In Cipher Pole, no achievements means a demerit on our records. At that, the pleasant expressions on Keiku's and Khalifa's faces vanished, replaced by sour looks. Even Lucci's brow furrowed slightly. Fortunately, Bluno said, letting the tension hang for a moment, a golden opportunity has just presented itself. The other three agents looked at him, their interest piqued. Bluno reached under the counter and pulled out a wanted poster, placing it on the bar. On it was the grinning face of a young man with a straw hat. The text below read, Monkey D. Luffy, dead or alive, bounty, 100 million berries. For some unknown reason, Lucci felt a wave of instinctive disgust as he stared at the smiling face. 100,000,000 berries. Is he one of this year's supernovas? Khalifa asked, surprised. A bounty that high was more than enough to earn the title. But what does this have to do with getting results? Surely you're not suggesting we go after some pirate? That's a job for the Marines. No, Bluno said, shaking his head. If you knew why this rookie has such a high bounty, you wouldn't say that. He leaned forward, lowering his voice as he shared the latest intelligence. Just 3 days ago, in Alabasta, this rookie, Straw Hat Luffy, defeated the warlord of the sea, Crocodile. What? The three of them were visibly shocked. Even Lucci now looked at the wanted poster with genuine seriousness. But Bluno wasn't finished. He dropped an even bigger piece of information. According to our assets in Alabasta, the demon child, Nico Robin, is now a member of his crew. And based on their projected course, Water 7 is their next destination. He didn't need to explain any further. The other three understood the implications immediately. Nico Robin. If they could capture Nico Robin, the only person in the world who could read the poneglyphs, it would be an accomplishment of the highest order, more than enough to make up for 7 years of failure. A wave of excitement filled the room. But just as they began to process the news, a deep boom echoed through the city. The entire bar shook violently, rattling the bottles on the shelves. What was that? An seaquake? Keiku asked, grabbing the edge of the bar to steady himself. Bluno paused, seeming to sense the direction of the disturbance. He looked towards the northeast of the island and then at Lucci. No, that came from the direction of Frankie House. Should we go check it out? As CP9 agents, it was their duty to monitor every unusual event in Water 7. Furthermore, Frankie, the leader of the Frankie House disassemblers, was Tom's other former disciple. He was a key person of interest in their mission. Normally, Lucci would have gone himself. But now, his gaze was locked on the Straw Hat's wanted poster, unable to look away. He gave his order without turning. Bluno, Khalifa, you two go. You've been sitting around for too long. It's time to stretch your legs. Bluno nodded without objection, but Khalifa looked annoyed. Still, she would never dare to defy a direct order from Lucci. No problem. The two agents tidied themselves up and slipped out of the bar, heading for the northeast coast. Khalifa, dressed in a black dress and fishnet stockings, and Bluno, in his simple black suit, moved like shadows through the city's canals. They soon arrived at the location of Frankie House. The sight that greeted them caused their professional composure to shatter. A massive, deep crater had been carved into the small, desolate island. The large gate of Frankie House was lying nearby, looking as if it had been ripped from its hinges by some incredible force. The usual sounds of laughter and machinery were gone, replaced by a deathly silence. This is, the two agents exchanged a worried glance before cautiously approaching the wreckage, their faces grim. As they stepped through the ruined gateway and saw what was inside, a terrifying figure came into view. The sight made their blood run cold, and an all-encompassing fear froze them in place. Their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably as they stared into the darkness. Beasts. Kaido, content source, webnovel.com Chapter 14-14 Chapter 14 An offer you can't refuse 14, Chapter 14, an offer you can't refuse 14, Chapter 14, an offer you can't refuse. The scene inside Frankie House was one of silent devastation. In the vast, high-ceilinged hall, the members of the Frankie family were scattered across the floor, all of them unconscious amidst the debris of what had clearly been a lively banquet just moments before. Spilled drinks and plates of food littered the ground. At the far end of the hall, where Frankie, the boss, usually held court, a hulking figure now occupied the seat of honor. Frankie himself was lying at the man's feet, knocked out cold and frothing slightly at the mouth. As members of CP9, it took Bluno and Khalifa only a second to recognize the intruder. His face was infamous, his name a curse whispered across every sea. It was one of the 4 emperors of the New World, Kaido of the Beasts. Why was a monster of his caliber here, in the first half of the Grand Line, sitting in a ship dismantler's workshop? The sheer impossibility of the situation sent a jolt of pure terror through them, making their minds go completely blank. Run! It was the only thought that could form in their minds, a primal scream for survival. But as they looked at the terrifying man, who offered them nothing but a mocking smile, they found their legs had turned to lead. All strength had abandoned them. Being a trained operative, Bluno recovered first. He instinctively began to activate his devil fruit ability, his only chance of escape. But the moment the thought crossed his mind, an invisible force slammed into his consciousness. It felt as if his skull had been struck by a massive hammer. His eyes rolled back into his head, and he collapsed to the floor in a heap. Seeing her partner fall so effortlessly, Khalifa lost what little composure she had left and slumped to the ground, her body trembling. At that moment, she felt like the unluckiest person in the world. She knew Kaido had entered paradise, but she had never, ever imagined she would come face to face with him. Just then, the man who terrified the world finally spoke, his voice a low rumble that filled the silent hall. How fortunate! I was just wondering how I was going to get what I came for, and you two deliver yourselves right to my doorstep. Kaido's words cut through the fog of Khalifa's despair, igniting a tiny spark of hope. She was completely lost, unsure what she could possibly say or do to survive, but the man spoke again before she had to decide. How much longer is he going to sleep? He asked, gesturing to the unconscious Bluno. Startled, Khalifa quickly understood. She scrambled over to her partner on her hands and knees and slapped him hard across the face, several times. Bluno groaned and slowly came to. His first thought was that he'd had a terrible nightmare, but then he saw Kaido sitting on the throne. A cold sweat instantly beaded on his forehead, and his expression became worse than if he were crying. Kaido paid his fear no mind. He pointed a thick finger at him. Your devil fruit ability is interesting, he said. Complete a task for me, and I might just let you live. A wave of relief washed over Bluno. His usually stoic face twisted into a fawning, desperate expression as he got on his knees. Lord Kaido, please, just give the command. Whatever you need, I can do it for you. Good, Kaido grunted, pointing down at Frankie's unconscious form. There's something inside his stomach. I need you to open him up and take it out for me. This was the entire reason Kaido was here. He hadn't wanted to attract this much attention, his plan was to simply take the Pluton blueprints from Frankie and leave. After descending from the sky and knocking everyone out with a wave of his conqueror's haki, he had run into a rather annoying problem. He knew the plans were inside Frankie's cyborg body, but he had no idea how to open it without causing damage. He couldn't risk destroying the blueprints by smashing Frankie open, as he was sure the shipwright would have installed some kind of self-destruct mechanism. It was right at that moment that his observation haki had sensed the two CP9 agents approaching. It seemed his luck was in. Hearing Kaido's request, Bluno was momentarily stunned, not understanding the command. But seeing the impatient look in the Emperor's eyes, he didn't hesitate. He scrambled over to Frankie and placed his hands on the cyborg's stomach. Instantly, the faint outline of a door appeared on Frankie's metal chest. Take out what's inside, Kaido ordered. Obediently, Bluno turned the invisible knob and opened the door in Frankie's stomach. He peered inside, and his eyes went wide, his pupils dilating in shock. How is this possible?" he whispered. Lying inside the compartment was the very thing he and the other CP9 agents had spent 7 years searching for, the blueprints for the ancient weapon, Pluton. No wonder they could never find them. Frankie had hidden them inside his own body the entire time. But how did Kaido know? For a split second, he considered trying to hide them, to conceal them somehow. But he instantly dismissed the thought as suicide. With trembling hands, he carefully removed the rolled-up blueprints and held them high above his head in offering. Kaido reached down and took the scroll with one hand. He glanced at it, a satisfied smirk spreading across his face, before stuffing it into his coat. He then looked down at Bluno, the user of the Dordor fruit. Not bad, Kaido said. What's your name? My name is Bluno, Lord Kaido, he stammered. Bluno, hi. Worororo, Kaido laughed. That's a very useful ability you have. An ability like that is wasted here. You'll work for me now. Bluno froze. It wasn't a question or an offer, it was a statement of fact. Thinking fast, he put on his most ingratiating smile. Of course. It would be an honor to join the Beast's pirates, Lord Kaido. Kaido nodded, satisfied, then turned his gaze to Khalifa. Before he could even speak, Khalifa trembled and blurted out, Lord Kaido, I also wish to join your Beast's pirates. Very good, Kaido said. You two will wait here. I'll come back for you when I have a use for you. Bluno and Khalifa finally allowed themselves to breathe, believing the immediate threat of death had passed. But their relief was short-lived, as Kaido's devil-like voice continued. However, to make sure you don't betray me, I need to take out some insurance. With that, Kaido produced a den mushi. Its eyes popped open and projected 2 beams of light, recording everything it saw and heard. Come, Kaido commanded, his voice cold. Repeat after me, the celestial dragons are pigs. They are the most disgusting creatures in this world, worse than trash. The color drained from Bluno's and Khalifa's faces. They understood his intention immediately. If they said those words, and Kaido released the recording, they were as good as dead. The world government would hunt them down and execute them, regardless of the circumstances. The celestial dragons did not listen to reason. But they had no choice. Even if they refused, their failure to secure the Pluton blueprints would likely earn them a death sentence from their superiors anyway. Joining the Beast's pirates was now, ironically, their only path to survival. Making his decision, Blue No took a deep breath and obediently repeated the treasonous words. Very good, Kaido said. As the words left his mouth, Blue No felt that same invisible force slam into his head, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious once more. Kaido then turned his cold, reptilian gaze back to the terrified Khalifa. And you? Content source, webnovel.com Chapter 15-15 Chapter 15 The Man Facing Death 15, Chapter 15, The Man Facing Death 15, Chapter 15, The Man Facing Death Inside the wreckage of Frankie House, Kaido's heavy gaze fell upon Khalifa, and her face turned deathly pale. Unlike Blue No, who was a lone operative and could betray the world government with fewer consequences, Khalifa's entire life was tied to it. Her father and sister were both high-ranking members of Cypher Pol. If she had simply been forced to join the Beast's pirates, she could have later claimed it was under duress, creating a plausible excuse to protect herself and her family. But by speaking those treasonous words against the celestial dragons and having it recorded, she was burning every bridge. There would be no retreat, no explanation, no forgiveness. She would be branded a traitor for life, and her family would suffer for it. Seeing the hesitation in her eyes, a cunning, cruel smile spread across Kaido's face. What's this? Are you unwilling? The quiet menace in his voice sent a tremor of pure fear through Khalifa. She knew she had no choice. No. Lord Kaido, I am also willing, she stammered. With that, she clenched her jaw, squeezed her eyes shut, and, under the unblinking gaze of the Den Den Mushi, spoke the words that sealed her fate. Only then did Kaido nod in satisfaction, putting away the recording snail. He glanced at the unconscious Blue No lying on the floor. Later, you two will come up with an excuse for all this, he commanded. No one is to know that I was ever here. Understood. Khalifa gritted her teeth and nodded, her voice respectful but strained. Understood, Lord Kaido. May we leave now? She didn't want to spend another second in this place, in the presence of this monster. Damn it all! If it weren't for that bastard Lucci ordering them here, she wouldn't be in this nightmare. Just as she prepared to drag Blue No away, Kaido beckoned to her with a single finger. What's the rush? A feeling of dread washed over her. Stunned and terrified, she didn't dare to disobey. She walked toward him, her legs trembling with every step. With each footfall, she felt she was walking closer to the abyss, her own executioner waiting patiently. She finally stood before him, awaiting the inevitable blow that would end her life. Instead of striking her down, Kaido's massive hand shot out and grabbed her by the neck, lifting her effortlessly into the air. She choked, her feet dangling uselessly above the ground as his grip tightened, not enough to kill, but enough to show how easily he could. He brought her face close to his predatory eyes staring directly into hers. Let me be clear, he growled, his voice a low whisper that was more terrifying than any shout. From this moment on, you belong to me. Your life, your skills, everything. If you even think about betraying me, I won't just kill you. I will find your sister. I will find your father. And I will make them pay for your failure. Do you understand what I'm telling you? Tears of terror streamed down Khalifa's face. He knew about her family. This wasn't just a random act of a brutish emperor, it was a calculated move. He had taken her prisoner not just physically, but completely. She managed a choked, desperate nod. Satisfied, Kaido tossed her aside like a broken doll. She landed in a heap on the floor, gasping for air and clutching her bruised neck. The message was clear. She was no longer a CP9 agent. She was Kaido's property. The news of the upcoming public execution on Onigashima spread through the land of Wano like a disease. The announcement that Kojiki Hiri and Denjiro were to be killed by Orokai and Kaido stirred the embers of rebellion that had been dormant for 20 years. In the shadows, the countless samurai still loyal to the memory of Odin began to move. That night, in a small, well-lit house in the Kuri region, Ashura Daji stared at the execution order in his hand. The paper included drawings of Hiri and Denjiro. As one of Odin's 9 red scabbards, his face was a mask of cold fury, and a suffocating aura of killing intent filled the room. After a long, tense silence, he seemed to make a decision, slamming his fist on the table. Someone, he yelled. A subordinate from his group, the Tuyama thieves, immediately entered. Boss, what is it? Contact the Beast's pirates, Ashura ordered, his voice grim. Tell them the Tuyama thieves are willing to accept their invitation. We will join them. The sudden command made the subordinate's face drain of color. Joining the very men they hated? But seeing the unyielding look on his boss's face, he could only nod. As he was about to leave, Ashura spoke again. Tell everyone in the group, if anyone is unwilling to follow this path, they are free to leave now. I will not hold it against them. The subordinate was stunned, but his gaze fell to the pictures on the table. A flicker of understanding crossed his face. This wasn't a surrender, it was a strategy. Understood, boss, he said, his voice now filled with resolve. I'll make it clear to everyone. Good. Now go. Just as the man left, Ashura sensed another presence. He looked up sharply. Who's there? A dark figure dropped from the rafters, kneeling respectfully before him. It has been a long time, Lord Shunmeru. Ashura's eyes widened in recognition. You are Shinobu. At the same time, in the Udon region of Wano, the prisoners in the quarry were finally allowed to rest after a day of back-breaking labor. While the starving prisoners huddled in the dark, the beast's pirates' guards feasted, their drunken laughter echoing through the night. Hey, did you hear the big news? One guard slurred. Of course. Who hasn't? Another replied. I still can't believe it. The great beauty Komurasaki is actually Odin's daughter, Kojiki Hiri. And that bastard Kyo's hero we all hated was Denjiro of the 9 red scabbards the whole time. Yeah, I thought they were all dead. Guess they survived by hiding under new names. Makes you think, doesn't it? The legends always said no one ever found the bodies of the scabbards in the fire 20 years ago. Maybe they're all still alive. Don't say scary stuff like that. What's so scary? Even if Odin himself came back to life, so what? Don't forget who our boss is. True. With Lord Kaido here, what's a ghost like Odin going to do? It's just a damn shame. A shame about what? Komurasaki. A woman that beautiful, dying like that is a real waste. Yeah, you're right about that. Ha ha ha. Inside one of the dark cells, most of the prisoners were asleep, but a few remained awake, listening. At their center sat a hunched, elderly man. The samurai around him clenched their fists, their faces etched with humiliation. The old man was Hyagoro of the Flower, once the most respected Yakuza boss in all of Wano. For 18 years, prison life had eroded their will to fight. But today, the news that Odin's daughter and one of his retainers were to be executed had reignited the fire in their hearts. But what could they, a handful of broken prisoners, possibly do? Just then, a shadowy figure appeared at the bars of their cell, speaking in a voice that was both surprising and painfully familiar. It's been a long time, Hyagoro. The old man's eyes shot open, wide with disbelief. He looked toward the entrance, where the moonlight illuminated the visitor's face. Lord Yasui, he whispered, his voice trembling. Content source, webnovel.com Chapter 16-16 Chapter 16 An Unwelcome Summons 16, Chapter 16, An Unwelcome Summons 16, Chapter 16, An Unwelcome Summons on the Grand Line, in the city of Water 7, Gao Tianyuan lay on a large bed inside Frankie House. He let out a sigh as he listened to the voice coming through the den mushi. Sounds like things are getting lively over there, he grunted into the receiver. King's voice crackled back, filled with excitement. Yes, big brother. I never expected so many of Odin's followers to still be hiding in Wano. This is our chance to finally wipe them out for good. After this, Wano will truly belong to the beast's pirates. Well done, Kaido said, his tone a deep, rumbling sound. But don't you dare underestimate those samurai. He paused, a strategic thought forming in his mind. This was about more than just eliminating Odin's loyalists. It was a perfect opportunity to test the true strength of the beast's pirates, to see who was strong and who was just dead weight that needed to be cut loose. There were certain internal problems that needed to be brought to light, and a little chaos was the best way to do it. I trust you to handle a Nagashima while I'm away, he continued. Oh, and there's one more thing. I remember Mocktown, over in the first half of the Grand Line, is Doflamingo's territory, isn't it? It seems so, big brother, King confirmed. Good. Tell Doflamingo to go to Mocktown and wait for me there. I want to see him, Kaido commanded. Let him know I'll be there soon. Understood, big brother Kaido. I'll notify Doflamingo right away. Good. Then Onigashima is in your hands. With that, Kaido ended the call. The den mushi fell silent. He then glanced down at Khalifa, who was lying on his chest with tear-streaked cheeks and tangled golden hair. She looked up at him, her expression a mix of pleading and terror. Lord Kaido, she pleaded, her voice trembling with exhaustion. I can't, please, just let me rest. Kaido let out a low, humorless chuckle. Don't worry. I'm a little sad to leave, but I don't have time to waste here. Clean yourself up and get your things in order. I'll contact you when I need you. He stood and began to dress, his massive frame casting a dark shadow over her. Don't disappoint me. He left without another word. As his figure disappeared into the pre-dawn darkness, Khalifa clutched her stomach, a pale expression on her face. The pain in her body was nothing compared to the cold dread that filled her. She had to get everything ready, or she would lose her last chance at survival. In the new world, the sun shone brightly over the kingdom of Dressrosa. On a grand palace balcony, Doflamingo was lounging comfortably on a chair, basking in the warmth while two maids attended to his every need. On a table beside him, several newspapers and wanted posters were scattered about, with one headline standing out, Kaido of the Beasts enters the Grand Line's first half. Just as he was enjoying the peaceful morning, an anxious voice shattered the calm. Young master! This is bad! Treble hurried onto the balcony, his voice filled with panic. It's a call from Kaido. Doflamingo's relaxed posture vanished in an instant. He shot up from his chair and nervously took the den mushi from Treble's trembling hand. He braced himself for the worst, but thankfully, it wasn't the Emperor's voice that greeted him. Doffy, a calm, authoritative voice said from the other end. Big brother Kaido wants you in Mock Town. He's waiting for you there. Without another word, the line went dead. Treble was shaking with fear, and a cold sweat had already broken out on Doflamingo's forehead. The casual command felt more threatening than any open declaration of war. Young master, Treble stammered, are you really going to go? Doflamingo let out a strained, high-pitched laugh. Foo. Do I have a choice, Treble? Should we come with you? And what good would that do? Doflamingo shot back, his voice sharp. In front of a monster like him, do you really think numbers make a difference? He looked out toward the distant sea, his mind racing. There was no refusing a summons from a Yonko. Without another word, Doflamingo launched himself into the air and shot off into the distance, his pink feather coat a rapidly shrinking speck in the sky. Mock Town, located on Jaya Island in the first half of the Grand Line, had the misleading appearance of a vacation spot. The island's scenery was beautiful, and ships of all kinds often docked at its port. In reality, while Mock Town was lively, it was known as the Grand Line's pleasure quarter for an entirely different reason. Its patrons weren't tourists, but the very pirates who spread chaos and violence across the seas. It was a lawless island, a paradise for criminals where the world government's laws had no reach. Disagreements were often settled with bloody fights in the middle of the street. This was where Marshal D. Teach, the man who had murdered Thatch, the 4th Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, was now hiding. After betraying his crew, he had fled the New World and begun to assemble a crew of his own. He had already recruited several powerful and notorious individuals, Jesus Burgess, the boisterous champion, Van Augur, the silent sniper known as Supersonic, Lafitte, the unnerving demon sheriff, and Doc Q, the sickly ship's doctor called the Grim Reaper. To avoid being hunted down by his former captain, Whitebeard, Teach made sure they stayed near the coast, always ready to make a quick escape. He had Van Augur keep a constant watch on the sea for any signs of approaching enemies. But the endless waiting was starting to wear on them. The more restless members of his crew, Burgess and Doc Q, were already off causing trouble in town fighting, poisoning people, and killing just to pass the time. Meanwhile, Teach and Lafitte were drinking near a fence by the shore, while Van Augur sat silently on a nearby rooftop, using passing seabirds for target practice with his beloved rifle. Captain, Lafitte began, his voice smooth and bored as he leaned against the railing. How much longer are we going to live like this? Zay ha 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 ha. Teach laughed, his voice booming across the coast. Be patient, Lafitte. I've waited this long for my chance, what's a few more days? I'm just waiting for the perfect opportunity to get Whitebeard off our backs for good. What kind of opportunity are you waiting for, Captain? Van Augur asked from his perch on the rooftop, his curiosity finally getting the better of him. Teach grinned widely. You've all seen the recent news, haven't you? Lafitte's eyes lit up with understanding. Captain, you're not talking about the empty warlord spot, are you? The one crocodile left open after the world government stripped him of his title. That's the one, Teach confirmed, wiping ale from his mouth. His eyes gleamed with ambition. The world government and the Marines need 7 warlords to maintain the balance of power. They're definitely looking for a strong replacement right now. He let out another deep, rumbling laugh. Gururururu. So, I'm just waiting for the right opportunity to present itself. Oh, Lafitte said, a slow smile spreading across his face. Hearing that certainly makes things more exciting. Hearing their captain's plan, Van Augur felt a sense of relief wash over his usually expressionless face. At least they finally had a goal. He raised his rifle, Senrigan, again and put the monocular scope to his right eye, resuming his training. But just then, a strange, blurry shape appeared in the sky, far out over the sea. What's that? He murmured to himself. He carefully adjusted the focus on his scope, twisting the dial until the distant image became sharp and clear. As the object came into view, his stoic expression vanished, replaced by one of wide-eyed disbelief. No, it can't be, he whispered, his voice barely audible. You have to be kidding me. For advanced chapters visit patreon.com/mythic_muse content source, webnovel.com Chapter 17 Chapter 17 A Hasty Retreat 17, Chapter 17, A Hasty Retreat 17, Chapter 17, A Hasty Retreat What's wrong? Teach called up to the rooftop. Did you spot him? Is Fire Fist Ace chasing us again? Van Augur's words immediately put the entire Blackbeard crew on high alert. Ace had been hunting them relentlessly, and they were constantly on edge. No, Van Augur replied, his voice laced with uncertainty. It's not Fire Fist. It looks like a mass of golden flame clouds. There's something moving inside them. Golden flame clouds. Lafitte scoffed lightly. Van Augur, have you had too much to drink today? Only Teach seemed to understand. His face, moments ago filled with ambitious scheming, suddenly twisted into an expression of pure terror. He shot to his feet and stared nervously out at the distant sea. Just as Van Augur had described, a cluster of golden clouds, burning like a second sun, was moving swiftly through the sky, heading directly toward their island. No way, Teach whispered, his voice trembling. The sight was all too familiar, especially considering the recent news. We can't be that unlucky, can we? He strained his eyes, trying to see through the brilliant glow of the clouds. And then he saw it the unmistakable, massive form of a blue dragon winding its way through the sky. A cold dread washed over him. Hey, seeing the sheer fear on their captain's face, Lafitte and Van Augur grew deeply uneasy. What's wrong, Captain? Lafitte asked. Teach didn't have time to explain. His face was pale and covered in a cold sweat as he roared at his crewmates. Quick, call Burgess and Doc Q back. We're leaving Mocktown immediately. Now is not the time to run into a monster like that. Without waiting for a reply, he turned and fled in a panic, running as fast as he could away from the coast. Seeing their captain, a man who feared almost nothing, so terrified was all the convincing Lafitte and Van Augur needed. Though they didn't understand what was happening, they knew the newcomer was someone they absolutely could not afford to fight. They immediately followed their captain's lead. Far out over the sea, Kaido, in his giant dragon form, noticed the small figures scattering like ants on the distant coast. He gave a menacing grin but didn't spare them a second thought. Just as he had let Kizaru go, he had no interest in playing the hero or helping the Whitebeard pirates clean up their own messes. About 3 minutes later, he finally arrived at his destination. With a final roar that shook the island, he transformed back into his human form and descended from the sky. Boom! The impact of his landing shook the ground on a deserted stretch of Mocktown's coast. A huge cloud of dust and smoke erupted, startling a group of pirates who were busy working there. They were gathered around a strange, magnificent-looking castle. However, the castle was a clever illusion, it was nothing more than a giant painting on a large wooden board. Behind it stood a humble two-story building. The pirates, all members of the Saruyama Alliance, were dismantling a broken ship on the green grass surrounding their hideout. When the smoke finally cleared, they saw a tall, hulking figure standing where the impact crater was. He was built like a giant, radiating an aura of pure power. Boss, one of the pirates, a large ape-like man named Masira, whispered nervously to their leader. Who is that person? Another asked, his voice shaking. Such a terrifying feeling. No one needed to say anything else. The mere presence of the giant-like man before them was so overwhelming that it felt hard to breathe. The members of the Saruyama Alliance, who were quite large themselves, felt like small children standing before him. The entire area fell into an eerie, tense silence. Finally, their captain, Mont Blanc Cricket, stepped forward. He was shirtless, with the word maroon tattooed on his arm. Clenching his teeth, he tried to keep his voice steady as he addressed the intruder. May I ask why you've come here, sir? In the first half of the Grand Line, news from the New World was often scarce and heavily controlled by the world government. Most pirates here wouldn't recognize Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, as his face was often just a silhouette in the newspapers. They felt as if they were in a completely different world. But even without knowing his name, the man's immense size and suffocating presence were enough to make every pirate there tremble. Kaido had no time for pleasantries. You only need to answer my question, he said, his voice a low growl. As the captain, Mont Blanc Cricket wisely decided not to argue. He nodded, showing he was willing to cooperate. I understand. Please, ask away. Good, Kaido said. I ask you, if I fly straight up from this island, will I be able to find Sky Island? His question stunned everyone present. Mont Blanc Cricket's eyes widened in surprise, but he didn't question how the man knew of Sky Island's existence. He simply shared what he knew. No, you can't, he answered honestly. If Sky Island truly exists, it's said to be inside a giant cumulonimbus cloud that floats through the sky. Its position is always changing, so you won't find it just by flying straight up. Is that so? Then how do I find this island? Kaido pressed, his gaze intense. Cricket hesitated for a moment, but one look at the man's cold eyes told him that holding anything back would be a fatal mistake. There is one way, though it's not a guarantee. The location of Sky Island is connected to a rare natural disaster known as the Knock-Up Stream. It's a massive, upward-flowing current of water. If you ride that stream, you might find the legendary Sky Island. Is that right? Kaido said, a hint of interest in his voice. Then when is the next Knock-Up Stream? Seeing that the monster before him believed his words without question, Cricket felt a wave of relief. You're very lucky, he said. The next one is this afternoon, in about 3 hours. 3 hours. It seems my luck is good, Kaido declared. Take me to the location of the Knock-Up Stream. It wasn't a request. Mont Blanc Cricket had no right to refuse. Understood, he said with a respectful bow. Please, follow me. Meanwhile, at Marine Headquarters in Marineford. This is bad. This is very bad. A frantic messenger burst into the Fleet Admiral's office, his panicked voice causing Sengoku, Garp, and the 3 admirals to look up from their work. What happened? Sengoku demanded. The messenger snapped a nervous salute and held out a report. We just received news from Red Port. The Shishibukai, Doflamingo, was spotted leaving the New World and entering the Grand Line. Sengoku frowned, clearly annoyed. What's so strange about that? He's probably on his way to the Holy Land Mary Gosa for the Warlord meeting. No, sir. That's just it, the messenger explained. Doflamingo left the Holy Land and headed directly for the first half of the Grand Line. What? Sengoku stood up, puzzled by this strange behavior. But before he could process it, the messenger delivered even more shocking news. Sir, there's another report. According to our intelligence agents on Jaya Island, about half an hour ago, a figure suspected to be Kaido of the Beasts was found on the island. What? The room erupted. Idiot! Sengoku roared, his face turning red with anger. You should have started with that intelligence. For advanced chapters visit patreon.com/mythic_muse content source, webnovel.com Chapter 18-18 Chapter 18 God Enel 18, Chapter 18, God Enel 18, Chapter 18, God Enel High above the blue sea, floating on a sea of clouds, lay the white sea and the legendary Sky Island. It was a land made almost entirely of clouds, yet lush green plants grew upon its surface, creating a dreamy, ethereal landscape. Reaching this place was no easy feat. Travelers from the sea below had to risk their lives, either by riding the monstrous Knock-Up Stream or by navigating the treacherous High West route through other Sky Islands. Because of this, visitors were rare. Yet, even in this isolated paradise, chaos and darkness had taken root. For centuries, a bitter war had raged between the native Sky Islanders and the Shandians. A few years ago, a new power had arrived, a man named Enel, who declared himself God and established a terrifying rule of divine judgment. Anyone who dared to anger him would be struck down by a terrifying bolt of lightning from the heavens. Despite this, daily life for most Sky Islanders was relatively peaceful, so long as they stayed away from God's Island, the sacred land Enel claimed for himself. On the bustling lovely street, merchants and craftsmen went about their business, shaping clouds into furniture and tools, while the divine guard patrolled as usual. On the coast, a beautiful angel-winged girl named Konis played her harp, accompanied by her small pet cloud fox, Su. Suddenly, Su, who had been resting peacefully, let out a terrified shriek. It sensed something horrifying approaching from the entrance to God's country, far across the sea of clouds, and frantically burrowed into Konis's arms for safety. Konis stopped playing, puzzled by her pet's sudden fear. What's wrong, Su? She asked, looking down at the trembling ball of white fur. Before she could get an answer, a terrifying howl echoed from the distance, a sound unlike anything she had ever heard. It reverberated across the entire island, shaking the very clouds beneath her feet. She looked up in the direction of the sound, her heart pounding with dread. At that moment, she witnessed a sight that would be burned into her memory forever. A colossal body, too massive to describe with words, began to emerge from the clouds at the entrance of God's country. As it drew closer, a huge shadow fell over Sky Island, swallowing the light. All across the island, the Sky Islanders stopped what they were doing and instinctively looked up at the sky. From that day forward, they would never forget the terrifying creature known as a dragon. Its sky-obscuring blue body, wreathed in beautiful golden flame clouds, plunged the entire island into darkness for the first time in its history. What is that? People whispered in terror. The creature's enormous head, larger than a mountain, turned to look down upon them. The sheer pressure of its gaze was suffocating, making the people of Sky Island feel, for the first time, what it was like to be in the presence of a true god. Fortunately, this new god seemed to have no interest in them. After a brief glance, it raised its head and flew directly toward the sky above, heading for God's Island, the domain of Enel. As panic spread among the Sky Islanders, a brilliant light flashed in the heavens, followed by a violent roar. A pillar of dazzling blue lightning descended from the sky, striking at the dragon. Staring at the blinding bolt, Kaido's vertical pupils gleamed with interest. A good way to say hello, the dragon's voice boomed. In that case, he opened his massive jaws. Heat breath. High above, searing flames and crackling lightning collided. For a single, silent moment, the sky was filled with a brilliant mix of red and blue, the colors reflecting on the terrified faces of the people below. Then, boom! A violent explosion swept across the world. The powerful shockwave destroyed everything in its path, and the terrifying gale it stirred up sent the entire island into a violent tremor. People were thrown from their feet, their terrified screams lost in the roar of the wind. Stop! Suddenly, an old man with a white beard, clad in armor and riding a strange pink-spotted Pegasus, flew swiftly from the horizon. Braving the powerful impact, he arrived between the two combatants, holding a long spear. Kaido looked down at the old man with eyes larger than the man himself, then gave a disdainful snort. He shook his massive head, and the flames of his heat breath vanished. At the same time, the brilliant lightning in the sky dissipated, coalescing into the form of a man holding a golden staff. He wore baggy pants and was barefoot, with long earlobes hanging down to his chest. Enel, Ganfall, the former god of Sky Island, stammered, his face a mask of fear and seriousness. Even his mount, Pierre, was trembling violently. Normally, Ganfall would never have dared to appear before Enel, the man who had stolen his divine position. But as he glanced at the demonic creature that blotted out the sun, a creature whose very presence made his soul tremble, he knew he had no choice. If he let them continue fighting, Sky Island would be utterly destroyed. Thankfully, his arrival seemed to have paused the battle. Just as he was about to speak, Enel, the current god of Sky Island, gritted his teeth. He looked at the monster that had caused him such an immense shock and roared, "Who are you?" "Oh." Unlike Enel's cautious expression, Kaido seemed amused. He tilted his massive dragon head back. "You'd actually speak to me on your own? That's a good start." As he spoke, the giant dragon's body began to coil and twist in the sky, gradually shrinking down. In its place stood a burly, 7-meter-tall man holding a spiked club, with a sake gourd hanging from his waist. He stood effortlessly on a platform of flame clouds, looking down at Enel. Even in his human form, his towering height and the terrifying, bulging muscles all over his body made the 2-meter-tall Enel feel an unshakable, mountain-like pressure. For the first time in his life, Enel, who had always arrogantly called himself a god, began to feel his own insignificance. Kaido laughed, a deep, satisfied sound. "You want to know my name? Fine, kid, I'll tell you. I am one of the sea emperors who dominate the seas below, the governor-general of the beasts pirates, Kaido of the beasts." His voice thundered across Sky Island, shaking the hearts of all who heard it. The title of an emperor from the sea below somehow felt more powerful than even their own god. Enel was in shock. This was the first time he had truly witnessed the power of the Blue Sea, the first time anyone had ever withstood his divine judgment. More importantly, using his mantra, he could sense the casual ease with which the man before him had launched that devastating attack. Even so, his deep-seated arrogance wouldn't allow him to bow his head. He frowned and asked, "Are there many people like you in the Great Sea below?" "Good question," Kaido chuckled. "Worororo. Not many, but there are a few." This made Enel frown even deeper. "It seems I have underestimated the Blue Sea. So, are you here to challenge me on my own territory?" Kaido grinned, seeing that Enel's arrogant demeanor had softened slightly. He finally stated his purpose for coming. "No," he said, his voice leaving no room for argument. "I'm here to have you join my pirate crew. You're going to become my subordinate." For advanced chapters visit patreon.com/mythic_muse. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 19-19. Chapter 19 The Wager. 19, Chapter 19, The Wager. 19, Chapter 19, The Wager. This was precisely one of the reasons Kaido had come to Sky Island. As a man who knew the future, he was well aware that he was on a collision course with the Straw Hat Pirates. He understood exactly what kind of enemies he would eventually face. It wouldn't just be Monkey D. Luffy and his crew. It would be every major power they had befriended along their journey. Kaido didn't need to be a genius to figure it out. If he defeated Straw Hat and Wano, he wouldn't just be done with it. The red-haired pirates would come for him. The remnants of the Whitebeard pirates would come for him. The revolutionaries, led by Luffy's own father, would come for him. Even the Marines might use the chaos as an excuse to make a move. That was always the problem when you opposed a force of destiny like Straw Hat. You beat the kid, and suddenly all his powerful older relatives and friends show up for revenge. Looking at the current strength of the Beast's pirates, he knew that his top commanders, the All-Stars and the Flying Six, were no match for that kind of alliance. They were strong, but they weren't monsters on that level. When the time came, he would once again have to carry the entire war on his own shoulders. And no matter how strong he was, even he couldn't fight the entire world alone. To prevent that future, he had to strengthen his crew now, gathering as much overwhelming combat power as he could. He needed the strength to face the inevitable encirclement. And Enel was a perfect candidate. The man's potential was undeniable. The rumble fruit was arguably the most powerful Logia-type devil fruit in existence. On top of that, his observation haki, which he called mantra, was so advanced it could cover an entire island. With proper training and real-world combat experience, he could easily become as strong as an all-star, and perhaps even reach the level of a marine admiral. Kaido already had King, the wildfire. Adding Enel, the lightning, seemed like a natural fit. Besides, what was wrong with the 3 all-stars having 4 people? Kaido's offer hung in the air, sending a shockwave through Sky Island. After the initial surprise, the inhabitants began whispering among themselves, their expressions a mix of hope and fear. Ganfall, in particular, saw a glimmer of hope. If this monster named Kaido could truly take Enel away to the Blue Sea, then Sky Island could finally be free from his tyrannical control. Enel was also surprised, but his surprise quickly turned to pure rage. Using his mantra, he could hear the hopeful whispers of the ants below, and it pushed his arrogance to the surface. "Hey," he sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. "You're far too arrogant, aren't you? You actually want a god to become your servant?" "No," Kaido corrected him calmly. "Not a servant. A subordinate. A partner. Family." He had a strange fondness for the character of Enel from the stories he knew, and so he was willing to show a little more patience than usual. Unfortunately, Enel completely ignored the sentiment. "Is there any difference?" he asked, his face darkening. With that, Kaido's patience ran out. "It seems words won't convince a brat like you. Fine. Let's make a bet, shall we? Since you claim to be a god, you shouldn't be afraid of a simple wager." "What kind of bet?" Enel asked, his eyes narrowing. Kaido took the large sake gourd from his waist, took a long gulp, and wiped his mouth. "It's simple," he said, his voice booming. "I'll stand right here. I won't move an inch. You can hit me with all your strongest attacks. If you can make me take even a single step back, then I'll forget everything I said. I'll even grant you one wish. But if you can't, you join my pirate crew. How about it?" The declaration stunned everyone. In a hidden corner of the island, the Shandian warriors, who had been drawn by the earlier battle, listened with utter disbelief. They knew firsthand how terrifying Enel's power was, he had defeated them time and time again. Yet this man was offering to stand still and take those attacks head-on. "Is he insane?" one of them whispered. Enel's expression turned grim, lightning beginning to crackle around his body. He could sense that this monster from the Blue Sea was incredibly strong, but this was a level of disrespect he could not tolerate. Hey! If you want to die so badly, then don't blame me for granting your wish." Enel roared. He struck the tomo drum on his right shoulder. 30 million volts Thunderbird. In an instant, dazzling lightning erupted from Enel's body, converging in the air and taking the shape of a giant bird of thunder. It shot forward and swallowed Kaido's figure whole, enveloping him in a storm of raw electricity. Watching this, both Ganfall and the Shandians flinched, remembering the searing pain of that very attack. The memory of that intense electricity coursing through their bodies was still vivid. But what they saw next was unbelievable. The burly man in the sky, still engulfed in lightning, stood there completely unfazed, as if nothing was happening. He even sounded bored. "Hey, brat," Kaido's voice rumbled from within the thunder. "Is that your strongest attack? Are you trying to tickle me?" Everyone was dumbfounded. "What?" Enel's eyes went wide with disbelief. As the god who had ruled Sky Island for 6 years, he was supremely confident in the power of his devil fruit. He had never met anyone who could remain standing after one of his attacks. He had expected the man to be strong, but for his divine power to not even make his opponent frown was something his mind refused to accept. "No, impossible," he muttered. He shook his head, refusing to allow such a thing to be real. In that case, this time, Enel struck the drums on both his left and right sides simultaneously. 60 million volts Thunder Dragon. The power instantly doubled. A massive dragon made of pure lightning roared and coiled itself around Kaido's body, emitting a piercing shriek of electrical energy. And yet again, to everyone's utter shock, Kaido simply raised a hand, examining the lightning coursing over his arm with a sneer. "All right, I'm starting to feel something now. It's enough for a good back scratch. Come on, try again." "No way," someone screamed from below. The Sky Islanders looked on as if their eyes were about to pop out of their heads. Enel was trembling, not with fear, but with rage and disbelief. "Impossible. This bastard. Impossible." In that case, enraged, Enel used his golden staff to strike all 4 of the drums on his back at once. 100 million volts 3 divine beasts. The power of the lightning nearly doubled again. From the drums behind him, 3 thunder beasts, a giant bird, a wolf, and a dragon flew out and swarmed Kaido. The sky crackled and roared with unimaginable power. But to everyone's gaping astonishment, the man at the center of the storm remained motionless, not even bothering to frown. He slowly clenched his fist, feeling the energy around him. Alright, Kaido said, his voice cutting through the thunder. It's been a while since I've felt this kind of tingling sensation. Is that all you've got, brat? If this is your limit, you can't even break through my body's defense. At that moment, Enel truly wanted to scream. Everything that was happening completely defied his understanding of the world. What he didn't know was that Kaido was still only in his base human form, he hadn't even transformed into his stronger hybrid state. With a grim expression, Enel roared in frustration. Impossible. In that case, let me show you my strongest technique. He raised his hands to the sky, gathering all the power he could muster. 200 million volts Regu. For advanced chapters visit patreon.com/mythic_muse content source, webnovel.com Chapter 20 to 20 Chapter 20 Conqueror's Haki 20, Chapter 20, Conqueror's Haki 20, Chapter 20, Conqueror's Haki Rumble. High above the White Sea, on the holy land of Sky Island, the entire sky turned an unnatural, ominous dark. Everyone on the ground looked up in terror as storm clouds gathered overhead, churning violently as lightning flashed within them. From these clouds, a new figure began to form. To everyone's horror, a giant made of pure, crackling lightning emerged. It towered over the landscape, standing 20 to 30 meters tall, several times larger than even Kaido himself. The brilliant blue light radiating from its body illuminated the entire world. This was the ultimate form of Enel's rumble fruit, 200 million volt, Amaru. Oh, Kaido grunted, a flicker of genuine interest in his eyes as he looked up at the colossal figure. He had heard theories that a form like this was a sign of a Logia-type devil fruit awakening. Now, seeing it firsthand, he could tell that analysis was wrong. His observation Haki could clearly perceive that Enel's Amaru form was not an awakening that affected the world around him. Instead, it was simply a massive, concentrated release of all the lightning stored within his body. Still, in terms of raw destructive power, the attack was formidable, easily on par with the combat power of a marine admiral. Unfortunately for Enel, his physical body was far too weak to support such power for long. After transforming, Enel seemed to get carried away by the immense strength coursing through him. He roared down at Kaido, who remained standing motionless below. Did you see that, you brute from the blue sea? This is the true power of a god. He was met only with Kaido's disdainful gaze. Hey, lightning brat, Kaido called up, his voice unimpressed. Is this really the best you can do? Enel was stunned into silence. Since that's the case, Kaido continued, a dangerous grin spreading across his face, do you want to witness my strongest power? He looked at Enel's bewildered expression and added in a relaxed tone, don't worry. I still won't move from this spot. Enel's eyes twisted with rage, and his lightning form crackled violently. Are you saying you can defeat me without even moving? He growled. Ah, Kaido confirmed with a nod. That's exactly what I mean. Enel's pupils widened, and he let out a furious roar. Don't you mock me. If you think you can, then let me see it. As the words left Enel's mouth, a chilling, scarlet light flashed in Kaido's eyes. In an instant, a massive, invisible aura erupted from his body, and the world changed. Boom. Time itself seemed to freeze. A suffocating pressure washed over everything, followed by a wave of pure, untamed will. The air filled with a scarlet aura, laced with streaks of black lightning that swept over the landscape. The sky seemed to crack, the clouds churned, and the entire island of Angel Beach began to tremble violently under the enormous spiritual impact. Wherever the wave of Haki passed, the brilliant blue lightning of Enel's Amaru form was crushed and devoured without any resistance. The giant lightning form lasted less than a second before it was violently torn apart by the overwhelming force. It dissipated into nothing, revealing Enel's normal body, his eyes wide with shock and his jaw hanging open in a perfect picture of a man whose entire worldview had just been shattered. Kaido didn't press the attack further. This was just a normal release of his conqueror's Haki, not his full power. He knew that Enel's mental state was fragile. In the stories, the simple fact that Luffy was immune to his electricity had been enough to make him panic. Kaido didn't want to completely break his new recruit. But it was clear that even this was more than enough. As Kaido withdrew his Haki, the suffocating pressure lifted. Enel, feeling his body relax, slowly and unsteadily got to his feet. This, he asked, his voice trembling. What kind of power is this? At that moment, all the arrogance of a self-proclaimed god was gone. He looked like a defeated man who had lost all hope. Seeing this, Kaido smirked. Conqueror's Haki, he said. A power that only the true kings of the Blue Sea are born with. Conqueror's Haki, Enel repeated, the words foreign on his tongue. That's right, Kaido confirmed. If you want to learn it, I can teach you. Instantly, a spark of light returned to Enel's previously dim eyes. Can I possess such a power too? He asked, a hint of desperate longing in his voice. He now looked at Kaido as if he were looking at a true god. Of course, Kaido said with a laugh. Otherwise, why do you think I'd be interested in you? I don't waste my time on ordinary people. Enel's eyes lit up completely. That's right, he thought. I am a god. If I am a god, then I can learn a power like Conqueror's Haki. Thinking of this, his gaze toward Kaido became much more submissive, but a flicker of his old pride remained. I will become your subordinate, he said, his voice stubborn. In exchange, you must teach me how to obtain this power. But I have conditions. First, I will not call you captain. Second, if I one day possess power that surpasses yours, I will leave your pirate crew. Worororo. No problem, Kaido laughed. If that day ever comes, you can leave whenever you want. As for what to call me, you can just call me Big Brother Kaido, like the others. Big Brother. Kaido, Enel said, the title feeling awkward but manageable. This made Kaido even happier. Then when are you going to teach me Haki? Enel asked eagerly. Don't be in such a rush. We'll talk about it after we get back down to the Blue Sea. Do you have anything here you need to take with you? Enel was about to say no, as he cared little for his former priests, but then he remembered his grand project. Yes, there is something. It was originally the vessel I prepared for my journey to the endless Verth. But for now, that dream must be postponed. Once I master Haki and become a true god, then I will explore that world. Worororo, good, Kaido said. I'm also planning to take a few things from here myself. 3 days later, back on Jaya Island. The town of Mok Town was still buzzing. The appearance of one of the 4 emperors of the sea, Kaido of the Beasts, had left a massive impact. For the pirates here, most of whom had never set foot in the New World, the Yonko were legendary, almost mythical beings. Just having seen one in person was enough to become the greatest boast of their entire pirate careers. More and more pirates were arriving on the island every day, drawn by rumors that Kaido would be returning. The proof was clear for all to see. Don Quixote da Flamingo, one of the 7 warlords, had remained on the island for 3 straight days, clearly waiting for him. The occasional marine warship spotted patrolling the nearby waters only confirmed that something big was happening. In the highest class tavern in town, Da Flamingo was frowning as he listened to a report from his subordinate, Bellamy the hyena. We found out, Master Da Flamingo, Bellamy said. Lord Kaido was looking for the Saruyama alliance. He was asking them about the existence of Sky Island. Sky Island? Da Flamingo repeated, a bit confused. He knew that Sky Islands were real and not just legends, but why would a Yonko like Kaido personally come all the way to the first half of the Grand Line just for one? Is there something special about this particular Sky Island? He mused aloud. This, the Saruyama alliance didn't say, Bellamy admitted. But I might know something. Da Flamingo looked at him with a hint of doubt. Bellamy quickly explained. Master Da Flamingo, you've almost certainly heard the story, you just haven't made the connection yet. It's the famous legend from the North Blue, the story of Noland the Liar. The name struck a chord. Da Flamingo, who had started his own journey in the North Blue, suddenly felt his pupils widen. You mean, that's right, Master Da Flamingo, Bellamy confirmed, a grin on his face. This island, Jaya, is the location of the legendary City of Gold from the stories of Noland the Liar. For advanced chapters visit patreon.com/mythic_muse content source, webnovel.com Chapter 21 to 21 Chapter 21 The City of Gold 21, Chapter 21, The City of Gold 21, Chapter 21, The City of Gold The City of Gold, Shandora. Grand Line, Marine Fort. Any intelligence that Don Quixote da Flamingo could acquire, Marine Headquarters could naturally obtain as well. Inside the Fleet Admiral's office, the highest-ranking members of the Marines were gathered around a large table, their expressions grim. That's correct, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Admiral Akainu began, his voice as harsh as magma. There's an old fairy tale that circulates in the North Blue called Noland the Liar. The story says that 400 years ago, a great explorer from the North Blue named Mont Blanc Noland sailed to the Grand Line. He discovered a city made entirely of gold on what is now Jaya Island and named it Shandora. However, when Noland returned to the Grand Line on a second voyage to show the city to his king, he found that the entire island had vanished without a trace. As a result, Noland was branded a liar and publicly executed, but the story lived on. Oh, now that you mention it, I remember that old tale, Admiral Kizaru chimed in, his tone lazy and stretched out. I heard the story of Noland the Liar when I was just a boy. I think pretty much everyone from the North Blue heard it growing up. Sengoku steepled his fingers, his brow furrowed in thought. I've heard it as well, but I always assumed it was just a legend. Are you telling me that this Shandora could actually exist? All eyes in the room, including those of the 3 admirals, turned to the intelligence officer standing nervously at the end of the table. Swallowing hard under their intense gaze, the officer shuffled his papers. Well, we don't have absolute confirmation, Fleet Admiral, he said, his voice a bit shaky. But according to rumors we've intercepted from the pirates on Jaya Island, some believe the city of gold was launched into the sky by a massive updraft stream. That would explain why it disappeared so suddenly. Of course, there's never been any proof, and no way to verify it. An updraft stream. Vice Admiral Tsuru mused, her sharp mind immediately piecing things together. In that case, it's entirely possible. We've seen similar phenomena in the New World, where such currents are more common. However, the how is no longer the most important point. The real issue is this: if the city of gold truly exists, and a Yonko like Kaido is after it, no one can stop him from claiming it. With that much gold, Kaido could immediately recruit more soldiers and expand the strength of the beast's pirates, couldn't he? Admiral Kuzan, who had been leaning back in his chair with his eyes closed, finally spoke up. Is that why the beast's pirates have been preparing for war recently? At this, Sengoku shook his head, drawing confused looks from everyone present. Seeing their puzzlement, the fleet admiral explained. According to our intelligence from the world government's hidden CP0 agents in Wano country, the beast's pirates' war preparations aren't for an external conflict. They're preparing to deal with an internal matter. An internal matter in Wano. That's right, Sengoku confirmed. It seems Kaido and the shogun, Kurozumai Orakai, have discovered that Kojiki Oden's daughter and some of his retainers, who were all thought to have died 18 years ago, are still alive. They plan to use this opportunity to lure them out and crush all the samurai in Wano who still oppose their rule. Kojiki Oden, you mean the former 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates? Kuzan asked, his interest piqued. Akainu's eyes narrowed in recollection. And the samurai who sailed to Laugh Tale with Gold Roger. The very same, Sengoku nodded grimly. Oden was executed by Kaido and Orakai, but the samurai loyal to him have never stopped looking for a chance to resist their tyrannical rule. Kizaru gave a sideways glance, a smirk playing on his lips. So, it's just pirates fighting amongst themselves. It sounds like we don't need to get involved at all. Indeed, Sengoku agreed. That is the world government's stance as well. If it's only about gold, then Kaido's ambitions are not our most urgent problem. At the level of the 4 emperors, simple money has very little impact on the balance of power. Combat strength is what truly matters. Everyone present nodded in agreement. A war with a Yonko was a massive undertaking that even the world government was hesitant to provoke without just cause. However, Sengoku said, his expression turning severe, there is another matter. The defeat of Crocodile at the hands of a rookie pirate has left the world government extremely dissatisfied. It has severely damaged the authority and influence of the 7 warlords system. The 5 elders have made their orders clear: we are to find a replacement for Crocodile as soon as possible. Furthermore, a fiasco like this must never happen again. Who among you will go and assess the situation? As he spoke, Sengoku's gaze fell directly on Kuzan. The lanky admiral sighed, scratching the back of his head. What a bother. If that's how it is, I'll go. Who asked the kid to be old man Garp's grandson anyway? This is going to be a real headache. Just as he finished speaking, the doors to the office burst open and a marine messenger stumbled in, gasping for breath. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Kaido. Kaido has appeared. And the city of gold. Grand Line, Mocktown. Though it was still daytime, Mocktown had been plunged into a gloomy twilight. The reason was simple, and terrifying. Anyone who dared to look up would see a small island floating impossibly in the sky above their heads, held aloft by churning, dark flame clouds that blotted out the sun. Is that the city of gold? A pirate whispered in disbelief. The story of Noland the liar, it's actually true. Shandora really exists, another exclaimed. At the center of the floating island, a city made entirely of gold shone with a dazzling light, reflecting the sun's rays and casting a heavenly glow. For a moment, the eyes of every pirate in Mocktown filled with an insatiable greed. But that greed was extinguished as quickly as it had appeared, replaced by primal fear. Coiled around the golden city, like a demon guarding its treasure, was the gigantic, serpentine body of a dragon. Kaido had moved all of Shandora down from the sky. He had originally planned to just bring the gold down, but after a few days of tedious work, he had grown impatient. It was simpler to just move the entire island. It wasn't the whole of the original Jaya, of course, even for him, lifting an island that large was a significant drain on his stamina. So, he had simply ripped out the section where Shandora was located, a chunk of land less than 2 kilometers in diameter. Phew, standing on a rooftop below, Doflamingo stared up at the spectacle, his signature grin wider than ever. Though he was a former celestial dragon, he had grown up in the North Blue and made his name there. The legend of Noland was a story from his childhood. To see it made real before his very eyes filled him with an exhilarating sense of wonder. Just then, a colossal dragon's head emerged from the clouds above. Its massive, reptilian eyes gazed down at Doflamingo, and a voice boomed across the town, shaking the very buildings. Doffy! Come up and see me! The head vanished back into the clouds. Doflamingo's body tensed for a moment before he relaxed into his usual swagger. Without hesitation, he flicked his fingers, sending nearly invisible strings shooting up to anchor themselves to the floating island. He then stepped onto the threads as if they were a solid staircase and began his ascent towards the golden city in the sky. For advanced chapters visit patreon.com/mythic_muse. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 22-22. Chapter 22. An offer from an emperor. 22. Chapter 22. An offer from an emperor. 22. Chapter 22. An offer from an emperor. Although Doflamingo had seen the golden island from below, stepping onto it was another experience entirely. The sheer scale of the wealth was staggering. Mountains of gold artifacts were piled among super-ancient ruins, their walls covered in scripts that predated any known history. It was a place beyond legend, and Doflamingo could feel its extraordinary power. He followed a path of gold tiles until he looked up and saw him, Kaido, standing beside a giant golden bell. Is that the legendary golden bell of Shandora? Doflamingo wondered. Wait. His eyes snapped downward, and his pupils contracted into pinpricks. Beneath the massive bell was a colossal stone slab, square in shape and deep crimson in color. Doflamingo recognized it instantly. It was a road poneglyph. Phew 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 phew. So that's it. That's why you're here, he whispered to himself, the pieces clicking into place with horrifying clarity. He finally understood. He understood why Kaido of the Beasts, one of the 4 emperors who ruled the New World, would personally come to the first half of the Grand Line. The City of Gold was a prize worthy of a king, but it was nothing compared to this. In front of a guidepost to the final island, to Laugh-Tale itself, no amount of gold mattered. With a heart pounding from a mixture of excitement and sheer terror, Doflamingo slowly approached the platform where the golden bell rested. He looked up, gazing at the immense figure of Kaido with the utmost respect. Off to the side, a man with long earlobes and a strange array of drums on his back watched him with arrogant curiosity. Doflamingo noted his presence but knew now was not the time for questions. Lord Kaido, he called out, his voice steady despite the adrenaline. Humph, come up, Kaido grunted. With the Emperor's permission, Doflamingo leaped onto the high platform, landing gracefully beneath the shadow of the bell. But before he or Kaido could speak, the strange man at Kaido's side voiced his thoughts. Is this guy supposed to be strong? Tell me, does he have Conqueror's Haki too? The sudden question made Doflamingo pause, his grin tightening slightly. It only made him more curious about who this person was. He knew well that in the Beast's pirates, only the All-Stars and perhaps a few of the Flying Six were permitted to speak to Kaido with such casualness. Fortunately, Kaido didn't bother with mysteries. Let me introduce you. Doffy, this is Eneru. He's a user of a Logia-type devil fruit. From this day forward, he is the 4th All-Star of the Beast's pirates, Thunder Disaster. Doflamingo's eyes widened. A Logia-type user powerful enough to be made an All-Star? How incredible! Phew 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 phew. Congratulations, Lord Kaido, on recruiting such a powerful subordinate, Doflamingo said smoothly, sizing up the newcomer. The Rumble fruit is considered one of the most powerful devil fruits in the Logia class. Among the marine admirals, only Akainu's magma fruit can rival its destructive power. Hearing such high praise, Eneru looked quite pleased with himself. However, the mention that someone else's ability was on par with his sparked his interest. Akainu? The magma fruit? Is he strong? He asked, a challenge in his voice. Fufu, he's one of the 3 admirals, the marine's highest combat power, Doflamingo explained, choosing his words carefully. On these seas, only a true emperor, a mighty individual like Lord Kaido, could hope to defeat him. Kaido gave a slight nod. He's right, Eneru. With your current strength, you're no match for a marine admiral. In fact, you're not even a match for Doffy here. He's one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and even among them, his power is top tier. He also possesses Conqueror's Haki. But don't get ahead of yourself. With your talent, once you master Haki and combine it with your devil fruit, you'll have a fighting chance even against someone like Akainu. Eneru's eyes gleamed with anticipation, now more eager than ever to master this power called Haki. Alright, introductions are over, Kaido said, his tone shifting to business. Doffy, let's talk. Do you know why I wanted to see you? Doflamingo's expression became serious, his usual flamboyant demeanor replaced by a solemn focus. You wish to see me, Lord Kaido, so there must be something you need me to do. Please, give me my instructions. Good. Then I won't waste words. I heard Caesar Clown is in your hands. Hand him over to me. The world seemed to stop for a moment. Doflamingo's mind raced, and the confident smile on his face faltered, turning ugly. Though he had been prepared to make a significant concession, Kaido's first demand was one of the most difficult he could possibly accept. What? Is there a problem? Kaido's voice was low and dangerous. Doflamingo's thoughts spun wildly, weighing his options. In the end, there was only one choice. No, no problem. Since you want him, Lord Kaido, I can hand Caesar over. However, I wonder if you could wait just a little while? Caesar is currently working on a project for me, and once it succeeds, it will be of great benefit to you as well. Kaido listened, his expression unchanging. You're talking about the artificial Zoan devil fruits, aren't you? Instantly, Doflamingo felt a cold dread wash over him. His heart hammered against his ribs. How? How could he know? The Smile project is my most guarded secret. Besides Caesar and the research staff, almost no one knows. Who leaked this? Even as 1,000 possibilities flew through his mind, he could only force a strained smile. That's right, Lord Kaido. The artificial Zoan devil fruits. All right. Kaido waved a dismissive hand, clearly impatient. I don't care about your failed experiments. And don't think I'm just taking your property. I'll give you enough benefits to make it worth your while. Doflamingo was startled. Benefits? You're a man with connections, Doffy. You must have heard about what's been happening in Wano country, right? Doflamingo nodded, unsure of where this was going. But Kaido's next words made him so excited he almost jumped. I'm tired of ruling that country with a fool like Orakai. I'm planning for the Beast's pirates to take complete control. We will turn Wano into New Onigashima. After that, I will begin preparing to open Wano's borders to the world. Doflamingo's eyes widened, his sharp mind immediately grasping the implications. He looked at Kaido, breathless with expectation. And once the country is open, Kaido continued, I plan to hand over Wano country's sea prism stone trade and its weapons factories to you. How does that sound? Are you satisfied? Doflamingo stared at Kaido in utter disbelief. This? Lord Kaido, are you serious? Do you think I need to lie to you? The Emperor growled. At that moment, all of Doflamingo's doubts vanished. Of course not. I believe you completely, Lord Kaido. Phew 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 phew. This is truly wonderful. He was so ecstatic that he began to laugh uncontrollably. No one in the world understood the value of sea prism stone better than him. It was a resource that could cripple devil fruit users and was essential for marine technology. Controlling its entire supply was like controlling the flow of power itself. Lord Kaido, I will send Caesar to you as soon as possible. Doflamingo declared. Besides Caesar, is there anything else you need? Compared to Wano's sea prism stone business, a mere scientist like Caesar makes me feel like I'm getting far too much. Kaido gave him a sideways glance. Since you're offering, I won't be polite. There are a few other things I need from you. Please, just tell me. Humph. First thing, are you familiar with the Vinsmoke family? I want you to contact their leader. Tell him I heard he has a very excellent daughter. Also, tell him that my flying six sounds too awkward. Toby Rappo sounds much better to the ear. For advanced chapters visit patreon.com/mythic_muse content source, webnovel.com chapter 23 to 23 chapter 23 The ONI Princess and the White Whale 23, chapter 23, The ONI Princess and the White Whale 23, chapter 23, The ONI Princess and the White Whale New World, the Moby Dick. For the past several days, the atmosphere aboard the flagship of the Whitebeard pirates had been unusually lively. The source of this newfound energy was a single young woman, who was at this very moment singing and dancing on the deck, surrounded by cheering pirates who treated her like a long-lost sister. From his position near the ship's rail, Marco, the 1st Division commander, watched the scene with a sense of disbelief. Logically, this should have been impossible. As one of the 4 emperors, their relationship with the Beast's pirates was, if not one of open war, then one of deep-seated rivalry. Yamato, as Kaido's daughter, should have been met with suspicion and hostility. Yet, in less than 10 days, she had completely won over the crew. Marco had, of course, investigated her story thoroughly. His first step was to contact Ace. The joy in their voices when he connected the Den Mushi was genuine and unmistakable. They were clearly dear friends. Ace had even made Marco promise to take good care of her. In a private follow-up call, he learned even more. He learned that Yamato was a die-hard admirer of their former 2nd Division commander, Kojiki Oden, to the point of obsession. He also learned about the brutal and complicated relationship she had with her father. Later, the Beast's pirates grunt who had delivered Yamato confirmed the final piece of the puzzle. Kaido had officially severed his father-daughter relationship with her. Marco didn't doubt it for a second. After hearing about Yamato's long history of defiance, he felt it was a miracle Kaido had tolerated her for this long. But none of it answered the most important question, why? Even if Kaido had disowned his daughter, why send her specifically to them, his direct rivals? The question gnawed at Marco. Then there was the matter of her strength. While Ace's word carried weight, the initial reception had been frosty. That changed the moment she was challenged. The crew watched in awe as she transformed, revealing a powerful mythical Zoan devil fruit. She wielded Conqueror's haki with the same raw force as her father and fought with a ferocity to match. Yamato was, in combat, a perfect copy of Kaido. Among all of Whitebeard's division commanders, almost no one could stand against her. Even Marco himself could only fight her to a draw. Despite this monstrous power, her personality was the complete opposite. She was beautiful, with a pure and innocent demeanor that was utterly disarming. It was impossible for the rough and tumble pirates not to like her. And so, in just 10 days, everyone had accepted her, completely overlooking the fact that her father was their enemy. Many of the crew had started saying that Yamato seemed like she was born to be a Whitebeard pirate, and had only ended up as Kaido's daughter by some cosmic mistake. Now that Kaido didn't want her, it was perfect, she could join their family instead. Marco glanced over at the towering figure of Whitebeard, seated in his massive chair. He could tell the old man was fond of the girl, and was seriously considering the crew's proposal. Still, Marco was worried. A move like this, from one Yonko to another, was never simple. What was Kaido really planning? Just then, Yamato, having finished her merrymaking, walked over to them, her face flushed and beaming. "Uncle Whitebeard. Big brother Marco," she said cheerfully. "When can I go find Ace? These last 10 days have been the happiest of my life, you know. You've shown me so many things I only ever read about in Odin's logbook. It makes me feel like I'm getting closer and closer to him, but it also makes me want to see my best friend." Her earnest words pulled Marco from his thoughts. He remained silent, deferring to his captain. Whitebeard let out a low chuckle, his voice filled with a fatherly affection that everyone on the crew recognized. "What's this, little girl? You don't like staying here with us?" "No, that's not it at all." Yamato shook her head happily. "I love it here. That's exactly why I want to find Ace so badly." The crew quieted, confused by her logic. She then said something that made Whitebeard roar with laughter. "I want to help Ace defeat that Blackbeard guy, and then, I want to have a decisive battle with Ace. Once I defeat him, I can become the 2nd Division commander of your crew, Uncle Whitebeard." For a moment, the Whitebeard pirates were stunned into silence. Then, the entire deck erupted in laughter, not of mockery, but of pure, enthusiastic support. "Oh, looks like Captain Ace is in trouble. He's going to come back and find his job has been taken. I'm voting for Captain Yamato. How about you guys?" "Me too." Seeing everyone cheering for her, Yamato blushed, a little embarrassed by the overwhelming welcome. "Gurururara." Whitebeard laughed heartily. "All right, little girl. As long as you can defeat Ace, I'll make the decision myself. He'll have to give up the position of 2nd Division commander to you." "Really, Uncle Whitebeard?" Yamato's eyes lit up with pure joy. "Gurururara. Of course, it's true." The ship filled with another round of laughter and celebration. But then, Whitebeard's expression grew serious. "But tell me, little girl. Why do you want to join my crew and become the 2nd Division commander?" Yamato answered as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "To become Odin, of course. Big brother Marco told me Odin used to be the 2nd Division commander. As long as I take that position, I'll be one step closer to truly becoming him." This answer didn't surprise Whitebeard, who had already learned everything from Marco. He looked at her intently and asked a different question. "And what about you, little girl? Who are you?" The sudden, philosophical question made Yamato pause, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Gurururara, it's all right," Whitebeard said, his voice softening. "You may not know now, but you'll find the answer to that question one day." He then turned to his first mate. "Marco, send her to Fishman Island. After that, whether she finds Ace or not will depend on her own abilities." "That's great!" Yamato exclaimed. "I've read about Fishman Island in Odin's journal. I hear it's a really beautiful place." The thought of seeing Ace soon, combined with the thrill of following in Odin's footsteps, made her smile even brighter. Marco sensed a deeper meaning in the old man's orders, but he didn't question it. He simply nodded. "Come with me." "Okay. Goodbye, Uncle Whitebeard. Goodbye, everyone. I'll be back to be your commander." Yamato waved enthusiastically. "Ugh!" the crew roared in response. As he watched her go, Whitebeard was left alone with his thoughts, his gaze distant. "Kaido, what in the world are you plotting?" Next to his chair, held down by a sake bottle, was a newspaper. The headline detailed the breaking news from a few days ago: Kaido had found the legendary city of gold. Meanwhile, leagues away, Kaido's floating island had already arrived at its next destination, the Florian Triangle. For advanced chapters visit patreon.com/mythic_muse. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 24-24. Chapter 24 The Devil's Triangle 24, Chapter 24, The Devil's Triangle 24, Chapter 24, The Devil's Triangle. Rumble, thunder cracked across a perpetually dim sea, and colossal waves crashed against an unseen shore. A dense, unnatural fog shrouded the waters, making it impossible to distinguish sky from sea, or to find any sense of direction. Above it all, on the floating island held aloft by Kaido's flame clouds, Eneru stared out at the gloomy landscape with a sour expression. It wasn't that he disliked the environment. As a user of the rumble fruit, he quite enjoyed the thundering, electric atmosphere. His foul mood stemmed from 5 straight days of haki training under Kaido with absolutely nothing to show for it. There was still no sign of the power awakening within him. Through Kaido's gruff lessons, he now understood what haki truly was and knew of its classifications, observation, armament, and the rarest of all, conquerors. As for whether he possessed the aptitude for conqueror's haki, Eneru had no doubts. He may have suffered a humiliating defeat at Kaido's hands, but before that, he was a god. How could a god not possess the disposition of a king? Hey, big brother Kaido, he whined, having grown accustomed to the informal title over the past few days. Why haven't I awakened haki yet? Kaido shot him a withering, speechless glare. What do you think haki is, a cheap trinket? You've been at it for less than 5 days and you're already complaining? Some people train their entire lives and never awaken it. Eneru knew it was unreasonable to expect results so soon, he was just venting his frustration. He was a god, and patience was not one of his virtues. Alright, don't be so anxious, Kaido grumbled, sensing the man's impatience. Your devil fruit ability already makes you one of the strongest people in this world, and your natural observation haki is exceptional. You just need to learn armament to protect yourself and awaken your conqueror's haki to impose your will. Once you do that, you'll be one of the true top-tier fighters on this sea. That praise soothed Eneru's ego slightly. Is there any way to speed up the process? A faster way to awaken armament and conqueror's haki? Kaido thought for a moment, a cruel grin spreading across his face. Your biggest weakness is your body. You've relied on your lightning powers for so long you've neglected to train your physical form. If you really want to get stronger, fast, there are 2 ways. What are they? Eneru asked, his eyes lighting up. Simple. The first is to temporarily suppress your devil fruit ability. You've heard of Sea Prism Stone, right? Eneru's expression sharpened as he understood. You mean I should train while wearing Sea Prism Stone cuffs? I can try that. What's the other method? Kaido's grin widened. The other method? Even simpler. There's nothing that awakens haki faster than a life-or-death battle, or a good beating. Seeing the predatory glint in Kaido's eyes, Eneru's face stiffened. He instantly knew what that meant. Kaido let out a deep laugh. Don't worry, I'll control my strength. Besides, it won't just be you. When we get back to Onigashima, I'm putting you and the other all-stars through the same training regimen. I treat everyone equally. Worororo, Eneru's face turned several shades paler. Fortunately for him, a new sight interrupted the conversation. Emerging from the thick fog on the vast sea below was a ship so massive it looked like a floating island. Kaido's senses had already picked it up. We're here, he announced. Eneru looked down and saw the miraculous, ghostly vessel. What is this place? Thriller Bark, Kaido answered with a sneer. The master here, like Doflamingo, is one of the 7 warlords. But he's the weakest of the bunch. Why don't you go down and say hello for me? Eneru's eyes lit up at the chance to unleash his power. He closed his eyes, sensing for the strongest presence on the ship below. A warlord, huh? No problem. Leave it to me. In a flash of lightning, Eneru vanished. He reappeared an instant later, perched on the highest spire of the Gothic castle that dominated Thriller Bark. He spun his golden staff, feeling the aura of the ship's master in the chambers below. Lightning began to crackle across his body as he pointed the staff to the stormy sky, drawing the raw, chaotic power of the Florian Triangle to him. Divine Judgment! Boom! A pillar of pure lightning, so bright it momentarily burned away the fog and illuminated the entire sea, descended from the heavens. It struck the castle with a deafening roar, turning stone to dust in a brilliant, violent explosion. All across Thriller Bark, every living person, every reanimated zombie, and every poor soul whose shadow had been stolen was blinded by the flash. The blinding light was followed by a wave of terrified screams. The thunderous roar continued for more than 10 seconds before finally fading, plunging the world back into darkness. What followed was a bellow of pure rage. Who is it? A bloated, charred giant resembling a bat, still clad in pajamas, burst from the smoking ruins of his castle. His face was a mask of fury. This was one of the 7 warlords, captain of the Thriller Bark pirates and user of the shadow fruit, Gecko Mariah. The moment he was free of the rubble, he saw Eneru standing calmly atop the wreckage. You must be Mariah, Eneru said with a dismissive smirk. You look so weak. You bastard, the enraged Mariah didn't even finish his sentence. His body went rigid, his eyes lost focus, and he began to shake uncontrollably. His gaze had drifted past Eneru, to the sky above. There, floating above the island wreathed in golden flame clouds, was the living nightmare he could never escape. Kaido. Mariah's scream, a sound of pure fury, agony, and terror, echoed across the entire ship. Kaido's other subordinates and the zombies who had escaped the blast had barely had time to process the attack when they heard their master's cry. They looked up and saw the colossal dragon hovering in the air. Kaido, Dr. Hogback, the genius surgeon, trembled so violently his teeth chattered. Absalom, the invisible man, found himself unable to speak properly. Is that the Yonko from the New World? Kaido of the Beasts? The one Master Mariah always wanted to get revenge on. The ghost princess, Perona, was too terrified to even scream. Her face was deathly pale, her legs gave out, and she collapsed to the deck in a dead faint. At that moment, Kaido, in his full dragon form, looked down at the trembling warlord who was staring up at him with eyes full of hatred. His voice boomed across the sea, laced with utter disappointment. It's been over 20 years, Mariah. I never expected you to have fallen so low. You truly are a disappointment. For advanced chapters visit patreon.com/mythic_muse. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 25-25. Chapter 25. The Price of Weakness. 25. Chapter 25. The Price of Weakness. 25. Chapter 25. The Price of Weakness. It is said that hatred is a powerful and terrifying emotion. For Gecko Mariah, it was a fire that could, for a fleeting moment, burn away even the coldest terror. As he stared up at the dragon who had destroyed his life once before, all fear vanished from his face, replaced by a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. His pupils turned blood red as scenes from their fateful battle in Wano country flashed through his mind. The loss of his crew, his pride, his ambition. Everything. Kaido, he roared, his voice cracking with fury. I'm going to kill you. I'll kill you. Kaido simply looked down on him with utter contempt, unimpressed by the display. Kill me, he scoffed. Hey, Mariah. Have you taken a good look at your own pathetic state recently? The words struck Mariah like a physical blow. If you were the man you were 20 years ago, I might have taken you seriously, Kaido continued, his voice dripping with disappointment. But now? Look at you. You've become lazy and weak. You don't even have the right to stand before me. Mariah's body trembled, not from fear, but from helpless rage. He was furious, but a part of him knew that Kaido was telling the truth. He didn't have the strength for revenge. He couldn't do it then, and he certainly couldn't do it now. Damn you, Kaido, he spat. Did you come all this way just to humiliate me? No, Kaido answered bluntly. Originally, I came here for only one reason, to retrieve what you stole from Wano country. The corpse of the samurai Ryama, and his black blade, Shusui. This was Kaido's true purpose. To solidify his future control over Wano, possessing the remains of the nation's legendary sword god and his national treasure of a sword would be an invaluable political tool. Military might could secure obedience, but symbols could win hearts, and Kaido preferred the simpler path when available. However, Kaido said, his tone shifting ominously. Now, I've changed my mind. What? Mariah gasped, not having time to react. Kaido's eyes turned a menacing crimson. A massive, suffocating wave of conqueror's haki erupted from his body. In an instant, the world was plunged into a blood-red nightmare. Veins of black and red lightning tore through the sky, and the very air grew thick and heavy. The entire island ship of Thriller Bark shook violently, and 100-meter-high waves crashed against its sides as if a tsunami had struck. From his vantage point, Enru looked on in stunned disbelief. He had felt Kaido's haki before, but this was on another level entirely. He had thought what he'd experienced was the limit, but now he understood. The world fell completely silent. It was as if every sound, every movement, every trace of life had been snuffed out. Even his own powerful observation haki was useless, there was nothing left to hear. As he looked down, he saw that every single person on the island, zombie or human, had collapsed, unconscious. The only one left was Mariah, forced to one knee, trembling uncontrollably with his eyes rolled back in his head, cold sweat pouring down his face. In the silent world, only one voice remained. Mariah, I'm taking your crew, Kaido's voice boomed, a final judgment from on high. If you want them back, then get stronger. Crawl your way back to the New World and come to Wano. I'll be waiting for you there. Grand Line, Water 7 night had fallen on the city of water, and Bruno's bar was empty. Khalifa, a fellow member of CP9, entered alone, her expression tense. Bruno immediately felt a knot of anxiety in his stomach. Without orders from Lucci, they were forbidden from meeting, a rule they'd followed even more strictly since the night they secretly betrayed the world government and pledged allegiance to Kaido. Sure enough, Khalifa spoke as soon as the door closed. We have a problem. What is it? Wait, Bruno nervously glanced outside. Still not feeling safe, he activated his door fruit ability, opening a portal to an alternate dimension. Once they were both inside, he turned to her with a grim expression. What's going on? Cold sweat dripped down Caliph's forehead. Frankie found Icebug today. I listened in on their conversation. They know the Pluton blueprints are gone. Bruno's face turned pale. No. This absolutely cannot get back to Lucci. If he finds out, we're finished. Of course I know that, Caliph snapped. I can manage Icebug. He thinks it's for the best that the designs are gone and told Frankie to act like they never existed. But Frankie is the problem. He's been acting erratically for days. Lucci and the others will notice something is wrong sooner or later. The gravity of the situation settled on them. If Lucci discovered Frankie's strange behavior, it wouldn't take him long to connect the dots back to that night, and then he and Caliph would have no way to explain themselves. Maybe we should just escape now, Caliph said, her voice laced with panic. Once Lucci finds out, it will be too late. Bruno shook his head firmly. If we run now, it's an admission of guilt. Besides, how would we even get to the new world? And even if we did, do you really think a man like Kaido would care about the lives of two low-level spies? He looked at the anxious Caliph and tried to calm her. Don't panic. We're not out of options yet. Caliph's expression remained grim. She had Kaido's Den mushy number, but she knew Bruno was right. To an emperor, they were disposable pawns. Then what do you propose? Can we trade what we know about Pluton for our lives? Bruno gave her a look. What do you think? Caliph bit her lip in frustration. The truth was, their real problem wasn't just betraying the world government. It was the recording of them speaking ill of the celestial dragons. As CP agents, they knew better than anyone that such an offense was unforgivable. Then what do we do? She asked, exasperated. This won't work, that won't work. Bruno's expression grew somber as a plan began to form in his mind. I've been thinking about this. Betraying the world government to join the Beast's pirates, it might not be such a bad thing. Caliph stared at him in disbelief, but before she could object, he cut her off. I know what you're thinking, but we both know that since becoming CP agents, things like family have become secondary. Caliph's expression flickered, and after a long moment, she relented. Tell me your thoughts. It's simple, Bruno said, his voice now cold and calculating. We have no path back to the government. Joining the Beast's pirates is our only choice. The problem is, we're just small fries. A man like Kaido won't notice us. So, we need to fight for enough leverage to make ourselves valuable. To make him protect us. And you mean? Bruno said the name without a hint of hesitation. Nico Robin. Kaido wants to be the pirate king. A woman who can read the road poneglyphs is an irreplaceable asset to that ambition. For advanced chapters visit patreon.com/mythic_muse content source, webnovel.com Chapter 26-26 Chapter 26 A Promise for the Dawn 26, Chapter 26, A Promise for the Dawn 26, Chapter 26, A Promise for the Dawn New World, Wano Country in the region of Kuri, under the cloak of night, stood a dilapidated shrine. Led by Shinobu, the man once known as Kuri's strongest monster and leader of the mountain bandits, Ashura Daji, arrived at the desolate location. All right, Shinobu, why'd you drag me all the way out here? Ashura asked, his voice rough. I almost didn't recognize you when I first saw you. Shinobu, whose once renowned beauty had given way to a plumper form, lowered her head with a troubled expression. You'll understand soon enough, Shunmeru. As for my appearance, I've just been so worried about Hiriheim that it's affected my appetite. The two ascended the stone steps. Shinobu pulled open the shrine's weathered door, revealing a small figure seated under the faint glow of a single lamp. Ashura frowned, unable to recognize the person at all. But then, a familiar voice spoke, and a shiver ran through his entire body. Shunmeru, are you ready to die for Her Highness? Ashura's expression hardened instantly. His body trembled slightly as he stepped inside the shrine. Yasui-sama. You're still alive, Shimatsuki Yasui, hearing his name, slowly turned. When Ashura saw his face, his eyes widened in understanding. Yasui was no longer the proud daimyo he once was, his features were altered, his demeanor foolish and comical. So, that's how it is, Ashura murmured, his voice thick with emotion. You've worked so hard all these years, enduring so much humiliation. Yasui, who had survived by adopting the persona of the jester Tanoyasu, had tears welling in his eyes. No, it's all been worth it. Perhaps Odin-sama allowed me to live this long for this very moment. He looked directly at Ashura, his gaze sharp and clear. You understand why I had Shinobu bring you here, don't you? Ashura knelt on one knee. It's for Hiriheim and Denjiro, isn't it? That's right, Yasui confirmed. And you must also realize this is a trap set for us by Kaido and Orakai. Of course, I do, Ashura declared, his voice filled with conviction. But we're her retainers. How can we just stand by and watch our lord's daughter die? How can we abandon a friend? I heard you were planning to join the Beast's pirates, Yasui noted. I am. It's the only way we'd have any chance of getting into a Nagashima to rescue them. Yasui nodded, then his tone became stern. But your strength alone won't be enough. Even if you made it inside a Nagashima, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to save them by yourself. Ashura knew he was right. He had been preparing to go to his death. But now, with Shimatsuki Yasui before him, a spark of hope ignited within him. Please, Yasui-sensei, tell me what to do. To save Hiriheim and Denjiro, we have to walk into this trap, even knowing what it is, Yasui said, his voice firm. But we must gather the strength of more people. I need you to do a few things for me. First, I've located Hyogoro and Kawamatsu at the Udon prisoner quarry. What? Ashura's eyes lit up. That's incredible. With Hyogoro-sensei and Kawamatsu on our side, we can rally many samurai to our cause. Exactly, but there's a problem. They're both imprisoned and guarded heavily by the beast's pirates. They're bound in heavy shackles. I need you to find the keys and free them. I understand. I'll rescue them, no matter what it takes. Good. Act quickly, because we don't have much time. According to the information I've gathered, Kaido has indeed left Wano country and is still in the first half of the Grand Line. It will take him at least half a month to get back. This is our last chance. If we wait for him to return, Ashura understood the gravity of the situation. I won't fail. One more thing, Yasui continued. I want you to try and contact Nekomamushi and Inuarashi. If you can, it would be even better to get a message to Izo. With the power of the Whitebeard pirates behind us, even Kaido would have to think twice. Orokai has blockaded all of Wano's ports, but I'll find a way. As for me, Yasui concluded, I'll spend the next few days secretly contacting all the samurai who still resist Orokai and Kaido. Our success or failure rests on this single attempt. He let out a long sigh, a flicker of weariness in his eyes. Only 2 years left. If we can just get through this, we will surely see the dawn that Lady Toki prophesied, like the moon, you are ignorant of the dawn. If there is one wish that may be fulfilled, it is in 20 years of moonlit nights, that 9 shadows shall be cast. Then you shall know the brilliance of the dawn. A profound sense of hope and determination filled the small shrine, binding the three of them together in their desperate cause. Holy Land, Mary Gosa bang! The sound of a fist slamming against a desk echoed through the office. Fleet Admiral Sengoku glared at the intelligence report spread before him. What in the world is that monster Kaido plotting? The documents detailed Kaido's movements. 5 days ago, he'd appeared at Thriller Bark, crushed Gecko Mariah, and abducted 2 of his crewmates. The sheer force of his conqueror's haki had blown away the perpetual darkness of the Florian Triangle, freeing every shadow Mariah had stolen. Those freed sailors and pirates had quickly spread the word, Kaido of the Beasts was on the move. It had been 15 days since the Yonko left the New World. In that short time, his actions had thrown the first half of the Grand Line known as Paradise into utter chaos. First, the discovery of the legendary City of Gold, then a meeting with Doflamingo, and now this assault on Mariah. Each incident was a major headline on its own. But the ripple effects were even more terrifying. The pirates in Paradise were buzzing with excitement, energized by the presence of a living legend. Every rookie with a dream wanted a glimpse of a Yonko. Meanwhile, the Marines stationed across Paradise were paralyzed with fear. Following orders from Marineford, they were on lockdown, too afraid to patrol lest they run into Kaido himself. This power vacuum was giving every petty pirate free rein, and the pressure on Marine forces was mounting. This was just what Kaido was doing openly. What he was planning in the shadows was anyone's guess. One thing was certain, Kaido, one of the 4 emperors of the New World, captain of the Beast's pirates, and the world's strongest creature, hadn't come to Paradise for a vacation. He had a major, unknown plan that threatened the stability of the seas. The identities of the crew members he took from Mariah offered a small clue. The girl, Perona, seemed insignificant. But the doctor, Hogback, was a renowned genius surgeon and the mastermind behind Mariah's zombie army. What could Kaido possibly want with him? Sengoku knew there was only one person who might have some insight, and he was on the other side of the wall. With a heavy sigh, Sengoku stood and walked out of his office. The bright sunlight of Mary Gosa did little to lift his mood. He soon arrived at a large, circular conference room where several powerful figures were already gathered. This was the emergency meeting of the 7 warlords of the sea, convened by Marineford in response to the recent defeat of Sir Crocodile. For advanced chapters visit patreon.com/mythic_muse. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 27-27. Chapter 27 The World Shakes. 27, Chapter 27, The World Shakes. 27, Chapter 27, The World Shakes. The conference room in Mary Gosa was bright and opulent, styled like a palace. The crisp sound of footsteps echoed as Fleet Admiral Sengoku walked in. He cast a sweeping glance across the room, a mocking smile touching his lips. Good afternoon, you scum of the sea. The only one to respond was Don Quixote Doflamingo, who was perched casually on the balcony railing, soaking in the sun. Fu. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, you really don't hold back with your words, do you? Sengoku ignored him, striding over to take his seat at the massive round table. On the marine side, Staff Officer Tsuru was already present, along with 4 vice admirals attending the meeting. Opposite them sat the current warlords of the sea, the Shishibukai. This is truly a surprise, Sengoku said, dropping into his chair. He scanned the 3 figures before him. It's beyond my expectations that 3 of you would bother to show up in person. Indeed, 3 warlords had answered the summons: Bartholomew Kuma, the tyrant, Don Quixote Doflamingo, the heavenly Yaksha, and the fishman Jinbe, the knight of the sea. Sengoku's gaze settled on the fishman. Especially you, Jinbe. I can't believe you actually came. Jinbe, who had been sitting with his arms crossed and eyes closed, didn't seem interested in talking. This old man didn't want to come either, he grumbled. It was just on the way, so I thought I'd drop by. On the way. The bizarre answer left everyone in the room stunned. Sengoku was about to press for details when a new voice cut through the air, drawing everyone's attention to the entrance. How rare! 3 of you actually came. Well then, 1 more won't make a difference. A man emerged from the shadows, walking slowly into the light. He wore a striking red top and carried a massive black sword on his back. His eyes were as sharp and piercing as an eagle's. His presence instantly shocked the room. Whoa, look who it is, Doflamingo chuckled. The most unexpected guest has arrived. Jinbe's eyes snapped open as he uttered the man's name. Hawkeye. It was indeed the world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Hawkeye Mihawk. With Mihawk taking a seat, the only warlords absent besides the recently defeated Crocodile were the Pirate Empress, Boa Hancock, and Gecko Mariah. Sengoku was surprised by the turnout but didn't dwell on it. Since you're all here, let's not waste any more time, he announced, his tone all business. The Marine's time is precious, and I don't have the leisure to waste it on you scumbags. He got straight to the point. Today's topic is simple, the matter of Crocodile. His gaze swept over each of them. The stance of both Marine headquarters and the world government is simple. From this day forward, we will absolutely not tolerate news of another warlord being defeated. As soon as the words left his mouth, the atmosphere in the room shifted. The warlord's expressions tightened. Doflamingo let out his signature laugh. Fu. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, are you suggesting you think we'll be defeated by some rookie, just like Crocodile was? Humph. Sengoku snorted. It would be best if you weren't. But if it happens, I hope you understand the consequences. Silence fell over the room. Sengoku then turned to the most compliant warlord present. Kuma, there's something I need you to do. Kuma was the only one Sengoku could communicate with on a normal level. The giant man simply turned his head, remaining silent. You need to go to Mariah's territory and inform him of what was discussed here today. Kuma was quiet for a moment before responding in a soft voice that seemed completely at odds with his immense size. I understand. At that moment, Doflamingo, unable to resist stirring up trouble, chimed in again. Fu. That Mariah fellow has become the biggest deadweight among us. I suggest the Marines and the world government consider replacing him. Otherwise, it's only a matter of time before he's defeated too. You don't need to worry about that, Doflamingo, Sengoku shot back, his eyes narrowing. On the contrary, let's talk about you. You, a Shishibukai, were seen publicly meeting with the Yonko Kaido. Do you understand your position? The conversation had finally reached the heart of the matter. Everyone turned to look at Doflamingo. Jinbe's expression tensed slightly, while even the stoic Hawkeye seemed curious. Is it true, Mihawk asked, that Kaido found the legendary city of gold? Ah! Fu, Doflamingo laughed, leaning back. It's true. I went up and saw it for myself. A magnificent city built entirely of gold, with the legendary golden bell and everything. I never thought a fairy tale I heard as a child would turn out to be real. Oh, right, he turned his head to look at Staff Officer Tsuru. Vice Admiral Tsuru, I remember you're from the North Blue as well, aren't you? Tsuru didn't even bother to look up from her papers. That has nothing to do with today's discussion, Doffy. Then Fleet Admiral Sengoku's question also seems unrelated to this meeting, doesn't it? Doflamingo replied smoothly. I'm just a businessman. Fu. And for a businessman, revealing client information is a major taboo. I don't want to become someone who breaks their word. You bastard! Sengoku seethed, furious at Doflamingo's blatant refusal to cooperate. Doflamingo, however, had no intention of wasting any more time. The situation in Wano country was far more important to him. Is there anything else? If not, I'm heading back. It's a shame to waste such a beautiful day in here. Seeing he would get nothing out of the man, Sengoku suppressed his anger. Do you have any recommendations for a new Shishibukai candidate? Everyone looked at him, confused. Doflamingo was the first to speak. What? Isn't it the usual rule for the victor to become the next candidate? Don't tell me that rookie, Straw Hat, refused the Marine's offer. Doflamingo's words struck a nerve, a direct jab at Sengoku's personal headache. His old friend Garp's grandson was a pirate causing major incidents, and he was the one left to clean up the mess. Sengoku had, in fact, sent Admiral Aokiji to make contact, but it had proven difficult. According to the last report, the Straw Hat crew had been swept up by the knock upstream near Jaya, attempting to reach a sky island. It was unknown if they were dead or had actually succeeded. Since you have no objections, the Marines will take full responsibility for this matter, Sengoku said curtly. Alright, that concludes today's meeting. If there's nothing else, you're dismissed. Hearing this, the warlords stood up, ready to leave. But just as they turned, a Marine messenger burst into the room, frantic and pale. This is bad, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. We just received word from the Sabayati archipelago. A celestial dragon has been killed. What? The air in the conference room froze. Every single person, Marine and pirate alike, was stunned into silence, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. Who? Sengoku demanded, his voice trembling with rage. Who would be so bold? The messenger was shaking. According to the report, it was a very powerful woman, with a spiked club. In that instant, among the crowd of powerful figures, the Knight of the Sea, Jinbi, suddenly shot to his feet. For advanced chapters visit patreon.com/mythic_muse content source, webnovel.com Chapter 28-28 Chapter 28 A Warning on Sabayati 28, Chapter 28, A Warning on Sabayati 28, Chapter 28, A Warning on Sabayati. The story returns to half a day earlier. On the first half of the Grand Line, at Port 16 of the Sabayati archipelago, the dawn light was just breaking. A pirate ship bearing the mark of the beast's pirates surfaced, the massive bubble that had carried it from the ocean depths bursting with a soft pop yahoo. An excited cry immediately echoed from the deck. Brother Jinbi, it's so beautiful. This is the Sabayati archipelago from Odin's journal. Yamato shouted, her eyes wide with wonder as she stared at the giant, bubble-producing mangrove trees. It's just as beautiful as he wrote, no, it's even more beautiful. On the deck, Jinbi watched the girl, a look of disbelief on his face. If Marco hadn't told him personally, he never would have believed that the fearsome Yonko Kaido had such an innocent and charming daughter. He found himself a little flustered by her cheerful calls of Brother Jinbi. Ha ha ha, Jinbi chuckled, scratching his head as his face turned a little red. That's right, this is Sabayati. If you set sail from here, you should be able to find Ace. Here, this is for you. He took a small piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Yamato. She accepted it with a serious and curious expression, noticing how the paper miraculously pointed in a single direction no matter which way she turned it. Her eyes lit up with recognition. Brother Jinbi, I know what this is, she exclaimed. It's Ace's Vivre card, right? I read about them in Odin's diary. Jinbi was stunned for a moment before letting out a hearty laugh. I'm surprised you know about that. Yes, that's Ace's Vivre card. As long as you follow its guidance, you'll be able to find him. From here on, you'll have to travel on your own. Don't worry, Yamato said, carefully tucking the Vivre card into her sash. Thank you so much, Brother Jinbi. I really appreciate all your help. No, Jinbi shook his head. There's no need to thank me. I was just passing through. By the way, do you have any money with you? Yes, I do. Brother Marco prepared everything for me on the ship, she said, patting a pouch at her waist. I have plenty of berries. That's good. Jinbi then took out a den mushi and handed it to her. Take this. It's my personal den mushi. If you run into any trouble, you can contact me with it. Although, with your strength, on this sea, as he spoke, a thought suddenly struck him, and his expression shifted. What's wrong, Brother Jinbi? Yamato asked, noticing his change in demeanor. It's nothing, just something I remembered. Jinbi's face grew very serious. Yamato, with your power, there aren't many pirates in paradise who can threaten you. The climate here is also much milder than in the New World. But there are two things you absolutely must pay attention to. He raised a finger, his tone grave. First, while you're very strong, you must still be careful if you encounter a Marine Admiral. It's best to run if you can. They are opponents that only people like your father or Whitebeard can truly fight. At the mention of her father, Yamato's bright expression instantly darkened. The second thing, Jinbi continued, his voice low, is a group of people right here on this archipelago that you must not provoke, no matter what. They are the world nobles, the Celestial Dragons. Celestial Dragons. Yamato frowned. She had never heard that name before. Are they stronger than the admirals? She asked innocently. Jinbi paused, momentarily unsure how to explain. After a moment of thought, he said, no, they aren't powerful at all. In fact, they look very weak. But they are the rulers of this world. Even the admirals must obey their commands. He felt his explanation was a bit vague, but Yamato seemed to grasp the concept. Is it like what that old geezer Kaido does in Wano country? Jinbei sensed the pain in her voice. That's about right. But, and it feels strange to say this, compared to the celestial dragons, your father could almost be considered a good person. Yamato was stunned, unable to process his words. In her mind, her father was the worst person in the world. She couldn't even imagine what someone worse than him would be like. Jinbei didn't want to elaborate further. You just need to remember that the celestial dragons are the most vile, ugly, and evil people in this world. Soon after, Yamato and Jinbei parted ways. Her mood was initially a little low after their conversation. She was realizing for the first time that the outside world was different from what she had imagined. There were people in the world who were actually worse than Kaido. But her gloom didn't last long. As the sun rose higher, the Sabayati archipelago came alive, transforming into a dreamlike landscape. Yamato was completely captivated. There were so many things she had never seen before: magnificent bubble-coated buildings, a soap bubble park filled with laughter, Ferris wheels, bustling shopping streets, roller coasters, and bubble cars floating through the air. And the food. There were all kinds of snacks, treats, and candies she had only ever dreamed of. Yamato felt like she couldn't possibly see and do everything. Fortunately, she didn't forget her main goal, finding Ace. After spending the morning exploring in a happy daze, she decided to find a place to eat before heading back to her ship to leave the archipelago. Yamato quickly chose a restaurant. It was the most crowded and lively one she could see, so she figured the food must be delicious. As soon as she stepped inside, she immediately drew the attention of the other patrons. Hey, look, that girl is so beautiful. Whoa, are those horns? She has horns on her head. Really? Maybe they're just decorations. Her hair color is amazing, and her outfit is so unique. I've never seen anything like it. Hey, wanna go talk to her? You go ahead, I don't dare. She doesn't look like someone you should mess with. Did you see that weapon at her side? It's a spiked club, and it looks really heavy. And she's so tall. Is she part of the giant race? Yamato paid no mind to the whispers and approached the waiter with a bright smile. Hello. Please bring me your best food. Oh. The waiter saw a big spender and, charmed by her politeness, immediately agreed with a smile. Before long, Yamato's table was covered with a feast. She immediately dug in, eating with gusto. In a corner of the restaurant, another group was secretly watching her. Hey, big sis, this woman is a big eater, just like you, a young man whispered. The big sis he was talking to was a petite girl with pink hair, wearing a white vest and a green hat. She watched Yamato intently. She didn't know who the tall woman was, but just from her size and the massive weapon she carried, she could tell she was incredibly powerful. An idea sparked in her mind. She sneakily smeared some saliva on her eyelids to look like tears and then ran over to Yamato's table. Sister, I'm so hungry, she cried, putting on a pitiful act. I haven't eaten in days. For advanced chapters visit patreon.com/mythic_muse content source, webnovel.com chapter 29 to 29 chapter 29 The Sins of the Dragons 29, chapter 29, The Sins of the Dragons 29, chapter 29, The Sins of the Dragons The girl was, in fact, the supernova known as the Big Eater, Jewelry Bonnie. Yamato, who was in the middle of devouring her meal, stopped when she saw the small, crying girl running toward her. Her initial surprise quickly melted away, and her eyes began to sparkle. In one swift motion, she scooped Bonnie up into her arms. So cute! Bonnie, suddenly lifted off the ground, was startled. A moment later, the taller woman's cheerful voice was right next to her ear. Are you hungry? It's okay, you can eat as much as you want. Really? Bonnie's own eyes lit up, her act forgotten for a moment. Of course. Yamato beamed. But you can't call me sister. You have to call me brother, because I'm a boy. Hi. Bonnie was momentarily stunned. Is she kidding? She thought, utterly confused. Those soft parts aren't fake, are they? She looks like a girl no matter how you look at her. Could she be one of those legendary Okama? However, that wasn't important right now. And so, the two big eaters, one large and one small, began to demolish the mountain of food on the table. As Yamato watched the small, 7 or 8-year-old looking girl eat with just as much fervor as herself, her eyes welled up with tears. Are there really so many people in the outside world who can't get enough to eat? About an hour later, both of them patted their full bellies in satisfaction. Yamato paid the bill, and they walked out of the restaurant together. Eating a full meal feels so good. Bonnie exclaimed with a contented sigh. As she finished speaking, a heavy bag was suddenly held out in front of her. For you. Bonnie blinked. What's this? Yamato's cheerful smile answered her. This is all the money I have left. It's for you. Seeing how much you can eat, you must have been hungry for a very long time. Bonnie dumbly took the pouch of berries, looking at Yamato in disbelief. But, brother, if you give all this to me, what about you? Hehe, Yamato gave a silly smile. Don't worry, I have more on my ship, and I'm really strong. A ship. Hearing that word, Bonnie's eyes widened in realization. Brother, are you a pirate too? Not yet, Yamato said, then declared with confidence, but I will be soon. I see. Are you alone, brother? If you are, I know a powerful female pirate captain. Maybe we could all team up. Bonnie suggested slyly. No need for that, the naive Yamato replied, completely missing the craftiness in Bonnie's words. I've already decided to join the Whitebeard pirates. Oh, so you've already. Bonnie's words caught in her throat as she froze. Wait, did I just hear that right? Whitebeard? As in, the Whitebeard? What's your name, brother? Bonnie asked, her tone shifting. My name is Yamato. And you? My name is Bonnie. Jewelry Bonnie. Oh, that's a nice name. Bonnie felt a bit awkward. She asked tentatively, Brother Yamato, you've never heard my name before. Yamato looked startled. Is your name famous here, Bonnie? Sorry, I just came from the New World, so I'm not familiar with this place. The New World? Bonnie's pupils contracted. It was all starting to make sense. Then, her eyes lit up. So you're from the New World. Then you must be super strong. Yamato smiled a little shyly. Compared to Uncle Whitebeard, I'm still a long way off. Bonnie's face was a mask of sheer speechlessness. Who compares themselves to the world's strongest man right off the bat? She thought. This made her doubt if the Whitebeard Yamato was talking about was that Whitebeard, or just some random old man with a white beard. But just as she was about to ask for clarification, the entire street fell silent. The bustling crowds, the cheerful music, the ambient noise, it all vanished in an instant. All around them, people began to kneel. Yamato noticed it immediately, her face full of curiosity. Before she could ask what was happening, Bonnie grabbed her arm and pulled her down. Don't ask, brother Yamato, just get down. Don't look up, and they'll pass by soon. Though Yamato was completely confused, she let Bonnie pull her into a kneeling position. Then, she instinctively lifted her head, and her entire body went rigid. In that instant, even Bonnie, who was still holding her, felt Yamato's body begin to tremble violently. Bonnie looked up and saw that the cheerful, naive person beside her was gone. Yamato's expression was grim, a terrifying aura radiating from her. With her head still bowed, she asked in a low, cold voice, Bonnie, are those people the world nobles? The celestial dragons? Eh? Bonnie was startled. Yes, brother Yamato. You know about them. Ah, of course I know, Yamato's tone was filled with an anger that Bonnie had never heard before. So, in this world, there really are people even worse than that old man. As her words fell, under Bonnie's horrified gaze, Yamato stood up. She gripped the spiked club at her waist with one hand and began to walk forward. At that moment, even an idiot would know that something terrible was about to happen. The 24th Grove of the Sabayati archipelago was a famous food street, with white buildings housing countless restaurants and inns nestled beneath the giant Yarikaman mangrove trees. Moments ago, it had been incredibly lively, filled with the laughter and joy of dense crowds. But now, it was gone. As if by instinct, every man, woman, and child had knelt, bowing their heads and parting to create a wide path. Their bodies trembled with a collective, silent fear. The reason was simple, at the end of the street, a procession had appeared, accompanied by the grim clanking of chains. Leading the group were two figures in bubble helmets and luxurious white robes, a man and a woman, seemingly a father and daughter. Serving as their mounts were slaves covered in rags and injuries, bound in heavy shackles. One, crawling on all fours, was Diaz, the captain of the Devilman Pirates, with a bounty of 60 million. The other was Red, captain of the Red Pirates, a man with giant's blood, a massive physique, and a bounty of 80 million. Flanking them were two female slaves from the Longleg tribe, scantily dressed in red and purple, their hands also shackled. Behind them marched 5 guards in silver-white armor and a man in a black suit with his eyes covered. This procession seemed to drain the very joy from the air. From the moment they appeared, a pall of sadness, despair, and fear settled over the entire street. Only those who represented the highest privilege in the world were allowed to smile here, the celestial dragons. As he crawled forward, Diaz the Devilman was sobbing. Woo. It hurts so much, someone, please save me. No one dared to look up. His only response came from the woman riding him, whose vicious high heel dug into his back. Why are you crying, you good-for-nothing, she sneered. You're embarrassing me. I should have just fed you to the piranhas. With each step she took, her sharp heel left fresh, bloody marks on Diaz's back. The other celestial dragon laughed. You're just bad at training your slaves. See? Mine is very obedient. The man drew a knife and plunged it into the shoulder of the giant beneath him. Blood splattered, but the giant didn't even flinch. What is it, father? His daughter whined. This one is just too idiotic. Get me a new one. You're always breaking my collectibles. But just as the celestial dragon father and daughter were having their happy conversation, a clear voice cut through the terrified silence. Why are you doing this? For advanced chapters visit patreon.com/mythic_muse content source, webnovel.com Chapter 30 to 30 Chapter 30 Thunder Bagua 30, Chapter 30, Thunder Bagua 30, Chapter 30, Thunder Bagua. The sudden voice shattered the terrified silence, making everyone on the street freeze. In this place, at this time, there shouldn't be any voice other than that of a celestial dragon. Curiosity overpowering their fear for a brief moment, the kneeling citizens looked up. They saw a beautiful young woman with horns, holding a pitch-black club, her eyes blazing with pain and anger as she stared down the world nobles. It was a scene no one could have possibly anticipated. Even the two celestial dragons were stunned, their eyes wide as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing. You, the female celestial dragon finally managed, her voice dripping with disgust. The male celestial dragon, however, looked Yamato over, and his eyes lit up with a greedy gleam. Oh, she even has horns. And she's quite beautiful. I'm getting tired of these two women anyway. You'll be my new collectible. Go, capture her for me. The man in the black suit, a CP9 agent assigned to protect the two nobles, immediately stepped forward and began walking coldly toward Yamato. But after only 2 steps, he felt something was terribly wrong. He looked up and met the young woman's gaze. He saw a pair of crimson eyes filled with an all-consuming rage. In the next instant, a terrifying, invisible pressure washed over his entire body. Before he could even process it, his own eyes rolled back into his head, and his world went black. He collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The sudden turn of events stunned everyone. They stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend why the celestial dragon's guard had suddenly fainted. Only Bonnie, hiding nearby, seemed to understand what had just happened, her eyes wide with shock. No way, she thought, her heart pounding. That pressure, that's... The two celestial dragons were simply bewildered. You useless bastard! What's wrong with you? Get up, the female celestial dragon shrieked, completely failing to grasp the situation. Annoyed, she pulled a golden pistol from her waist and fired 2 shots into her fainted bodyguard. Bang! Bang! Blood splattered onto the pavement, but the CP9 agent didn't move. The woman looked down at her gun with a puzzled expression, as if wondering if its power had somehow diminished. Yamato watched this display of casual cruelty, and her astonishment hardened into cold certainty. She finally understood. There truly were people in this world more evil than her father. Kaido ruled Wano with an iron fist and enslaved its people, but he had never debased them with such petty, pointless cruelty. And to his own subordinates, Kaido was a respectable leader. At that moment, the pirate Diaz, who had been crawling at the female celestial dragon's feet, saw his chance. A glimmer of hope appeared in his tear-filled eyes. With a surge of desperation, he stood up, toppling the noblewoman to the ground. He scrambled over to Yamato and fell to his knees, pleading. Save me, please, save me. I don't want to die. This unbelievable act of defiance sent a fresh wave of terror through the crowd. The female celestial dragon, now sprawled on the ground, began to tremble with rage. She looked at her hands and her once pristine clothes, now soiled by dirt. You bastard, she screeched. How dare you make me look so ugly? You soiled my clothes. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. Suddenly, a crisp ticking sound cut through the air. Ding, ding, ding. Everyone was confused, but the pirate Diaz froze, his body trembling as he looked down at the collar locked around his neck. He knew that sound. He knew he couldn't escape. But in a flash, a figure appeared behind him. An arm reached out, and a hand closed around the ticking collar. With a gentle squeeze, the metal device was crushed into pieces and tossed away. A second later, a violent explosion lit up the sky like a firework, leaving everyone on the ground stunned. It took more than 10 seconds for Diaz to realize he was still alive, his neck now bare. I'm still alive, he whispered. He looked up at the young woman, whose expression had become completely dark. Seeing her as his savior, he began to cry with snot and tears. Thank you so much, Yamato ignored him. She was enraged to a degree she had never felt before. Witnessing the celestial dragon's cruelty was one thing, something her justice-loving nature found unacceptable. But the familiar ticking sound from Diaz's collar had awakened a nightmare from her past the day her own father had locked a similar C-prism stone bomb around her neck, ready to kill her. That memory was the final spark. The crowd watched as Yamato tightened her grip on her club and began walking slowly toward the two world nobles. A terrible premonition settled over everyone present. No, surely she wouldn't? Everyone thought it was impossible, yet a deep sense of unease filled them. Bonnie finally realized what was about to happen. She wouldn't really dare, would she? Oh no! But it was too late. Yamato was already standing before the two celestial dragons. Only the two nobles themselves showed no fear, their faces twisted in anger that a commoner would dare to stand before them. The female celestial dragon, feeling she had lost all face today, raised her pistol and roared furiously. Hey, commoner! Who gave you permission to stand in front of me? Yamato didn't answer. She simply raised her club high, unleashing all of her fury in a single, devastating strike. Thunder Bagua. Sabayati Archipelago, Grove 13 in the legendary Shuki's rip-off bar, the Dark King Silver's Rayleigh, now working as a humble coding mechanic, was quietly having a drink. This was unusual enough to catch the attention of Shuki, the bar's owner and former empress of Amazon Lily. What's going on with you? She asked, a curious smile on her face. Why haven't you been out carousing these past few days? Rayleigh's expression was a bit awkward. No choice, he said with a sigh. The sea is a bit chaotic right now. It feels safer to just stay home. Shuki seemed to understand. Is it because of Kaido? Rayleigh didn't deny it, his expression turning thoughtful. That's right. I don't know why, but I keep having this bad feeling, as if something important is about to be lost to me. This surprised Shuki. As one of the most powerful people in the world and a master of observation haki, Rayleigh's premonitions were often frighteningly accurate. I understand. I'll help you keep an eye on Kaido's movements, she offered. It is strange, though. Kaido's recent actions have been significant. It feels like he's plotting something big. The new world is a mess too. They say Whitebeard and Shanks are planning to meet soon. It feels like a time of many troubles. Indeed, Rayleigh agreed, wiping his glasses. But we're old now. All we can do is guide the young ones. The rest is up to their generation. Just then, Rayleigh paused, as if sensing something. A crimson light flashed in his eyes as his perception instantly expanded, blanketing the entire Sabayati archipelago. What is it? Shuki asked. A look of surprise crossed Rayleigh's face. Well now, he said slowly, a small smile forming. It seems an incredible kid has just appeared. For advanced chapters visit patreon.com/mythic_muse content source, webnovel.com chapter 31-31 chapter 31 An Admiral's Fury 31, chapter 31, An Admiral's Fury 31, chapter 31, An Admiral's Fury. A deafening boom echoed through the street as Yamato, consumed by rage, swung her kanabo with all her might. It was the most powerful attack she could muster in her base form, and it connected perfectly. The female celestial dragon shot through the air like a cannonball, disappearing over the horizon in an instant. For a moment, there was a stunned silence. The onlookers, who had been frozen in place, suddenly broke. Shock turned to sheer terror as the reality of what had just happened sank in. They scrambled in every direction, desperate to get away. They knew that if they didn't run now, they might never get the chance again. But Yamato wasn't finished. Her anger still burning, she turned and started walking toward the male celestial dragon, who was frozen in place. You stay away from me, he stammered, finally snapping out of his shock as he watched the spot where his daughter had vanished. The realization that this woman was not bluffing, that she would actually kill him, filled his eyes with fear. His voice trembled as he tried to sound intimidating. You scoundrel! Guards, protect me! Kill her! Yamato's Thunder Bagua had released some of her fury, but her core question remained. Why, she roared, her voice echoing with indignation. Why would you do such a despicable thing? The male celestial dragon stared at her, his fear momentarily replaced by pure, unadulterated rage. You damned commoner! What right do you have to question me? I am a celestial dragon, a descendant of the creators. I am a god. You are nothing but commoners, dogs raised by us. And you dare to harm my daughter? This is unforgivable. Unforgivable. Hearing him speak with such shameless arrogance, completely oblivious to his own evil, Yamato understood. Everything Jinbe had warned her about was true. Celestial dragons, she said, her voice low and filled with disgust. You truly are the worst, ugliest, and most evil people in this world. What? The male celestial dragon's eyes went wide with disbelief before turning bloodshot with fury. You scoundrel! How dare you? How dare you say that to me? I'll kill you! Someone, kill her for me! But Yamato was already moving, her club raised high for another strike. Just as she was about to bring it down on the celestial dragon's head, a figure suddenly appeared beside her, grabbing her arm. Wait, Yamato! Yamato turned to see a woman she didn't recognize. Who are you? Bonnie, having reverted to her adult form, looked at her with urgency. My name is Bonnie, but there's no time to explain. We have to get out of here, now. She pulled on Yamato's arm, trying to drag her away. If we don't leave right now, it'll be too late. An admiral will be here any minute. An admiral? Yamato's eyes widened. She remembered Jinbe's warning, but she wasn't ready to run just yet. Wait a second, seeing the woman trying to flee, the male celestial dragon's fear vanished, replaced by a triumphant sneer. That's right, you scoundrel! Don't you dare try to run before he could finish his threat. Yamato spun around and smashed her kanabo into his head, sending him flying just like his daughter. With that, she turned to the slaves, her arm coated in black armament haki. With a series of swift movements, she shattered the explosive collars around their necks. Come with me, she commanded. The slaves exchanged uncertain glances, but seeing their chance for freedom, they quickly nodded and followed her without hesitation. News that a celestial dragon had been attacked spread across the Sabayati archipelago like wildfire. The initial disbelief among the populace quickly gave way to panic. Everyone knew what an attack on a world noble meant, a full-scale military response. A battle was coming, and anyone caught in the crossfire would be lucky to survive. The islanders began to evacuate, knowing that staying would be a death sentence. Amid the chaos, Yamato and Bonnie raced through the grassy groves, the 4 freed slaves struggling to keep up. The slaves, particularly the 2 women, were in poor physical condition after their time in captivity and couldn't match Yamato's pace. Just as they began to fall behind, Red, the giant slave who had been silent until now, wordlessly scooped up the 2 women, holding them securely in his massive arms. Their speed instantly increased. Yamato glanced over, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Their gazes met, and as they ran, the giant spoke in a slow, deep voice. Thank you. An unfamiliar feeling stirred in Yamato's heart. It was the feeling of being trusted, of being relied upon by others. In that moment, a new thought took root in her mind. Her dream had always been to join the Whitebeard pirates, but maybe she wanted to form her own crew, just like Kojiki Odin had. Now wasn't the time for such thoughts, however. She simply nodded. You're welcome. Bonnie, looking worried, ran beside her. Yamato, where are we going? To Port 16, Yamato replied. My ship is docked there. The marine response was slower than one might expect. While there was a marine base on Sabayati, it was still a significant distance from marine headquarters at Marineford. It took time for the news of the attack to be relayed and for forces to be dispatched. Even Kizaru, the fastest of the admirals thanks to his Logia devil fruit, couldn't arrive instantly, especially since he was currently recovering from injuries at the G1 marine base. This delay gave Yamato and her group a crucial window. The area they were running through was one of Sabayati's lawless zones, where marine patrols were scarce. Aside from a few minor obstacles, they managed to reach the port without being intercepted. Yamato spotted her ship immediately. There it is. That's my ship. Everyone, get on board, quickly. We have to leave this island. The 4 former slaves didn't need to be told twice. They scrambled onto the deck, their movements filled with desperate urgency. Only Bonnie hesitated, her eyes fixed on the ship Yamato was pointing to. She was stunned. She recognized the symbol carved into the ship's bow. It was the mark of the Beast's pirates, one of the 4 emperors of the New World. She stared at the serious expression on Yamato's face, a single question echoing in her mind. Just who is this woman? To be connected to 2 of the 4 emperors, suddenly, the disaster of striking a celestial dragon didn't seem quite so hopeless. She kept her thoughts to herself, knowing that everyone had their secrets. If Yamato wanted to tell her, she would do so in her own time. With that, they all boarded the ship, quickly raising the anchor and unfurling the sails. As the vessel began to pull away from the port, the slaves burst into tears of joy and relief. This is great. We're finally free. To them, being on a ship sailing out to sea meant safety. No matter how powerful the Marines were, catching a single ship on the vast ocean would be difficult. Even Bonnie and Yamato shared a flicker of this hope. But their relief was short-lived. The air around them suddenly grew intensely hot, and a blinding red glow illuminated their faces. Everyone looked up, their eyes widening in horror. Descending from the sky were colossal fists made of molten rock, raining down like meteors. It was a great eruption. Bonnie froze, her pupils shrinking to pinpricks as her body trembled uncontrollably. She knew exactly what this was, who this was. Then, just as quickly as the heat had come, the air around her turned intensely cold. A hand pressed down on her shoulder, steadying her. Bonnie, protect the others, Yamato said, her voice firm and resolute. I'll handle this. Bonnie was startled and turned to protest, but the words died in her throat. The sight before her left her utterly stunned once more. Yamato had transformed. A magnificent, divine creature from myth and legend now stood on the deck. In her human beast form of the dog fruit, mythical Zoan, model, Akoken no Makamai, she radiated an aura of immense power. Swirling clouds of frigid air coiled around her club as she stared up at the magma fists raining down from the sky. With an enraged roar, she swung her weapon. Divine Swiftness, White Snake. For advanced chapters visit patreon.com/mythic_muse. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 32-32. Chapter 32 The Yamato Pirates. 32, Chapter 32, The Yamato Pirates. 32, Chapter 32, The Yamato Pirates. In an instant, Yamato's body erupted in a swirling torrent of frigid mist. Like a divine white serpent, she flew into the sky, her kanabo glowing with icy power as she met the rain of magma fists head-on. Boom! A wave of absolute cold washed over the molten rock, freezing it solid in mid-air. The magma fists turned to brittle stone before shattering into 1,000 pieces, creating a spectacular shower of rock and glittering ice crystals that rained down upon the sea. Splash! Boom! The massive chunks of cooled lava crashed into the ocean, sending up waves dozens of meters high and churning the surrounding waters into a violent froth. Back on the ship, everyone stared in stunned silence. Yamato landed gracefully on the bow, her form still a mythical blend of human and divine wolf, with ethereal clouds of white flame drifting around her shoulders. Their gazes were no longer filled with surprise, but with a profound sense of awe, as if they were witnessing a god descend from the heavens. But Yamato had no time to acknowledge their stares. Her eyes were locked on the horizon, where a massive marine warship was rapidly approaching, cutting off their only escape route. Standing at its prow was a tall, imposing figure in a white officer's coat with a single red rose pinned to his chest. His expression was a mask of cold fury. "Is that an admiral?" Yamato breathed, her voice tight. Her words snapped the others out of their trance. Bonnie followed her gaze, and the color drained from her face. "Why yes," she stammered, her voice trembling with terror. "That's Admiral Akainu. He's a Logia user, the lava fruit. Captain Yamato, we can't fight him head-on. We have to run." "No," Yamato said, her tone deadly serious. She could feel it, an oppressive, overwhelming power radiating from the man, an aura as suffocating as Kaido's. Jinbe hadn't been exaggerating. "You all go. I'll cover your retreat." If they all tried to escape together, none of them would make it. "What?" Bonnie cried, about to protest, but Yamato had already leaped from the ship onto the churning sea below. "Go, now," she yelled over her shoulder. As her command echoed across the water, Yamato opened her mouth wide, and a blindingly bright mass of cold energy began to condense within it. Namuji Hyoga! A powerful shockwave of pure frost erupted from her, a dazzling white beam that shot across the ocean toward the oncoming warship. On the deck of the marine vessel, the soldiers scrambled in panic at the sight of the approaching attack. Only Akainu remained motionless, his brows furrowed so tightly that it was impossible to read his expression. But the fist at his side, now completely transformed into bubbling magma, was all the proof needed of his boiling rage. "Great eruption," he growled. At that moment, everyone on the Sabayati archipelago witnessed a terrifying spectacle unfold on the distant sea. A towering mountain of white ice and scorching magma erupted from the ocean where the two attacks collided. The world was filled with a series of deafening explosions, and the sky was split by blinding flashes of red and white light. The shockwave from the clash of extreme heat and cold was immense, causing the entire archipelago to tremble violently. The island's iconic bubbles began to burst one by one, and even those who had fled to safety could feel the searing heat and biting cold wash over them. After 5 long minutes, the chaos finally subsided, replaced by the sound of crashing waves. As the steam and smoke cleared, the colossal mountain of frozen magma slowly sank beneath the waves. The ocean itself was forever changed, half of it was now a sheet of solid ice, while the other half bubbled and boiled. The sight left everyone from the marines on the warship to the pirates and civilians watching from the shore utterly speechless. "Hey, am I seeing things? Did someone just block an admiral's attack? Who in the world can go toe-to-toe with an admiral? What is that girl? Is she some kind of monster? Where did she come from? She attacked a celestial dragon and is now fighting an admiral to a standstill. When did someone this powerful appear on the seas? I don't know. She's not on any wanted posters I've ever seen. I definitely remember a face like that. It doesn't matter if she was on one before. If that woman escapes today, a new legend will be born." Out on the frozen sea, Yamato stood firm, not even bothering to look back. "Why haven't you left yet?" Though she had frozen the ocean before her, she had intentionally left a narrow channel of open water for her ship to escape. The answer came from the giant, Red. He slowly walked off the ship and onto the ice, taking his place at Yamato's left. "No," he said, his voice a low rumble. "You saved me from that dark, hopeless hell. From now on, my life is yours. I will not abandon my savior, Captain Yamato." Yamato felt that same warm, unfamiliar feeling stir in her heart again. "Me too." The former slave named Diaz, his face set with fierce determination, stepped onto the ice and stood at her right, glaring at the marines. "We're dead either way, so we might as well go down fighting. My life is yours now, Captain Yamato." Looking at the two figures standing guard at her sides, Yamato finally understood. Perhaps there was something more meaningful for her to do than simply follow in another's footsteps. A genuine smile spread across her face. I understand, she said, her voice filled with a newfound purpose. Then let's fight together. Yet. At that moment, the Yamato pirates were truly born. Behind them, Bonnie watched with a mix of awe and hesitation. Before she could decide what to do, a cold, menacing voice boomed across the sea, silencing all other sounds. Wicked One. What is your relationship with Kaido of the Beasts? Akainu's question immediately drew everyone's attention. What did he say? Is she connected to Kaido? That makes sense. Only one of Kaido's crew could be this strong. Hey, look. The flag on her ship, isn't that the emblem of the Beast's pirates? Yamato's smile vanished, replaced by a scowl. That has nothing to do with you, she roared back. Instead, let me ask you something. I've heard that the Marines exist to carry out absolute justice and rid the seas of evil. So why do you ignore the crimes committed by those celestial dragons? Her words sent a shockwave through the crowd. The Marines on the warship shifted uncomfortably, avoiding each other's eyes. Akainu's gaze hardened, and the magma covering his body began to churn with renewed intensity. Truly a wicked soul, he snarled. To possess such power and such twisted ideas. In the name of justice, I cannot allow a threat like you to exist on this sea. I will eliminate you completely. As he finished speaking, Akainu's lower body dissolved into rolling magma, and he shot towards Yamato at incredible speed. Try it if you can. Yamato yelled. This time, it wasn't just anger fueling her, for the first time, she was fighting to protect the lives of her crew. Holding nothing back, she raised her kanabo and charged forward to meet the admiral. In that instant, the battle truly began. Akainu, the highest power of the Marines, against Yamato, the daughter of a Yonko and the newly formed captain of the Yamato pirates. It wasn't just a clash between a Marine and a pirate. It was a battle of fire and ice. For advanced chapters visit patreon.com/mythic_muse content source, webnovel.com Chapter 33-33 Chapter 33 An Admiral's Resolve 33, Chapter 33, An Admiral's Resolve 33, Chapter 33, An Admiral's Resolve On the coast of Port 16, two figures had been watching the entire confrontation unfold from the very beginning, the Dark King, Silver's Rayleigh, and his partner, Shuki. The shockwave from the recent collision of ice and magma washed over them, but Shuki didn't even flinch, taking a long drag from her cigarette. She looked out at Yamato, her eyes gleaming with interest. I never would have expected Kaido to have such a lovely daughter, she mused. Shuki's intelligence network had long ago informed her that Kaido had a child named Yamato. However, every report she had ever received claimed that Yamato was a son. But the evidence was undeniable. The massive kanabo, the rare mythical Zoan devil fruit, the incredible strength, and the horns on her head, all of it confirmed that this powerful young woman was, in fact, the infamous son of Kaido. Yes, and she possesses formidable strength, Rayleigh added, a small smile on his face. The young people of this era are truly something else. No matter how strong she is, she can't be a match for Akainu, can she? Shuki's tone grew worried as she glanced at Rayleigh. That girl attacked a celestial dragon. I don't see how she can escape this. Rayleigh simply narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixed on the battlefield. Don't worry. Let's just watch. The real show is only just beginning. Shuki looked back toward the fight, and her eyes went wide with shock. Wait, no way, is that? It wasn't just Shuki who was stunned. On the battlefield, Akainu, who was charging full speed at Yamato, also froze for a split second. What? He saw it crackling streams of black and red lightning coiling around Yamato's kanabo. It was the mark of a true conqueror. But by the time he recognized it, it was too late. While Akainu was powerful, raw speed was his one relative weakness, and in that moment, Yamato was just as fast as him. Boom! Under the incredulous stares of everyone watching, Yamato's haki-wreathed kanabo collided with Akainu's magma fist. For a single, silent moment, the world seemed to stand still. Then, with a sound like shattering glass, Akainu's elemental form was forced back into a solid state. The kanabo slammed into his body with unstoppable force. Admiral Akainu, the Marine's ultimate weapon, was sent flying backward like a ragdoll. He crashed into the warship behind him with such power that the massive vessel was split clean in two. The sight was so unbelievable that people began rubbing their eyes, certain they were hallucinating. Hey, did I just see what I think I saw? No way, the Admiral, he was actually sent flying. Just who is this woman? She even managed to overpower Admiral Sakazuki. Countless people had predicted the outcome of this battle. Even after Yamato had demonstrated a devil fruit ability capable of clashing with an admiral's, nobody believed a marine admiral could possibly lose to some unknown girl. But now, seeing him hurled through his own ship, they weren't so sure. On Yamato's pirate ship, Her new crewmates were equally dumbfounded, their mouths hanging open in disbelief. Not far away, Shuki's cigarette slipped from her fingers. "You've got to be kidding me," she whispered. "Conqueror's haki coating, even for a monster, there ought to be a limit." A bright glint flashed in Rayleigh's eyes. "Kaido has a fine daughter." On the remains of the warship, the surviving marines were in a state of utter panic. They never imagined that it would be their admiral who would be so decisively overpowered. Worse, the impact had crippled the vessel, and the two halves were now rapidly sinking. "The ship is going down. Everyone, abandon ship." Fortunately, Yamato's earlier attack had frozen much of the sea, giving them a solid surface to retreat to. As the bewildered marines scrambled onto the ice, a loud explosion erupted from within the wreckage. A volcano of crimson magma burst forth, and Akainu flew out, reforming his human body in mid-air. He looked disheveled, and though some of it was due to his own underestimation, taking a direct hit from an attack coated in Conqueror's haki was no small thing, even for an admiral. A trickle of blood ran from the corner of his mouth. He wiped it away with the back of his hand, his expression now colder and more serious than ever before. As expected of an evil bloodline, Akainu growled, his voice a low threat. "Conqueror's haki coating. Truly astonishing." He was now certain that the woman before him was related to Kaido. "Very good." He descended from the sky, landing softly on the ice. Hot magma began to swirl around his arms as a dark, powerful armament haki coated his body. "I will eliminate your wicked bloodline right here and now." An immense, oppressive aura radiated from him, accompanied by a scorching heat that began to melt the very ice he stood on. In the next instant, he charged. Great eruption. A volley of magma fists, like molten cannonballs, shot towards Yamato, while Akainu himself vanished from his spot. Yamato's expression hardened. "Mehoroba." She swung her kanabo, unleashing a blast of silver-white cold air that froze the incoming magma fists solid. At the same time, she spun on her heel, building momentum for a powerful counter-attack. Thunder Bagua. Boom. Her haki-coated club met a pitch-black, haki-coated fist. Unlike the surprise attack from before, Akainu was now completely serious, treating Yamato as a true equal. The Conqueror's haki was met with an unbreakable defense, and the attack was stopped cold. Such incredible strength, Yamato thought, gritting her teeth. It's just like fighting Kaido. In that instant, she finally understood the true power of a marine admiral. But Akainu gave her no time to recover. Inuyagami Guren. His other fist transformed into a vicious hound of magma that lunged at Yamato. She was prepared. Kagami Yama. A perfect decoy of solid ice shimmered into existence in front of her, taking the full force of the magma hound and shattering into a cloud of steam. Yamato used the opening to launch another attack. Namuji Hyoga. Facing the incoming blast of cold, Akainu didn't take a single step back. He was instantly encased in layers of thick ice. The effect, however, was momentary. Within the massive ice crystal, his body transformed back into magma, and the ice melted away in seconds. Still, it bought Yamato the time she needed. She leaped back to create distance and swung her kanabo with all her might. Narakabura. A flying slash of pure Conqueror's haki shot from her club, hurtling toward the now free Akainu and enveloping him in an aura of blue light. But without needing observation haki, Yamato could feel it. A mass of crimson magma began to surge from within the haki slash, growing larger and hotter. Daifunka. The scorching magma didn't just block her attack, it consumed it entirely, transforming into a single, colossal magma fist that surged forward, threatening to swallow Yamato whole. For advanced chapters visit patreon.com/mythic_muse content source, webnovel.com Chapter 34-34 Chapter 34 The Emperor's Arrival 34, Chapter 34, The Emperor's Arrival 34, Chapter 34, The Emperor's Arrival The battle on Sabaody Archipelago raged on. The clash between Admiral Akainu and Yamato had moved from the sea to the island itself, and with every passing moment, the destruction spread. Rumble, violent explosions erupted one after another, transforming the landscape into a hellscape of ice and fire. Everything in the path of their fight was obliterated. As the battle intensified, Yamato felt an ever-increasing pressure. She was finally beginning to understand that the beatings she had endured from her father her whole life were nothing compared to this. He had always been holding back. So this is the true strength of an admiral, she thought, parrying another molten fist that sent shudders up her arm. A power that can stand shoulder to shoulder with that monster. Fortunately, her lifelong opponent had been Kaido, one of the four emperors and arguably the most durable creature in the world. That brutal training, combined with the incredible regenerative abilities of her mythical Zoan Devil Fruit, was the only reason she was still standing against Akainu's relentless assault. Even so, the tide of the battle had turned. Where she was once able to launch her own attacks and even wound the admiral, she was now forced into a desperate, passive defense, doing everything she could just to block his endless barrage of magma. Anxiety began to creep into her heart. What should I do? At this rate? While Yamato grappled with her growing desperation, the awe and terror on the faces of those watching had not faded in the slightest. They were horrified by the Admiral's overwhelming power, where every attack was a natural disaster capable of reshaping the island. At the same time, they were stunned that this unknown young woman could withstand such a force for so long. This is the scoop of a lifetime. Somewhere on the island, a reporter for the World Economic Journal risked life and limb, inching closer to the battle to capture every devastating moment. If this continues, Kaido's daughter will lose, Shuki remarked, her voice grim. He's an admiral, after all. The kid is still outmatched. Rayleigh's eyes remained calm and focused. Don't be so sure. There are plenty of people watching this battle far more closely than we are. Shuki followed his gaze and noticed several familiar, powerful figures scattered across the archipelago. Well now, it's getting lively. Looks like everyone's here. On the massive trunk of a Yarikaman mangrove, Don Quixote Doflamingo squatted with his signature grin, watching the distant fight as if it were the most amusing show on earth. On the roof of a tall building, the imposing figure of Bartholomew Kuma sat motionless, with Dracula Mihawk standing silently beside him, both observing the battle with keen interest. Meanwhile, deep beneath the waves, Jinbe was using his fishman karate to manipulate the ocean currents, silently guiding Yamato's pirate ship away from the battlefield and the crippled marine warship. The marines on board noticed the ship slipping away, but their propulsion was destroyed, leaving them unable to give chase. On the deck of the escaping vessel, Yamato's new crewmates felt the ship moving on its own. They didn't know who was responsible, but they knew one thing for certain, someone was helping them. Just as they were about to break free from the marine cordon, a lazy, frivolous voice echoed from the sky. You know, you can't just run away like that. It would be awfully hard to explain to the celestial dragons. A blinding golden light filled the sky. Oh no! That light is... Despair washed over the faces of everyone on the ship. They knew exactly who that light belonged to. If their captain was barely holding off one admiral, there was no hope of escaping too. Just as a beam of golden light was about to pierce through their ship, a massive pillar of water erupted from the sea, meeting the beam head-on like a liquid sword. Boom! The dazzling explosion forced everyone to shield their eyes. When the light faded, the water pillar collapsed into a torrential downpour. The crew opened their eyes to see a burly, blue-skinned fishman standing on the waves before them. The Knight of the Sea, Jinbe. Bonnie and the others recognized him instantly, breathing a collective sigh of relief. But their relief was short-lived. Above them, the golden light converged into a man in a yellow and white striped suit, a marine justice coat draped over his shoulders. Admiral Kizaru looked down lazily. Oh, scary. Knight of the Sea Jinbe, do you have any idea what you're doing? Are you abandoning your warlord status to oppose the Marines and the world government? No, Jinbe replied, his stance unwavering and his voice firm as he stared up at Kizaru. I am only here to protect my friends. Friends? Kizaru drawled. Do you know what your friends have done? You, of all people, should know the price for harming a celestial dragon, Jinbe. Jinbe's expression tightened, but his gaze only grew more resolute. Of course, I know. And it is for that very reason that I cannot retreat a single step. I am a member of the Sun Pirates. The moment he uttered the name Sun Pirates, the atmosphere shifted. Everyone present knew the name and the story of their legendary captain, Fisher Tiger, the hero who climbed the Red Line to the Holy Land of Mary Gosa and freed thousands of slaves. Even Kizaru's lazy expression became somber. Is that so? Well, that's a shame. An attack on the world nobles cannot go unpunished. I'll have to take you all in. Golden light began to flicker around his body. Then come. Jinbe roared, his arms coated in a dark, swirling armament haki. Not far away, on the tall rooftop, Kuma suddenly shifted his weight. Mihawk glanced at him out of the corner of his eye. What's this? Are you going to make a move? How surprising. Kuma didn't answer, but his expression grew serious. Just as he was about to act, he froze, his head snapping in a different direction. Mihawk didn't need to ask why. He had sensed it too. It seems the show is over, Mihawk said, his voice flat. As the words left his mouth, two streaks of lightning, one red, one black, tore across the sky from the distant horizon. They moved with impossible speed and power, striking down onto the Sabayati archipelago. What? Akainu, locked in combat with Yamato, and Kizaru, preparing to engage Jinbe, both felt the immense presence. Their expressions changed instantly as they tried to retreat, but the lightning was too fast. It struck both of them simultaneously. The two admirals grimaced, their elemental logia forms forcibly dispelled as a jolt of raw power coursed through them. Beads of cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. Hey, Doflamingo, still perched on the mangrove tree, broke out in a cold sweat. That's just too exaggerated. To project haki with that kind of power from so far away, has Kaido arrived? Shuki murmured, immediately understanding what had just happened. She looked to the horizon and saw it, a mass of dark clouds rolling in, swallowing the sky. Rayleigh's voice, now tinged with a rare seriousness, sounded beside her. I never thought that Kid Kaido's haki would become this strong, huh? Shuki turned to ask him what he meant, but she saw that Rayleigh had no intention of explaining. He simply turned to leave. Let's go, he said. There's nothing good left to see here. For advanced chapters visit patreon.com/mythic_muse content source, webnovel.com chapter 35 to 35 chapter 35 The Real Purpose 35, chapter 35, The Real Purpose 35, chapter 35, The Real Purpose The Sabayati archipelago was renowned as an island of dreams. Its climate was mild, the sky a brilliant, endless blue, and the light, filtered through countless floating bubbles, gave the groves a magical, dreamlike quality. The sea that lapped at the roots of the giant Yarikaman mangroves was typically calm and gentle. But in an instant, all of that changed. A fierce gale, unlike anything the island had ever known, swept across the archipelago. A wicked wind howled through the groves, twisting faces, tearing hats from heads, and sending clothes flapping wildly. The bubbles, the island's most iconic feature, began to burst by the thousands. Above, the sun vanished behind a rapidly gathering mass of dark clouds, casting a grim shadow over the land and filling everyone with a deep sense of dread. Hey, what's happening? Is this the end of the world? First the celestial dragons, then the admirals, why is today so cursed? Forget talking, just run. I've got a really bad feeling about this, but there was no escape. The chaos on the island was nothing compared to the state of the surrounding sea. The once calm waters were now a churning hell of towering waves and violent, swirling currents. The entire ocean had been whipped into a frenzy by the storm that had materialized from the distant sky. Worororo. So this is the presence of an emperor, Doflamingo laughed, a maniacal grin spreading across his face as he stood up on the mangrove trunk. Kaido's physical form had not yet even appeared, but the sheer force of his haki had brought the entire battlefield to a dead halt. Akainu, who had been relentlessly pressing his attack on Yamato, stopped immediately. His expression was grim as his gaze locked onto the approaching dark clouds. Kizaru, abandoning the pirate ship, transformed into a flash of golden light and reappeared beside his fellow admiral, his usual lazy demeanor gone, replaced by a deep frown. As for Yamato, she knew that haki better than anyone. She had, after all, been on the receiving end of it for most of her life. Seeing Akainu halt his assault, her own expression grew tense, and she quickly retreated to the deck of her ship. Just then, a peculiar sound cut through the howling wind. Pura pura puru. Pura pura puru, Akainu glanced at Kizaru, who pulled a den mushi from his coat pocket, his face still etched with concern. The moment the call connected, a low, authoritative voice came through. Borsalino, has Kaido appeared? Ah, Kizaru replied, his eyes never leaving the storm clouds that drew ever closer. What's the plan, Fleet Admiral Sengoku? This has gotten rather troublesome, hasn't it? Are we preparing for a war with one of the four emperors? There was a tense silence from the other end of the line. Have you confirmed the relationship between the villain who attacked the celestial dragon and Kaido? Akainu looked toward Yamato's ship in the distance and answered calmly, no, not officially. But given the current situation, I don't think we need proof anymore. Kizaru added, there's more bad news, Fleet Admiral. Jewelry Bonnie is on their ship and appears to be involved. And Jinbe, his allegiance does not seem to be with us, either. Another long silence followed. From the pained and frustrated expression on the Den Mushi's face, both admirals could feel Sengoku's immense distress. I understand, Sengoku's voice finally returned, strained. You two are to hold them there. Do not escalate further. Understood. They both knew what that order meant. As humiliating as it was, the decision to go to war with a Yonko was not theirs to make. That command had to come from the world government itself. They were caught in an impossible situation. On one side was a criminal who had committed the unforgivable act of striking a world noble, and on the other was an emperor the Marines absolutely did not want to confront. To make matters worse, two warlords were actively working against them, and the allegiance of two others present on the island was questionable at best. As they processed their orders, the dark clouds in the sky finally stopped moving. Boom! With a gust of wind, the storm clouds began to disperse, revealing what they had been concealing, a massive island, wreathed in flame clouds, floating ominously in the sky. Upon it sat a city that seemed to be forged from solid gold. But no one cared about the treasure. All eyes were fixed on the terrifying figure standing at the island's edge. The world's strongest creature. One of the four emperors of the sea. Captain of the beast's pirates, Kaido. The next moment made the two admirals frown even more deeply. After appearing, Kaido's first act was to cast his gaze directly down at the person responsible for this entire incident. On the deck of her ship, Yamato felt her father's stare. Uncharacteristically, she lowered her head, her knuckles white as she gripped her kanabo. She said nothing. To anyone watching, it looked like a tense confrontation between a rebellious child and a furious father. Of everyone on the battlefield, only Jinbe, who had heard the full story from Marco, knew the truth. Bonnie, also a daughter with a complicated paternal relationship, looked at the dejected Yamato and guessed that something deeper was going on. But it didn't matter. Kaido was here. That meant they weren't going to die today. That was good news. She let out a long sigh of relief, a brief thought of her own father flashing through her mind. High above, Kaido looked down at Yamato, a flicker of surprise in his own eyes. Well now, he thought, this is unexpected. To be honest, his reasons for severing ties with his highly filial daughter were twofold. The first was to remove the most unstable element from Wano before he solidified his complete control. The second was more of an experiment. He wanted to unleash Yamato, a fighter of near admiral strength, upon the world to see if her presence could alter the outcome of the approaching war at Marineford. Could she save Fire Fist Ace? He mused. It wasn't an emotional consideration. He simply wanted to see if fate was truly set in stone, or if Ace's death was merely a stepping stone required for Straw Hat Luffy to become Pirate King. If Ace lived, who would claim the title? Would the two brothers work together, or would their ambitions tear them apart? It was a fascinating question. As for Whitebeard, he couldn't care less. The old man was destined to die, one way or another. Even if the Marines failed, Blackbeard wouldn't. The Tremor fruit was a prize Teach would never let slip away. Kaido's only other planned intervention was to ensure Red Hair Shanks was kept far away from the battle. With him out of the picture, the war at the summit of the world was destined to be even more gloriously tragic than the story he knew. That was his true goal. He just hadn't expected the first domino to fall so quickly. His daughter had not only entered the game but had stolen the spotlight from Luffy, becoming the one to punch a celestial dragon. Interesting, Kaido thought, a slow, dangerous grin spreading across his face. Perhaps a little more support is in order. She might yet provide an unexpected surprise. But that was a matter for later. For now, for advanced chapters visit patreon.com/mythic_muse content source, webnovel.com Chapter 36-36 Chapter 36 An Emperor's Mockery 36, Chapter 36, An Emperor's Mockery 36, Chapter 36, An Emperor's Mockery Dark clouds gathered in the sky above the Sabayati archipelago, rumbling with the promise of a storm. Thunder cracked, and lightning briefly illuminated a colossal figure descending upon the world like a demon god. In that single moment, every eye on the battlefield was drawn to him. Kaido didn't need to do anything. He simply stood there, his presence so immense that he naturally became the center of everything. This was the overwhelming power of one of the four emperors, the Yonko. So strong. Is this a Yonko? A voice whispered from the shadows. This aura is insane, another added. I can feel my whole body shaking. People hiding in the ruined corners of the grove stared with wide eyes at the towering silhouette against the stormy sky. A mix of awe, terror, and disbelief washed over their faces. Kaido's gaze slowly swept over the crowd below, taking in the scene. Well, this is a lively party, he rumbled, his voice like grinding stones. But from the looks of it, none of you are here to welcome me. No one dared to answer. The suffocating pressure of his aura silenced them all. His confident, bold, and utterly domineering words echoed in their ears, a stark reminder of the fearsome reputation of Kaido of the Beasts. Even Akainu, the most hot-tempered of the marine admirals, felt a few drops of cold sweat trail down his temple. His brow furrowed deeply, but he refused to show weakness. He took 2 steps forward, his expression grim as he roared at the sky. Kaido. Was all of this part of your plan? Akainu, like nearly everyone else present, assumed the chaos of the day was a grand scheme orchestrated by the Yonko. Even Jinbe couldn't help but wonder if it was true. Kaido had been unusually active lately, and his arrival at this exact moment was far too convenient to be a coincidence. However, it wasn't Kaido who answered, but Yamato. She stepped forward proudly. No, that was my idea, she declared. I was the one who beat up those celestial dragons. They're disgusting, despicable people who deserved it. Yamato's sudden confession drew every powerful gaze in the area directly to her. Feeling the combined stare of admirals and legendary pirates, Ginny, Diaz, and Red froze, their bodies turning rigid with tension. Kaido let out a soft snort, a sneer twisting his lips. He finally addressed Akainu with pure disdain. Hey, Marine, are you confused about something? When have I ever needed to explain my actions to you worms? Just who do you think I am? Kaido's domineering words once again left everyone, including the Marines, speechless. It was Kizaru who broke the silence. He stepped forward with his usual lazy smile, his tone deceptively casual. Oh, scary. So, Kaido of the Beasts, does this mean you're officially representing the Beasts pirates in a declaration of war against the Marines and the world government? Kizaru's question was a clear attempt to use the weight of the world's largest military force to intimidate the emperor. But would Kaido be intimidated? Worororora! Declare war! Kaido boomed, his laughter shaking the very air. You know, I've been thinking about doing just that. His blunt admission sent a shockwave through the crowd. Hey, hey, hey! That's not something you can just joke about. Doflamingo hissed, his usual cocky grin gone. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as his mind raced through the implications. Jinbe's expression turned incredibly serious. Kizaru and Akainu were visibly stunned. Everyone there understood the gravity of those words. If a Yonko declared war on the world government, it would plunge the entire world into a conflict of unprecedented scale. While the Marines and the world government would likely emerge victorious in the end, the cost in lives and resources would be catastrophic, a price they were certainly not willing to pay. Thankfully, Kaido spoke again, his voice dripping with amusement. Worororo, don't look so scared. I said I have the intention, but now's not the right time. A cruel sneer spread across his face. If he had said this before, most would have dismissed it as another one of his drunken boasts. Kaido was famous for his wild proclamations. But now, after all his recent, calculated moves, no one was taking his words lightly. Their expressions grew even more solemn. Doflamingo, in particular, knew about Kaido's plans to open the borders of Wano country and understood this was no empty threat. Kaido wasn't worried about revealing his intentions. He knew that soon enough, the Marines and the world government would have bigger problems to deal with. Compared to an old emperor like him, the coming of a certain son of destiny was the true nightmare for the secret rulers of the world. Just then, the den mushi in Kizaru's hand began to ring again. Oh? Looks like you've reached a decision, Kizaru said, looking up at Kaido before answering the call. Fleet Admiral Sengoku's deep, furious voice erupted from the receiver. Listen to me, Kaido, and don't make a mistake. Why do you think we tolerate you pirates? Do you really believe it's because we're afraid of you? If the unspoken balance between the Yonko and the Marines is broken, do you have any idea which of you will be the first to be destroyed? Sengoku's meaning was crystal clear, and the atmosphere grew heavier. If the truce was broken, the world government wouldn't target Whitebeard, the world's strongest man, or red-haired Shanks, who had ties to the celestial dragons. That left only Big Mom and Kaido. And between the two, the ever-aggressive beasts pirates were the obvious choice to make an example of. Kaido understood this perfectly. But he still felt no fear. Oh, is that so? He taunted. Are you Marines ready to go to war with me right now? That's great news. I haven't had a good fight in a while, and my body is getting itchy. As he spoke, Kaido casually swung his massive spiked club, the Hasaikai, resting it on his shoulder as if he were ready to start the war right then and there. Seeing this, Akainu and Kizaru stepped forward, their duty forcing them to stand firm for the honor of the Marines. Just give the order, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Kizaru said, his lazy tone gone, replaced by a sharp edge. Kaido of the Beasts is terrifying, but if Sakazuki and I team up, we won't necessarily lose. Even if it costs us our lives, Akainu added, his fists already smoking, as long as we can take Kaido down here, it will be a victory. The tension on the Sabayati archipelago reached its absolute peak. A legendary battle between a Yonko and two Marine admirals felt like it was only a breath away. But the voice from the Den mushi was not a declaration of war. It was Sengoku, struggling to keep his anger in check. Kaido, hand over the person who attacked the celestial dragon. Do that, and the balance between us can be maintained. If you refuse, the beast's pirates will not survive the wrath of the gods. After hearing Sengoku's ultimatum, Kaido was quiet for a moment. First, he looked stunned, then surprised, and finally, he erupted into a fit of wild, booming laughter. Worororo! 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 He laughed so hard that tears streamed from his eyes. He even made a show of wiping them away, an act of pure contempt that made the two admirals' faces darken with rage. Then, Kaido spoke a single sentence that made every jaw drop. Hey, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, he chuckled. You might be able to scare these young kids with a threat like that, but me. At that, Kaido's mocking expression vanished, replaced by a terrifyingly grim one. Don't you forget what happened last time. If Roger and Garp hadn't teamed up back then, the celestial dragons would have probably been shut up, Kaido. Sengoku's roar blasted from the Den mushi, echoing across the entire sea. Everyone who heard it could feel the absolute shock and fury of the fleet admiral, desperate to silence a story that was never meant to be told. For advanced chapters visit patreon.com/mythic_muse content source, webnovel.com Chapter 37-37 Chapter 37 Shifting Tides 37, Chapter 37, Shifting Tides 37, Chapter 37, Shifting Tides. The silence left by Sengoku's furious outburst was immediately filled with a storm of disbelieving whispers. Hey, what did he just say? Did I hear that right? The Navy hero, Garp, Teamed up with the Pirate King, Roger? To do what for the Celestial Dragons? Does this mean Kaido has fought Celestial Dragons before? How is that not a famous story? Damn it, my head is spinning. What is even happening today? It wasn't just the spectating pirates who were in shock. The Shishibukai, Yamato, and her crew, and even the rank-and-file marines standing behind the two admirals were completely dumbfounded. No one doubted the truth of Kaido's words. Fleet Admiral Sengoku's desperate roar was all the confirmation they needed. Fufu, he almost said his name, didn't he? Doflamingo chuckled, his voice laced with manic excitement. A name that makes even the celestial dragons wet themselves in fear. Doflamingo was 5 years old when the God Valley incident occurred. As a former celestial dragon himself, he had personally seen the looks of pure terror on the faces of those who returned. That was the first time he understood that there were people in the world who were not afraid of his kind. The world government had done its best to bury the story, but it remained an open secret among the world's nobles. Some even used the name rocks to scare their children into behaving. Jinbe, however, simply frowned, trying to process the idea. He had never heard any stories of the Navy hero and the Pirate King fighting on the same side. Nearby, Hawkeye glanced over at Bartholomew Kuma, having sensed a distinct flicker of emotion from the otherwise stoic man. The expressions on the faces of the two marine admirals were grimmer than ever, their killing intent rolling off them in waves. But their fury was nothing compared to the rage and panic coming from the Den Mushi. Though he was thousands of miles away, the snail's vivid imitation of Sengoku's face made his loss of composure painfully clear. Oh? What's wrong, Sengoku? No more threats? Kaido taunted. Are you really that scared of me telling everyone what happened? Despite his words, Kaido didn't push it further. He knew that with his current strength, he could easily escape a fight with Kizaru and Akainu. But this was the Sabayati archipelago, dangerously close to both Marineford and the Holy Land Mary Gosa. If he truly angered them enough to call for an all-out assault, even he would find it a massive headache. Kaido. Sengoku's furious voice crackled through the Den Mushi once more. This time, however, everyone could hear the note of utter helplessness beneath the anger. Sakazuki, Borsalino, bring everyone back to Marineford, Sengoku commanded, his voice strained. Kaido, this incident is over. Wait. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, why? Akainu demanded, his voice filled with disbelief and rage. That's enough, Sakazuki. Enough. Sengoku roared back. This is an order from the world government. Only Kizaru's expression remained surprisingly calm. Just like that, the call ended, bringing the monumental incident to an absurdly anticlimactic close. Akainu and the other marines seethed with humiliation, while the surrounding pirates erupted in cheers. Is that it? It's just over. You've got to be kidding me. A celestial dragon got punched. So this is the power of a Yonko. It's unbelievable. I don't care what anyone says. From now on, Kaido of the Beasts is the strongest of the 4 emperors. I'm going to the New World. I'm joining the Beasts Pirates. To be honest, Kaido himself was a little surprised. He had expected this outcome, but he hadn't thought Sengoku would fold so easily. Could it be? It didn't matter. This outcome suited his plans perfectly. Now was not the time for a full-scale war. In his grand vision, the battle at Marineford was just an appetizer. The main course would be served in 2 years, when a certain generation of troublemakers finally reached Wano country. That would be when the real madness began. Soon, marine warships arrived from the local base to escort the admirals and their forces away from the island. What a pity, Hawkeye my hawk said, turning to leave. It seems I'll have to wait for another chance to measure the gap between myself and the world's strongest creature. As a Shishibukai, he couldn't attack a Yonko without a direct order. Kuma looked toward the distant ship where Jewelry Bonnie stood, his brow furrowed in concern. He didn't know if his daughter being with Kaido's was a good or bad thing. But as Dragon often said, sometimes you just have to leave things to the wind. With that thought, he vanished, other urgent matters demanding his attention. Doflamingo was the last to leave, a thoughtful frown on his face. He sensed there was more to this than met the eye. He pulled out a Den Mushi and dialed a number. Hello, Doflamingo. Why the sudden call? A voice on the other end asked. Fufu, you already know what I'm going to ask, don't you? Those old geezers in charge actually backed down. Even for Kaido, that was too fast, Doflamingo said. The line was silent for a moment. I can tell you, but in exchange, you have to tell me what you and Kaido discussed. Fufu, no problem at all. Alright. Just a little while ago, the world government received 2 pieces of major news, the voice explained. Doflamingo's interest was piqued. First, the rookie pirate Straw Hat Luffy, with his new bounty of 300 million berries, attacked an ice lobby. He publicly burned the world government's flag and rescued the devil child, Nico Robin. It was a massive blow to our prestige, and the higher UPS are furious. Doflamingo's eyes lit up. And the second piece of news. 1 day ago, Fire Fist Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, was defeated by Blackbeard Teach on Bonaro Island. Teach wants to hand Ace over to us in exchange for the open Shishibukai position. Ace's identity is highly sensitive. The world government is taking this very seriously. A sinister grin spread across Doflamingo's face. Foo. Interesting. This is all too interesting. I understand now, he cackled. As for Kaido, he wants to open Wano's borders. He's promised to give me exclusive rights to the sea stone trade. I'll give you the details when I get back. Open Wano's borders. That's big news. No wonder there have been strange movements there. I'll be waiting for you. After hanging up, Doflamingo wasted no time. He leaped into the sky, using his devil fruit to depart. He could feel the winds of the era beginning to shift. If he didn't move fast, he would be left behind. After everyone else had gone, Kaido glanced over at his defiant daughter's ship one last time before turning away. He had no intention of speaking with her. He returned to his floating island, where Eneru stood watch over 2 captives he'd taken from Gecko Maria, Perona and Hogback. Perona was unchanged, still trembling with fear. The moment she saw Kaido, she looked like she was about to burst into tears. Hogback, however, was a different man. The false loyalty he'd shown at first was gone, replaced by an expression of pure awe and sycophancy. Witnessing Kaido make the world government back down had shown him what true power was. Compared to this, his old master Maria was nothing. Kaido ignored them both. He stomped over to Perona, grabbed the crying girl by her collar, and lifted her into the air. Please don't kill me, she whimpered, tears streaming down her face. With an indifferent flick of his wrist, Kaido tossed her away and commanded the island to leave the Sabaody archipelago. Aboard their ship, Yamato watched her father depart. Her face was tense, her fists clenched so tightly her knuckles were white. Jinbe and the others stood by silently, unsure of what to say. Just then, a shrill scream echoed from above. Everyone looked up to see a small figure tumbling through the sky, flying right towards them. For advanced chapters visit patreon.com/mythic_muse content source, webnovel.com Chapter 38-38 Chapter 38 The Red Continent 38, Chapter 38, The Red Continent 38, Chapter 38, The Red Continent A single, cotton candy-like cloud drifted through the endless azure sky. Nestled within it was a small, golden island. At the island's center, beside the massive golden bell, Kaido stared down at a newspaper delivered by a news coup, letting out a heavy sigh. The world government's control over the flow of information was a strange and powerful thing. 3 days had passed since the chaos on the Sabaody archipelago, yet the newspapers were completely silent on the matter. There wasn't a single word about a celestial dragon being attacked, nor was there any mention of his own world-shaking appearance. Instead, every front page was plastered with news of Straw Hat Luffy, the so-called Son of Destiny, and his rampage at N-Ice Lobby. What's that? Eneru asked, walking over to peer curiously at the bounty poster in Kaido's hand. It was Hogback who answered, his tone dripping with eagerness to please. Ever since the incident at Sabaody, the disgraced doctor had been falling over himself to fawn over Kaido and Eneru. Eneru-sama, those are wanted posters. The Marines and the world government of our Blue Sea issue them for pirates. Wanted posters. Eneru repeated, intrigued. That's right, Hogback explained. For most pirates, a higher bounty means a higher status in the world. It's a measure of their threat and infamy. Oh? Is a bounty of 300 million berries considered high? For any normal pirate, it is an incredible amount. This Straw Hat fellow is especially notorious for directly challenging the world government, Hogback said, quickly adding, however, it is nothing compared to Kaido-sama, of course. Oh? Then what is Kaido's bounty? Seeing that Kaido didn't object, Hogback puffed out his chest and announced the number with reverent excitement. It is 4,611,100,000 berries. Even though Eneru had expected an enormous figure, the number still managed to shock him. He turned his gaze on himself, a thoughtful look on his face. If I were to get a bounty in the Blue Sea, how much do you think it would be? This. Hogback hesitated, terrified of giving the wrong answer and displeasing the self-proclaimed god. At that moment, Kaido spoke, his voice a low rumble. With your devil fruit and powerful observation haki, you could easily get a bounty of 500 million to 700 million berries right now. Once you master armament haki, it would likely rise to over 1 billion. None of my all-stars have a bounty lower than that. And if you ever manage to master Conqueror's haki, you could probably start at 1,500,000,000. Oh! Eneru's eyes lit up with excitement. Then I can't afford to waste any more time. Good, Kaido grunted. How is your physical training coming along? Hearing the question, Eneru glanced at Hogback and clenched his fists. This man may look pathetic, but he knows what he's doing. With his guidance these past few days, I can already feel my body getting stronger. Hogback rubbed his hands together obsequiously. It is my greatest honor to be of service to Enru-sama. You've done well, Kaido said. He wasn't one to hold back praise for a subordinate who proved their loyalty and competence. Hogback was, without a doubt, extremely capable. As a world-renowned genius surgeon, his understanding of the human body was second to none. He knew the most efficient and scientific methods to push a physique to its absolute limits. Don't worry. As long as you continue to produce results, I won't be stingy with your reward. Hogback bowed deeply, his voice trembling with excitement as he sought to prove his value further. Thank you, Kaido-sama. I will not fail you. In fact, my success is also due to Enru-sama's extraordinary natural talent. I have already discovered something remarkable about his body. Remarkable. The word made both Kaido and Enru pause. Yes, Hogback said, a showman's flair entering his voice. During my years working for Mariah, I studied the corpses of countless life forms for his zombie army. In doing so, I discovered something incredible. Every living species in this world has a natural upper limit to their physical strength. Giants and fishmen are born stronger than humans, that is simply a fact of their biology. It led me to a theory: the truly powerful figures in this world, those who gain superhuman strength, must possess some kind of power within their bodies that ordinary people lack. I have not yet identified what that power is, but I am certain that Enru-sama's body contains it. Kaido's eyes narrowed. He didn't need Hogback to tell him this. The idea that bloodline didn't matter in this world was utter nonsense. Which of the monsters who stood at the peak of the world didn't possess a special lineage or some extraordinary inborn talent? Did Whitebeard and Big Mom have the bodies of normal humans? Was the D in the names of Roger, Garp, Dragon, and Luffy just a meaningless letter? Were the three admirals so powerful because of their devil fruits alone? Of course not. From his own Oni race to King's Lunarian heritage and Kuma's buccaneer blood, power was so often a matter of birthright. Enru, meanwhile, grew even more excited. Hogback's theory was a perfect bomb for his ego. He already knew he was special. How could a god possibly be an ordinary man? If that's the case, Kaido declared, then after we return to Wano, I will provide you with all the research equipment and funding you could ever desire. I only want one thing in return: results. Rest assured, Kaido-sama. Hogback proclaimed. I will find the answer for you. Just as he finished speaking, the weather in the distant sky began to change. The sunny afternoon grew gloomy as dark clouds rolled in, and a powerful wind began to blow. Kaido and Hogback's expressions remained unchanged. They knew exactly what this meant. They had reached the red line. Sure enough, a few moments later, an impossible sight appeared before Enru's astonished eyes. A colossal, red-colored continent stretched across the horizon, soaring so high it pierced the clouds. It was like an impassable wall that split the entire world in two. What is that? An infinite land? Enru asked, his voice filled with awe. No, Enru-sama, Hogback explained. That is the red line. Once we cross over this continent, we will be in the new world. Oh. Enru vaguely recalled Kaido telling him some of the world's basic geography. He looked down at the massive wall of earth, and his awe quickly turned to disappointment. So this is the red line. It's ugly. Just a barren, red rock. And it smells like rotten eggs. Kaido remained silent. He had crossed the red line countless times and was all too familiar with that smell. Hogback explained, that is the smell of sulfur, Enru-sama. Sulfur. Yes. While there is no definitive proof, it is said that the red line is red because its interior is made of uncooled magma. Magma. Indeed, Hogback continued. That is why, with the exception of the Holy Land Mary Gosa, the entire continent is barren. The sea only cooled the outer crust, molten rock still flows deep inside. In fact, Mary Gosa itself was once just as ugly as the rest of this, but the celestial dragons used countless slaves to build a garden in the sky. For advanced chapters visit patreon.com/mythic_muse. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 39-39. Chapter 39 The Price of Ambition. 39, Chapter 39, The Price of Ambition. 39, Chapter 39, The Price of Ambition. In the New World lies Dressrosa, the country of fairies, love, and passion. 10 years ago, Don Quixote Doflamingo seized control of this nation, transforming it into the base of operations for his powerful family. While his rule was cruel and built on a foundation of lies, Doflamingo's special status as a Shishibukai and his diligent, albeit ruthless, management had allowed the country to prosper on the surface. Today, on the King's Plateau where the royal palace stood, a rare gathering was taking place. With the exception of Fergo, who was deep undercover in the Marines, nearly every core member of the Don Quixote family pirates was present. And among them was a special guest. Wait, wait! Doffy, you have to be joking, right? A sharp, fearful voice shrieked, echoing through the grand palace hall. The speaker was a pale man with a twisted, terrified expression, wrapped in a robe that seemed to be made of floating smoke. This was Caesar Clown, a former scientist of the legendary Mads Group and now Doflamingo's lead researcher on artificial Zoan devil fruits. He had received a message yesterday summoning him from Punk Hazard to dress Rosa. Caesar hadn't thought much of it. Doflamingo was his patron, after all, providing him with protection from the world government and the vast funds needed for his research. Besides, with Doflamingo's agent, Monet, always by his side, he had no power to refuse anyway. But he never could have imagined what was waiting for him. The moment he arrived, Doflamingo had spoken a few simple words that drained all the blood from his face. Foo, my hands are tied, Caesar, Doflamingo said with a wide, unfeeling grin. Kaido specifically asked for you by name. And he offered me something I simply couldn't refuse. Doflamingo's words felt like a knife twisting in Caesar's gut. Are you kidding me? Do these pirate bastards just see me as cargo to be traded? The thought screamed in his mind, but he didn't have the courage to say it aloud. Instead, he tried to reason, his voice taking on a whiny, obsequious tone. But wait, Doffy. Is there anything more important than my Smile project? Foo, if you were producing a successful product, then of course Smile would be more important, Doflamingo replied coolly. But the problem, Caesar, is that the failure rate of your creations is far too high. As it stands, their value can't compare to a single, real devil fruit. Before, I would never have considered giving you up, but now, the undisguised business talk made Caesar's face turn even uglier. Seeing his despair, Doflamingo offered a twisted sort of comfort. Hey, don't make that face, Caesar. You should be happy. Everything I can give you, Kaido can give you, and more. You've heard the rumors, haven't you? He found the legendary city of gold. You'll never have to worry about research funds again. And he can offer you protection far beyond what I can. He's one of the 4 emperors, after all. Caesar's expression softened slightly. What Doflamingo said was true, but the thought of working directly under a monster like Kaido made him tremble. There was the matter of his freedom, but more importantly, scientific research was a process of trial and error. Projects like Smile were bound to have setbacks. If he failed to meet Kaido's expectations, would his life be on the line? Besides, Doflamingo added, Kaido doesn't just want you. Monet and Baby 5 will be going with you. You won't be alone. At the mention of her name, Monet, who stood silently nearby, showed no change in expression. She had already been briefed on the situation. Baby 5, however, immediately burst into tears. Snot and tears streamed down her face as she wailed, Young master. Don't you need me anymore? How could you say that? Doflamingo said smoothly, having long since mastered how to manipulate her personality. It's precisely because I need you that I'm sending you to Kaido. I'm entrusting you and Monet with an incredibly important mission. Kaido has promised me that within the next month, he will complete his conquest of Wano country. When he does, he will open its borders and hand over the country's entire sea stone and weapons business to our family. The room fell silent. The information Doflamingo had just revealed stunned every member of the Don Quixote family. Young master, is that true? Diamante asked, his face a mask of shock. Others might not grasp the full implications, but as the man in charge of the family's existing weapons trade, Diamante understood perfectly. The profits involved were astronomical. The sea stone trade alone was worth more than 10 dress roses. Treble, the slimy executive, also sounded disbelieving. Do Doffy, that's impossible, isn't it? Foo, seeing the awe on his subordinates' faces, Doflamingo smiled with deep satisfaction. When I first heard it, I thought it was unbelievable too. But I confirmed it. With Kaido's arrogance, he wouldn't bother lying to me about something like this. A wave of excitement washed over the room. That's a massive deal. If we get the Wano sea stone trade, the Don Quixote family will rule the entire underworld, one of them shouted. Even the Marines and the world government will have to do what we say. It was true. Wano was the only place in the entire world that produced sea stone, the miraculous mineral that could neutralize devil fruit users. Controlling Wano's sea stone meant controlling the production of every sea stone weapon and tool on the planet. And the biggest customers for those items weren't pirates, but the Marines, the world government, and the celestial dragons themselves. With that kind of leverage, their power would be absolute. So, young master, Monet asked, her voice calm and professional. She was still in her human form, not yet having been altered by Law's devil fruit. What do you need me and Baby 5 to do? You won't be taking orders from me. Kaido will give you your assignments, Doflamingo explained. You just need to follow his commands. And remember, don't do anything unnecessary. The only thing that matters to the Don Quixote family is securing that sea stone business. Everything else is secondary. Monet's eyes lit up with understanding. I understand, young master. Good. I have complete confidence in you, Monet. But what about you, Baby 5? Baby 5 pouted, wiping her tears away. Don't treat me like a child. Monet covered her mouth and let out a soft chuckle. Don't worry, young master. I'll look after Baby 5. Foo 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 foo. Then I have nothing to worry about. Suddenly, a small voice piped up. It was Sugar, still a little girl, looking up at her older sister with sad eyes. Then, big sister, does this mean you can't visit me anymore? Wah, of course not, Monet said, though her own eyes filled with a trace of sadness as she gently stroked her sister's head. Sugar's devil fruit ability meant she could never leave Dressrosa, and they both knew it. Seeing this, Doflamingo offered his own brand of comfort. Don't worry. This mission is a lot like the one at Punk Hazard, maybe even easier. If Kaido really opens up Wano like he says, the country will become a paradise for pirates. If Monet does a good job, he might even give her a few days off. You never know. Sugar's eyes brightened at the thought, but Monet simply continued to rub her sister's head, holding no such hope. She was used to being separated from her sister for the sake of the young master's ambitions. More than a decade ago, she had worked undercover at King Riku's side. After Doflamingo took the country, she was sent to Punk Hazard to monitor Caesar. Now, she was heading to the territory of the Beast's pirates. But even so, she had no regrets. The young master was her savior, her king. He was her everything. Just then, the sharp ring of a den mushi came from Doflamingo's coat. Looks like they've arrived, he said, pulling out the snail. Caesar, Monet, Baby 5, come with me. The rest of you, stay here. And start preparing for us to take over Wano's weapons trade. For advanced chapters visit patreon.com/mythic_muse content source, webnovel.com chapter 40 to 40 chapter 40 pieces on the board 40, chapter 40, pieces on the board 40, chapter 40, pieces on the board. Half an hour later, in the open waters near Dressrosa, Doflamingo's small group arrived at the floating golden island. Come on up, a voice boomed from above. As Caesar, Monet, and Baby 5 stepped onto the island, they were immediately struck dumb with awe, just as their young master had been. They had seen the wealth of Dressrosa, but it was nothing compared to this. Before them was a city literally forged from gold, a true marvel of the world. Their astonishment was short-lived, however, as their eyes fell upon the colossal man sitting beside the giant golden bell. An involuntary shiver, like a jolt of electricity, ran through all three of them. Nerves frayed, they slowly and cautiously approached. This was the giant of a man they knew only by reputation, Kaido of the Beasts, one of the 4 emperors of the New World. Even their own master, the fearsome Doflamingo, had to address this man with respect. Lord Kaido. I've brought the people you requested. Doflamingo announced with a grin. Kaido, sitting cross-legged in the shadow of the bell, grunted and glanced at the 3 newcomers. His gaze lingered on Monet and Baby 5, and he praised them without reservation. They're every bit as beautiful as the stories say. A sight that brings joy to a man's heart. The compliment seemed to genuinely surprise the 2 women, and it did much to ease the crushing tension in the air. Perhaps this monster wasn't so terrifying after all. Thank you for your praise, Lord Kaido, Monet said, her cheeks flushing slightly as she spoke with a shy politeness. Baby 5's eyes lit up immediately. Does Lord Kaido need me, too? Of course. Kaido affirmed. Seeing the pure happiness on Baby 5's face, he turned his grin back toward Doflamingo. The underworld broker smiled, pleased to see that his subordinates were so well received. If Doflamingo knew what Kaido was truly thinking, however, his smile would have vanished. Kaido's desire to add the 2 women to his collection was only part of the reason he'd asked for them. The real purpose was strategic. Kaido knew that men like Doflamingo, blinded by their own arrogance, were destined to fall in the turbulent seas of the New World. When that day came, having Monet and Baby 5 in his service would allow him to seamlessly absorb Doflamingo's vast network and all his industries. This was the real reason Kaido was being so generous with the Wano trade deal. Everything Doflamingo was building now was just groundwork for the future of the Beast's pirates. Satisfied with his long-term plan, Kaido adopted a benevolent tone. Doffy, tell me. What's the situation on the seas right now? Doflamingo, completely unaware of the scheme, was focused only on securing the sea stone business. He answered without hesitation. Foo 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 foo. Lord Kaido, it's an absolute mess. Oh? Tell me more, Kaido rumbled. With your information network, you must know things that even I haven't heard. Doflamingo proudly relayed the news about Straw Hat Luffy's rampage at N-Ice Lobby and the shocking capture of Fire Fist Ace by Blackbeard. It seems my timing was lucky, Kaido noted. You're too modest, Lord Kaido. Even without these events, the Marines wouldn't dare start a war with you, Doflamingo flattered. But it certainly helps. The world government is hesitating. Anyone can see that this Blackbeard fellow is trying to start a war with Whitebeard. If it weren't for your own display of power at Sabayati, they might have taken the bait and gone after him. Now, they're terrified of fighting two Yonko crews at once. On the other hand, having Whitebeard's 2nd Division commander in their grasp is a temptation they can't ignore. They're in contact with Blackbeard, but they still haven't decided how to handle Ace. Is that so? Kaido mused, then changed the subject. And what about Straw Hat? Foo. An interesting one. He's lucky, too. The world government has bigger fish to fry, so they've outsourced the problem to an old acquaintance of yours, Doflamingo said, glancing meaningfully at Hogback. You mean Mariah? Kaido growled. That's right. The Shishibukai exist to help the Marines deal with troublesome rookies like him. A ferocious smile spread across Kaido's face. You're right. That is interesting. And what of the Vinsmoke family? Doflamingo's expression soured with a hint of disdain. Please rest assured, Lord Kaido. That fool judge was ecstatic when he heard you were willing to bring Germa 66 into your fold. He plans to bring his children to Wano to meet you personally. As for Wapol, my men have found him. I will bring him and judge to see you in Wano myself. Very good. I will be waiting for you. Just then, Caesar, who had been standing silently, suddenly widened his eyes. What? That idiot judge is coming too. Realizing his outburst, Caesar immediately clapped a hand over his mouth and gave a fawning, sweaty smile. Sorry. Lord Kaido, I lost my composure. I was just so surprised to hear the name of an old friend. Kaido didn't seem to mind. Is that so? He said, his voice laced with meaning. Speaking of which, you, Judge, and my all-star, Queen, were all once members of MADS, weren't you? You can have a proper reunion. You should be thanking me. Caesar kept the greasy smile plastered on his face, but inwardly he was screaming. Who in their right mind would want to work with those two bastards again? Still, seeing that the Emperor seemed more approachable than he'd imagined, Caesar decided to take a chance. Lord Kaido, I have an idea, but I'm not sure if I should say it. Speak. Well, it is my greatest honor to serve you, Lord Kaido. But as you know, scientific research is incredibly expensive, Caesar began, warming up to his topic. Although you won't be lacking for funds, I was thinking of a way I could save you some money. And your suggestion is? It's like this. I can work for you anywhere. And my current location, Punk Hazard, just so happens to be the former primary research base for MADS. It still has some of the most advanced scientific equipment in the world. Caesar stopped there, knowing that Kaido was sharp enough to understand what he was implying. Kaido did indeed understand. A nostalgic, almost predatory smile touched his lips. Punk Hazard, eh? That's a familiar name. In that case, I think I'll go take a look with you. Caesar froze, stunned. He had no idea that Kaido himself had been a research subject at Punk Hazard, where he had first met King decades ago. For Kaido, this was a perfect opportunity. Decades had passed, but he knew something had been left behind, an artificial devil fruit created from his own lineage factor. He could, of course, just go take it himself, but that would inevitably attract the attention of the world government. He had no desire for them to know that Vegapunk had successfully replicated a mythical Zoan fruit, especially his own. If they knew, who knew what kind of monsters they would have Vegapunk create in the years to come. While Kaido feared no one, the thought of that fruit, a part of him, being eaten by someone as pathetic as Kojiki Momonosuke filled him with a deep, visceral disgust. And so, 2 days later, the matter was settled. Under the pretense of inspecting Caesar's new research facility, Kaido paid a visit to Punk Hazard. He secretly located and retrieved the artificial devil fruit, finally putting the disgusting feeling to rest. For advanced chapters visit patreon.com/mythic_muse. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 41-41. Chapter 41. The Uprising Begins. 41. Chapter 41. The Uprising Begins. 41. Chapter 41. The uprising begins in the heart of the New World, on the isolated island of Wano country. Nearly a month had passed since Kaido's departure from Onigashima. During this time, a quiet tension had been building beneath the surface. The date for the public execution of Kojiki Oden's retainers was drawing near, and all of Oden's loyal supporters were growing desperate. News from the outside world, delivered by newspapers, confirmed that Kaido was on his way back to Wano. This only fueled their urgency. They knew that if they waited for Kaido's return, their chance to act would be lost forever. After many secret meetings and careful planning, they finally set a date to storm Onigashima and rescue Kojiki Hiri and Denjiro. That time was tonight. On this particular evening, however, Onigashima was anything but tense. The entire island fortress was ablaze with light, and the sounds of raucous laughter and celebration echoed from its halls. Torches lit every corner, and the sounds of singing and feasting filled the air. Queen had returned from a 3-month training period, and his homecoming was the perfect excuse for the Beast's pirates to indulge in the massive banquets they loved. For the past month, a Nagashima had been a scene of constant revelry, with most of the crew perpetually drunk and carefree. Inside the grand banquet hall, Jack the Drought raised a large stein and made his way to the second floor. In a shadowed corner, he found the man he considered his true big brother, the Beast's Pirate's second-in-command, King the Wildfire. King stood alone, silently observing the chaos below. "King, my brother, won't you have a drink?" Jack offered. "No," King replied curtly. "There's no need." His sharp refusal surprised Jack. He followed King's gaze down to the main floor, where their other brother, Queen the Plague, was drunkenly singing and dancing with his subordinates. Whether it was just his imagination or not, Jack sensed that King was deeply unhappy. But there was little he could do. King had always been a serious man, his face hidden behind a mask that concealed his true thoughts. Jack's intuition was correct. King was indeed furious. Ever since he had noticed the profound change in Kaido a month ago, he had been trying to understand what had happened. He couldn't stop thinking about the war that Kaido had mentioned. He hadn't found any answers, but his observations had revealed another serious problem: the Beast's pirates had grown rotten from the inside. Ever since their captain, Kaido of the Beasts, was declared one of the 4 emperors of the New World, life had become too comfortable. As a Yonko crew, no one dared to challenge them directly. Even the other 3 emperors kept their distance for their own reasons. For more than a decade, the Beast's pirates had been expanding their ranks, but they had rarely faced a true battle. Without any real challengers, the crew had grown complacent and lost their edge. They had forgotten what it meant to be in a constant state of readiness. For example, despite Kaido's stern warning over 2 weeks ago that the public execution was a test and a major training exercise for the entire crew, no one seemed to be taking it seriously. Looking down at the drunken mess below, King felt a sense of dread. If an enemy were to attack now, half of the Beast's pirates would probably be too drunk to even stand, let alone fight. Just then, Queen, having finished his song and dance, staggered up the stairs with a wine glass in hand. "Hey, King! It's a party! Why aren't you having a drink on such a happy day?" Queen bellowed, then tipped his head back and chugged the entire glass of wine. King remained silent for a moment, his masked face turned toward Queen. "You haven't forgotten the boss's orders, have you, Queen? He'll be back soon." Queen's cheerful expression faltered slightly. "Of course not. Don't you underestimate me. Everything is taken care of. If those samurai dare to show their faces, I'll make sure none of them leave here alive." The bond between the 3 all-stars was real, and Queen certainly respected King. But when it came to the question of who was the true second-in-command, Queen refused to concede to him. He took King's words as a personal slight, a suggestion that he was incompetent. "Good. Then I'll leave the outside to you, and I'll handle things in here," King said. He then took the stein from Jack's hand and downed it in one go. Seeing this, Queen let out a booming laugh. "That's more like it. On a day like this, everyone should be happy. Don't be such a spoilsport." He raised his arms and cheered to the pirates below, who responded with an even louder roar of approval. But in that moment, a panicked voice cut through the noise of the banquet. "This is bad. Queen-sama, this is terrible." A commotion erupted at the entrance as a low-ranking subordinate, covered in blood, stumbled into the hall. "The prisoners at the quarry and the weapons factory, they've started a riot. We can't control them." "What?" The sudden announcement silenced the entire hall. All eyes turned to the messenger, who was now crawling across the floor in a desperate attempt to reach them. Queen's face went rigid. He had just boasted that he had everything under control, and now there was a full-blown riot at 2 of their most important facilities. He could feel King's cold, disappointed gaze on him from the side. Humiliated, Queen's face darkened with rage. "Are you kidding me?" he roared. "You can't even handle a bunch of starving prisoners." The subordinate trembled under Queen's furious glare. "Queen-sama, it's because 2 people showed up," he stammered. "We're no match for them." "Who?" King asked, cutting straight to the point. He sensed that this was more than just a simple riot. The names the subordinate spoke next sent a shockwave of disbelief through the entire banquet hall. "It's Hana no Hyagoro, the former boss of Wano's underworld, and the samurai Kawamatsu, one of the 9 red scabbards." The hall fell into an eerie silence. As soon as they appeared, all the prisoners in the quarry and the weapons factory rioted and joined them. "There are too many of them, we couldn't stop them." The silence stretched on as everyone tried to process the news. Finally, King broke it. "Then why are you only reporting this now?" The subordinate looked up, his face filled with despair. "King-sama, we tried. We tried to contact a Nagashima with the Den Mushi, but no one answered. We think they were all drunk." "What?" Queen trembled. He knew he was in deep trouble. He didn't dare to look at King. He waved his hand frantically and shouted, "You useless bastard! Someone, come with me! We're going to crush those traitors!" But before he could move, King held up a hand to stop him. "If you take a force there, who will be left to defend Onigashima? Besides, do you even know the full situation? The subordinate quickly answered, Queen-sama, at least 5,000 prisoners have already joined Hyogoro and Kawamatsu. They're destroying the weapons factory and the quarry right now. If we don't stop them soon, hearing this, even King's brow furrowed in concern. Those samurai had planned this well. Everyone in Wano knew how vital the quarries and weapons factories were to the beast's pirates. This was no mere prison break, it was a declaration of war. For advanced chapters visit patreon.com/mythic_muse content source, webnovel.com Chapter 42-42 Chapter 42 The Invasion of Onigashima 42, Chapter 42, The Invasion of Onigashima 42, Chapter 42, The Invasion of Onigashima Deep inside Onigashima, within a lavishly decorated corridor known as the Woman's Woe, lay the territory of Black Maria, one of the elite Flying Six. The area was illuminated by the soft, warm glow of countless lanterns and candles, casting long shadows across the elegant rooms. Beauties dressed in gorgeous kimonos moved gracefully through the halls. These women were a mix of Black Maria's own subordinates from the beast's pirates and highly trained courtesans. In a large, brightly lit chamber at the heart of the territory, Kojiki Hiri was suspended in the air, entangled in Black Maria's sticky white spider silk. Her posture was humiliating, and she was almost completely exposed. Her fair skin seemed to glow under the lantern light, and her cheeks were flushed with a feverish heat. Her body trembled uncontrollably, a clear sign of the torment she had endured. Nearly a month had passed since Hiri was captured. During that time, Black Maria, a master of breaking a woman's spirit, had subjected Odin's daughter to every method of torture she could devise. To her surprise, Hiri's will remained unbroken. As the former #1 courtesan of the flower capital, Hiri possessed a resilience that fascinated Black Maria, making her even more excited to continue her work. As night fell, the towering figure of Black Maria, who stood even taller than Kaido, pushed open the door. She approached the bound Hiri, leaned in close, and whispered sweetly into her ear. "Little Hiri, I'm back again." Hearing that voice, Hiri's body flinched violently. A cold sweat beaded on her forehead, and her eyes filled with a familiar despair. "It's such a shame," Black Maria purred, feigning sadness. "To think that in just a few days, I won't be able to see you anymore. I'll almost miss our time together." Despite her words, she was already transforming into her hybrid spider form. A sharp, venomous leg extended towards Hiri, its tip glowing with a sickly green light and dripping with poison. "In that case," she cooed, "let's not waste this beautiful night." Seeing the poisonous stinger so close, Hiri began to tremble. For the past month, after realizing that conventional torture was ineffective, Black Maria had started using this special venom on her. It was a hallucinogen, a poison that plunged its victim into a waking nightmare, forcing them to experience their worst fears as reality. Black Maria considered it a waste to mar such a beautiful body with physical scars. But just as she was about to administer the poison, a voice called out from the corridor. "Lady Maria! Kaido-sama has returned. He's asking for you." "What?" Black Maria's excitement was instantaneous. She completely forgot about Hiri and rushed out of the room. As she hurried down the hall, her mind raced with giddy thoughts. "Kaido-sama is finally back. No, I can't see him like this. I haven't even done my makeup yet. Wait a minute, Kaido-sama." Suddenly, she stopped dead in her tracks. A thought cut through her excitement, and she instantly calmed down. She looked around the corridor, listening intently. That's not right. If Kaido-sama really came back, Onigashima wouldn't be this quiet. Every time their captain returned, the entire island shook. It was impossible for her to have missed it. Which could only mean one thing. She slowly looked down at the subordinate standing before her. It was a woman she didn't recognize. "Hey," Black Maria said, her voice losing its playful tone. "I don't remember having a subordinate who looks like you. What's your name?" The woman slowly raised her head, a small smile on her face. "So I've been exposed? I guess there's no helping it, then." She threw off her outer robe, revealing a pink kimono, 2 short pistols, and a long sword at her waist. Her eyes burned with a cold hatred. You're Black Maria recognized the figure instantly. No, it wasn't a woman. It was a man. Cold sweat dripped from her forehead as she stared at the tattoo on his back, the unmistakable mark of the Whitebeard pirates. The intruder was Izo, commander of the 16th Division. Back in the room where Hiri was imprisoned, a dark figure dropped from the ceiling the moment Black Maria left. With a swift flash of a blade, the spider silk was cut, and Hiri fell into the arms of her rescuer. Princess Hiri. Hiri, on the verge of losing consciousness, weakly opened her eyes to see the woman holding her. "Princess, it's me, Shinobu. I was once a retainer of Lord Odin. Do you remember me?" Shinobu's voice was a lifeline, pulling Hiri back from the brink. "I am here on our master's orders to rescue you. Please, rest assured." I will get you out of here, even if it costs me my life. Shinobu quickly removed her own coat and draped it over Hiri's exposed body. But Hiri, now fully awake, began to struggle in a panic. No. You have to leave. Go, quickly. This is a trap set by Kaido and Orakai to capture all of you. Hiri's selfless concern brought a look of deep emotion to Shinobu's face. Don't worry, princess. We know it's a trap. But as retainers of Lord Odin, how could we stand by and watch you be executed? We will rescue you, no matter the cost. Seeing the fear still in Hiri's eyes, Shinobu offered a piece of hope. Princess, do you remember Kawamatsu? We found him. He's alive, and he is fighting to save you right now. Please, do not give up on the hope we all share. Kawamatsu. The name was like a spark in the darkness. Hiri's eyes lit up. Kawamatsu is still alive. Yes. He is the one leading this charge to save you. I understand. At that moment, Hiri's fear was replaced by a surge of courage. Just then, the doors slid open, and dozens of Black Maria's female subordinates surrounded them. Well, well. Where do you think you're going? One of them sneered. Lady Maria told us to watch her closely. We'll be in big trouble if we let her escape. Shinobu tightened her grip on her short sword. Princess, please stand back. I will deal with these women. Elsewhere in Onigashima, in the dungeon where Denjiro was being held, Who stared at the two men before him with a look of pure annoyance. Honestly, what is that idiot Sasaki doing? How did these guys get into Onigashima without anyone noticing? Two Wano samurai had already freed a battered Denjiro from his cell. Are you alright, Denjiro? One of them asked. Denjiro, covered in blood from days of torture, looked at his rescuers in disbelief. Lord Yasui? And, are you Lord Ushimaru? That's right, Denjiro, Yasui said urgently. I know you have questions, but this isn't the time. We have to get out of here. Inuarashi and Nekomamushi can't hold them off forever. Inuarashi and Nekomamushi. Whose eyes widened. So those two troublemakers are here as well. He finally understood that the situation was spiraling out of control. But he knew he couldn't stop all three of them by himself. Just as he braced for a fight, he heard a familiar roar from down the corridor. Two massive figures charged into the room. You bastards! You dare try to free a prisoner? Kaido-sama is going to be furious when he hears about this. For the first time all night, Who felt a sense of relief. He had never been so happy to see those two annoying little devils, page 1 and ulti. For advanced chapters visit patreon.com/mythic_muse content source, webnovel.com chapter 43-43 chapter 43 The Land of Wano in Chaos 43, chapter 43, The Land of Wano in Chaos 43, chapter 43, The Land of Wano in Chaos. At the main entrance to Onigashima, the port was in turmoil. You bastards, let me go! Sasaki roared, struggling against the sea stone chains that bound him. I'll kill you, Shunmaru! How dare you betray Kaido-sama? Sobering up from a drunken stupor, Sasaki, one of the Flying Six, found himself a prisoner. All of his subordinates had been defeated, and the port was now swarming with Wano samurai disembarking from a fleet of ships. He knew instantly that he had failed spectacularly. Damn it, how did this happen? He thought furiously. Sasaki had been suspicious of Shunmaru or Ashiradaji, as he was once known from the very beginning. King had been suspicious, too. Shunmaru had rejected the Beast's pirates' offers countless times, so for him to suddenly accept an invitation at such a critical moment was highly suspect. However, the Beast's pirates couldn't pass up the opportunity. They had long coveted the strength of Shunmaru and his Toyama pirates. To refuse him now might mean losing the chance to recruit them forever. So, King had decided to accept his surrender, but with a clever precaution. He stationed Shunmaru and his men at the port, far from the central fortress, where they couldn't cause any real damage if they betrayed them. He had even assigned Sasaki to watch over them, a measure that should have been foolproof. King's plan had been sound, but he had severely underestimated Sasaki's incompetence. He and his men had been taken down without a fight, caught completely off guard by Shunmaru. Sasaki had been reluctant to take the assignment in the first place. In his ambitious mind, the only person in the crew worthy of giving him orders was Kaido himself. He saw King as a rival, someone whose position as an all-star he would one day challenge and claim for himself. But now, he had messed up in the most humiliating way possible. He refused to believe it was his fault. No, he rationalized, with my tolerance for alcohol, there's no way I could have gotten that drunk. They must have drugged the sake. Damn you, Shunmaru, he bellowed. Using such despicable tricks. Let me go so I can face you in a proper duel. A short distance away, Ashiradaji was speaking with Inuarashi and Nekomamushi. He glanced back at the shouting Sasaki with indifference before turning his attention back to his comrades. Why not just finish him off? Nekomamushi asked, looking over at the captive. Ashira shook his head. No. Our goal has always been to rescue Hiyori-sama and Denjiro. Killing Sasaki changes everything. If we execute a flying six, Kaido will hunt us to the ends of the earth. We'll have nowhere to run, not even to Zou. He knows where it is. Duke Inuarashi nodded in agreement. You're right. We don't have the strength to face Kaido in an all-out war just yet. Humiliating him like this is enough for now. I just didn't expect all of you to come, Ashira said, his gaze softening as he looked at the two minks, a memory of happier days with Odin flashing in his mind. We all remember Lady Toki's prophecy, Nekomamushi replied with a grin. We've been preparing for this day. In 2 more years, we will defeat Kaido and take back Wano country for good. Odin, the three of them declared in unison, their eyes filled with unshakable resolve. Just then, a cold, menacing voice cut through the air. I'm sorry, but whatever this prophecy is, you won't live to see it fulfilled. Your lives end here. The 3 samurai looked up in horror to see 2 figures emerging from the shadows of Onigashima's entrance. One of the 3 all-stars of the Beast's pirates, King the Wildfire. And the all-star, Jack the Drought. Meanwhile, a fierce battle was raging in the Udon Quarry. At the center of the conflict was Queen the Plague, another of the 3 all-stars. You damn scumbags, he shrieked, his voice echoing across the quarry. You made me lose face in front of King. I'm going to kill every last one of you. His primary opponent was the legendary Yakuza boss, Hyogoro the Flower. The clash between pirates and samurai raged on, a brutal reminder of the conflicts that had plagued Wano for over a decade. In the Flower capital, Shogun Orokai awoke with a terrified gasp, his body drenched in cold sweat. He had just had a nightmare that he was being executed, his head mounted on a pike in the city streets while the people he ruled spat on his name. It wasn't the first time he'd had this dream. For the past month, such nightmares had haunted his sleep. The terror had begun when he discovered the true identities of Komurasaki and Kyo's. The realization that his most beloved courtesan was Kojiki Odin's daughter and his most trusted bodyguard was Odin's retainer had shattered his sense of security. Even now, the thought filled him with dread. Although his mythical Zoan devil fruit, the Yamata no Orokai, granted him multiple lives, he couldn't bear the thought of his secrets being exposed. Besides, each life he lost only deepened his paranoia. After all the terrible things he had done over the years, there was a long list of people who wanted him dead. This fear had grown into a poison, making him suspect everyone around him. If the people closest to him were his enemies, who could he possibly trust? For the past month, Orokai had cancelled his banquets and avoided the company of women. He hid in his room day after day, crippled by fear, praying for the day of the execution to arrive. Once Hiyori and Denjiro were dead and their hidden supporters were rounded up, he believed he would finally be safe. Suddenly, a loud commotion from outside his chambers made him jump. What's going on? He shrieked. Why is it so noisy? A member of the Oniwe Bansha cautiously opened the door. Orokai-sama, it's terrible news. We've just received word that Onigashima is under attack. What do you mean? It's Kojiki Odin's samurai, the ninja reported. They've appeared to rescue Kojiki Hiyori and Denjiro. There are thousands of them. Onigashima is in chaos. Waves of pure terror washed over Orokai's face. Who? He whispered, his voice trembling. Who is there? The former daimyo of Hakumai, Shimatsuki Yasui. 4 of Odin's retainers, Ashira Daji, Kawamatsu the Kappa, Duke Inuarashi and Master Nekomamushi. The 16th Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Izzo. And the former boss of the Flower capital's underworld, Hyogoro the Flower. They've gathered a force of at least 6,000 samurai and are storming Onigashima. The prisoners from the jails have also been released, and the Oniwe Banshu are trying to contain them. With every name spoken, the color drained from Orokai's face. He couldn't believe it. In the country he ruled with an iron fist, so many enemies were still hiding in the shadows. Shouldn't they all be dead by now? He thought wildly. Why aren't they dead? Overwhelmed by panic, he had only one thought. Kaido, he stammered. Where is Kaido? Get him back here now. But where was Kaido? He had already returned to Wano. After retrieving the devil fruit from Punk Hazard, he had rushed back, eager to see the results of his test. He wanted to witness the true strength of the samurai forces that even the world government feared. And from his vantage point, he watched the chaos unfold. He had to admit, they were impressive. The mighty beasts pirates, the crew of a Yonko, were actually being pushed back. For advanced chapters visit patreon.com/mythic_muse content source, webnovel.com chapter 44-44 chapter 44 Purging Wano's Ugliness 44, chapter 44, Purging Wano's Ugliness 44, chapter 44, Purging Wano's Ugliness. Night had fallen over Wano country. Under the light of a brilliant full moon, Kaido stood on the edge of Onigashima's giant skull-shaped dome. Behind him stood Eneru, Hogback, Monet and Baby 5, all looking down at the chaos unfolding below. The entire island fortress was engulfed in battle. The beasts' pirates were clashing with the invading samurai in every corridor and courtyard. The night air was filled with the shouts of fighting men, the clang of steel, the roar of explosions, and the cries of the wounded. Flames licked at the buildings, painting the sky in shades of orange and red, a scene eerily similar to the raid that would occur 2 years in the future. The 4 newcomers stood silently behind their new captain, watching his unreadable expression with a mixture of awe and curiosity. Hog back, Monet and Baby 5 wouldn't have dared to speak, but Eneru felt no such restraint. Hey, Kaido, he said casually. This is your territory, right? That's right, Kaido replied, glancing back slightly. What do you think of it? Eneru was brutally honest, a hint of disdain in his voice. It's nothing special. It can't compare to my god's country at all. Worororo, Kaido let out a deep, rumbling laugh. He wasn't offended. Skypiea was one of the few truly beautiful, dreamlike islands on the Grand Line, and he knew Onigashima's harsh environment couldn't compete. It doesn't matter. Once this is over, we'll take the flower capital. That's the most beautiful place in all of Wano. He turned his gaze back to the battle, seemingly unconcerned by the burning buildings and dying subordinates. Let me test you, Eneru, he said. Look at the battles happening across Wano. Tell me, who do you think will win? Eneru's eyes narrowed as his observation haki instantly spread out, enveloping the entire country. He focused on a distant location and asked, what is that place? Kaido followed his gaze and grinned. That's Udon. It's where we have our quarry and weapons factory. The one fighting there now is Queen the Plague, an all-star, just like you. His opponent is the former underworld boss of this country, a man named Hyagoro the Flower. Isn't it obvious? Eneru scoffed. It has to be Queen. How could that weak old man possibly be a match for one of your top commanders? Is that so? Kaido's simple question made Eneru pause, but Kaido offered no further explanation. Instead, he directed Eneru's attention elsewhere. What about over here? Eneru shifted his focus. Who are those 2 fighting at the port? They are also all-stars, King the Wildfire and Jack the Drought. Their opponents are more of that fool Odin's samurai, Ashiradaji, Nekomamushi, and Inuarashi. This one? I can't tell, Eneru admitted. All 5 of them seem to be swordsmen, but their armament haki is different from what you taught me. What is that flowing aura around their weapons? Is that haki, too? Humph. The mastery of any power is a progression, Kaido explained. Haki is no different. It has stages, coding, emission, and finally, internal destruction. What you're practicing now is the most basic stage, coding. What you see those samurai and my all-stars using is the final stage, internal destruction. In Wano, they call it Ryo, or Flowing Sakura. Among the beasts' pirates, this is a power one must master to be worthy of the title of all-star. Flowing Sakura, Eneru's expression grew serious. He felt the immense pressure that came with Kaido's personal attention. This was exactly what Kaido intended, he needed to temper Eneru's arrogance. The position of all-star was not something to be taken lightly, and Kaido didn't want his commanders fighting amongst themselves. That's right, Kaido continued. Even among the Flying Six, Ultai and Who's Who have mastered this ability. The others have at least mastered the emission stage. You need to be prepared. If they challenge you for your position, it might not be so secure. Kaido grinned slyly. You're not scared, are you? Eneru's face tightened. Don't joke with me, he said through gritted teeth. I am a god. I am not afraid of any challenge. Good, Kaido rumbled. You can rest easy. I will give you time to grow. But that time won't be very long. He went on to introduce Eneru to the main combatants of his crew, the Flying Six, dismissing the lower ranks as irrelevant. The truth was, the beasts' pirates were not yet the Zoan army they would one day become. The trade for artificial devil fruits with Doflamingo had not yet begun. This was precisely why Kaido went to such great lengths to recruit powerful individuals like Eneru and the Vinsmoke family, and why he would later be so keen on capturing the supernovas. In the vastness of the sea, true top-tier fighters were rare. Compared to his crew, the Whitebeard pirates were in a league of their own. The Marines had to assemble an overwhelming force just to execute Ace, because Whitebeard had so many powerful commanders. Izzo, who was currently overwhelming Black Maria down below, was a perfect example. He was merely the commander of the 16th Division, yet his bounty was 100 million berries higher than Maria's, and she was ranked second among the Flying Six. Big Mom's crew had a similar problem. Outside of the sweet commanders, her forces were largely unremarkable. Like the Big Mom pirates, the vast majority of the beasts' pirates' strength was concentrated in their captain. Therefore, after securing Wano, Kaido's primary mission would be to rapidly strengthen his entire crew. Not just himself, but all of his subordinates needed to improve swiftly to be ready for the great war he knew was coming. First, however, he had to clean up the mess within his own ranks. Ugly, he thought, looking down at the battle. Truly ugly. The samurai were undeniably strong, but for a Yonko crew, the beast's pirates' performance was disgraceful. They had allowed the port to be taken with embarrassing ease, letting thousands of enemies onto the island undetected. Even King, whom he held in high regard, was disappointing him. Sasaki, the guardian of the port, had been captured. Instead of prioritizing the rescue of a key officer, King had proudly engaged in a duel with Ashura Daji, turning a potential 3-on-3 fight into a 2-on-3 stalemate. It was no wonder the crew would be defeated so easily in the future. This purge wasn't just for Wano, it was for the beast's pirates as well. Just then, a firework shot into the night sky, exploding in a brilliant flash of color. Down below, the fighting samurai saw the signal. Their eyes lit up, and their leaders immediately gave the order. Excellent! Princess Hiri and Denjiro-san have been rescued. All forces, retreat. For advanced chapters visit patreon.com/mythic_muse. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 45-45. Chapter 45 The Escape. 45, Chapter 45, The Escape. 45, Chapter 45, The Escape. At the turbulent shores of Tokage Port, far from the main battle raging at Onigashima's entrance, Shinobu huddled behind a large reef with the rescued Kojiki Hiri. Princess Hiri, are you alright? Shinobu asked, her voice filled with concern. I'm fine, Hiri replied, looking at the bloodstains covering Shinobu's clothes. But what about you? You're injured. Although Black Maria's subordinates weren't elite pirates, there had been many of them. Shinobu, while a capable kunoichi, was not a frontline warrior. She had taken several hits while shielding Hiri during their escape. Don't worry about me, princess, Shinobu said with a determined smile. As long as you are safe, it was worth it. Hiri's eyes filled with tears of gratitude. What do we do now? Please, don't worry. Lord Yasui has planned for everything. All we have to do now is wait. Wait? Hiri asked, confused. She followed Shinobu's anxious gaze out towards the churning sea. Suddenly, a wide smile broke across Shinobu's face. They're here. Hiri looked out and saw a small boat skillfully navigating the violent waves. Princess, please follow me. Under Shinobu's protection, they made their way to the edge of the shore just as the small boat arrived. A familiar, warm figure stepped onto the land, and Hiri's breath caught in her throat. Kawamatsu. Princess. After more than a decade of separation, the sight of each other brought tears to their eyes. But Kawamatsu quickly composed himself. Princess, we have no time to waste. Please, get on the boat. I will escort you to Kuri. Kuri. The familiar name sent a wave of memories washing over Hiri. Yes. Since you were captured, Kaido and Orokai have eyes all over Wano. Only Kuri, thanks to my brother Ashura Daji, is safe enough for us to find a place to hide. But, Kawamatsu's voice grew heavy with shame. Princess, after this, we may have to take you away from Wano. It is a disgrace for us, your retainers. However, I promise you, when Lady Toki's prophecy comes to pass in 2 years, we will return and reclaim everything that belongs to the Kojiki clan. No, Hiri said, shaking her head as tears streamed down her face. This isn't your fault. It's because of me that all of you have been put in danger and forced to leave your home. Thank you for your understanding, princess. Now, please, get on the boat, Kawamatsu urged. Shinobu, I'm leaving things in your hands here. Understood, brother Kawamatsu. You can count on me. Several minutes later, watching the small boat disappear into the vast, dark sea, Shinobu smiled. She then pulled out a firework and launched it high into the night sky. On the small boat, which was being tossed violently by the massive waves, Hiri held onto a rope for dear life. She looked back at the firework blooming in the distant sky. Kawamatsu, we're leaving. What about everyone else? Kawamatsu stood confidently at the bow. Don't worry, princess. Lord Yasui has planned for everything. They will all escape safely. Now, please, get on my back and hold on tight. Hiri was startled, but before she could ask why, the churning sea around them gave her the answer. Without hesitation, she climbed onto his back. Are you ready, princess? Yes. With a powerful leap, the two of them plunged into the water. The reason Kawamatsu was chosen as Kojiki Hiri's sole protector was simple: he was a fishman high above, on the rooftop of the Skull Dome. Kaido watched the events unfold and finally understood the samurai's entire plan. Worororo. So that's how it is, he chuckled. A very clever scheme. Anaru, however, looked down with a puzzled expression. The sea, which had been violent just moments ago, had suddenly become calm. He watched as samurai began leaping into the water like dumplings. What's going on? He asked. Kaido showed no anger at all. With a grin, he explained, the climate of Wano is unique. Even on a small island like this, the weather can change in an instant. These samurai used that to their advantage. Their goal was never to win a fight, but to escape by sea. They attacked the port to draw our forces there, creating a distraction. They're clever, I'll give them that. My men can't do a thing about it now. King, Jack, and the others are devil fruit users, the sea is their greatest weakness. And by the time we launch our ships, these guys will have already swum to the mainland. Wano was a relatively small country. The closest point to Onigashima was Tokage Port in Udon, a straight line distance of less than 5 kilometers. With the beast's pirates in disarray, it was impossible to organize a pursuit in time. I see, Enaru said. But surely you aren't just going to let them escape, are you, Kaido? Worororo. No rush, Kaido rumbled, his gaze sweeping cruelly across the land of Wano as he took a long gulp of sake. The show is just beginning. After this is over, no one in this country will ever have the courage to defy me again. Back at the port of Onigashima, King's face was grimmer than ever as he watched the samurai dive into the sea and disappear. He had been so confident, believing he could crush them all. But not only had he and Jack failed to defeat the three scabbards, they had been completely outplayed. Damn it! King roared. He flew into the sky, unleashing a flurry of slashes from his sword to stop the fleeing samurai, but Nekomamushi and Inuarashi intercepted every attack. On the ground, Jack was held in place by Ashuradaji, unable to advance a single step. Just then, several more figures burst out from the main fortress, breaking through the walls. Denjiro, Shimatsuki Yasui, Izzo, and Animaru had arrived. Excellent! Ashura shouted, a smile on his face as he saw his long-lost friends. The samurai's ranks had swelled. As a Yonko crew, the beast's pirates had been thoroughly humiliated. Not only had the prisoners been rescued, but their home base had been invaded, and now the enemy was escaping right before their eyes. They could already feel the searing rage of their captain. The samurai, however, paid them no mind. With Odin gone, Shimatsuki Yasui, a former daimyo, stepped forward to lead. It has been a long time, my friends, he called out. I will not waste words. Let us fight side by side, for the future of Wano country, and for the dawn that Lady Toki prophesied. Yeah, the samurai roared, their morale soaring to a peak that momentarily pushed back the 7 powerful beasts pirates before them. The dawn, is it? High above, Kaido watched the scene, his eyes narrowing to slits. Too bad. You'll never see it. For advanced chapters visit patreon.com/mythic_muse content source, webnovel.com chapter 46-46 chapter 46 The Daring Escape from Wano 46, chapter 46, The Daring Escape from Wano 46, chapter 46, The Daring Escape from Wano Kuri was known as the most lawless region in all of Wano country. Under the rule of its daimyo, the great Kojiki Odin, it had enjoyed a brief, shining period of peace and prosperity. But after Odin's tragic death, Kuri quickly fell back into chaos, becoming the most dangerous and untamed place in Wano once again. On this particular night, under the dark sky, a covert operation was underway at Atate Port. This port held a significant place in Wano's recent history. It was here that the Whitebeard pirates first met Kojiki Odin, and years later, it was the same shore where Porgas d'Ace had washed up. Now, it was the staging ground for an escape. 7 dilapidated ships were docked at the port, their patched hulls and tattered sails a testament to their rough history. They were not much to look at, but they were the only seaworthy vessels the samurai of Wano could find for their desperate flight. On the shore, a large crowd of samurai had gathered. Despite the poor state of their fleet, their spirits were soaring. They looked upon Kojiki Hiri with expressions of pure devotion, their eyes shining with fanatic loyalty as if they were gazing upon their savior. Cries of "Princess Hiri," and "The princess is safe," filled the night air. A palpable wave of relief and hope washed over the assembled warriors. With you here, Wano country can finally be saved, one of them shouted. Dressed in clean clothes and standing beside her loyal guardian, the fishman Kawamatsu, Hiri looked out at the faces of the loyal samurai. Kawamatsu had already explained the entire plan to her. In order to rescue her, these faithful retainers of her father had revealed themselves, putting their lives on the line. They could no longer hide in Wano under the oppressive rule of the Shogun Orokai and the Yonko, Kaido. The plan, masterfully crafted by Shimatsuki Yasui, was to flee to the Phantom Island of Zo. There, they would regroup, train, and wait for 2 years before returning to Wano with the strength to challenge Kaido and Orokai. The immense weight of their sacrifice pressed down on Hiri. She bowed her head deeply, her voice thick with guilt as she addressed them. I'm so sorry, everyone. It's because of me that you all have to leave your homes. But please, believe in me. I promise that in 2 years, we will return and take back Wano country. The samurai immediately roared back, their voices a unified chorus of support. Don't apologize, Princess Hiri. We believe in you, one shouted. This isn't your fault, another added fiercely. It's Orokai and Kaido who are to blame for everything. We will honor Lord Odin's will. Lady Toki's prophecy will surely come true. Their unwavering loyalty brought fresh tears to Hiri's eyes. Kawamatsu placed a gentle, reassuring hand on her shoulder. Princess, you should get on the ship. We don't have much time. We need to leave as soon as Yasui and the others get here. Hiri nodded, wiping the tears from her eyes. Just then, the first of the other leaders arrived. It was Hana no Hyagoro, the legendary Yakuza boss. Trailing behind him was a large group of ragged but determined samurai he had freed from the brutal prisoner mines at the quarry and the weapons factory. As he directed his followers to board the ships, his eyes fell on Hiri, and they lit up with excitement. I never thought this old man would live to see you again, Princess Hiri, he exclaimed. Me too, Mr. Hyagoro, Hiri replied, her eyes scanning his form. She could see he was covered in injuries, and his breathing was heavy. Are you all right? Don't you worry about me, Princess, Hyagoro said, trying to sound strong despite his exhaustion. I might be old, but I was once the toughest Yakuza boss in Kuri. I may not have the strength to defeat an all-star like Queen anymore, but I'm still quick enough to escape. He was a man who, in his prime, had fought Kojiki Oden to a standstill for an entire day. Even now, his strength was not to be underestimated. Thank you so much for everything, Hiri said, her voice choked with emotion. This is all no, Hyagoro interrupted gently but firmly. Don't you dare say it's your fault. You are Lord Oden's daughter. My greatest regret is that I stood by and did nothing while Orokai and Kaido destroyed him and Lady Toki. I've lived with that shame every day for 20 years. I will not stand by and let them harm you, too. So please, don't be sad. Lady Toki's prophecy will come true. We will return to Wano, and we will take back everything that belongs to your father. Hiri nodded, but her worried expression remained. Mr. Hyagoro, has Kaido really not returned to Wano yet? The question made Hyagoro's expression turn grim. We don't know for sure. This whole operation is a gamble. We had to be prepared for the worst to get you and Denjiro out of Kaido's territory. But for now, it seems our gamble has paid off. He hasn't shown up, which likely means he hasn't returned. He paused, his gaze hardening with determination. And if we're wrong, if our luck runs out and he appears, you don't need to worry. We will all fight to give Kawamatsu the time he needs to get you to the sea. He's a fishman. Once you're in the water, even Kaido and his devil fruit powers can't touch you. Kawamatsu stepped forward, his voice a low, reassuring rumble. Don't be afraid, princess. I will protect you with my life. Hearing their resolve to sacrifice themselves for her, Hiri couldn't stop the tears from falling. All she could do was pray that the monster known as Kaido had not yet come back. As more time passed, figures began to emerge from the sea onto the Kuri coastline. A wave of joy and relief swept through the crowd as they recognized the arrivals. Cries of "It's Mr. Denjiro," and "Mr. Shunmaru is here," echoed across the beach. Nekomamushi, Inuarashi. Lord Yasui. Izzo. Among them were Jayakamaru and Shinobu, who were both unconscious from their exposure to the seawater, a harsh reminder of the weakness that came with their devil fruit powers. Finally, after so many long years, Oden's retainers were gathered together again. Seeing the thousands of samurai assembled, their spirits unbroken, was proof that Oden's will had not been forgotten. It was a powerful sight that rekindled the hope of finally freeing Wano. The ever-composed Shimatsuki Yasui, though visibly moved by the reunion, raised his voice to address the crowd. Everyone, please calm down. It seems Lord Oden's spirit is watching over us tonight. Our plan has gone smoothly so far, but we can't let our guard down. We are only truly safe once we have left Wano behind. Once we're gone, even Kaido won't be able to find us. Hiri nodded, a hint of her earlier fear returning. He's right. Everyone, please get on the ships quickly. The samurai scrambled aboard the 7 waiting vessels. The decks were crowded, but everyone managed to find a spot. Without any further delay, the ships cast off, catching the powerful current that flowed away from Wano's closed-off shores and out into the open sea. More than 10 minutes passed. As the small fleet sailed on the rolling waves, the samurai looked back at their homeland shrinking in the distance. A mix of sadness and disbelief was etched on every face. We did it, Hana no Hyagoro said, letting out a long-held breath. Our gamble paid off. We actually escaped. Shimatsuki Yasui, who had been tense the entire time, finally allowed the worry to fade from his face. They all knew that no matter how perfect their plan was, it meant nothing against a force of nature like Kaido. But they had succeeded. Princess Hiri, Yasui said, turning to her with a smile. Our next destination is Zo. Once we arrive there, it will be nearly impossible for Kaido to find us. Nekomamushi grinned broadly. You will be welcome guests in our home. Indeed, Inuarashi added. Everyone on Zo will be overjoyed to host you. A wave of joyous laughter and chatter spread across the ships. The feeling of freedom was intoxicating. Seeing that everyone was ready, Yasui raised his voice to give the final command to the fleet. All right, everyone. Set your course. Our destination is Zo. A massive cheer erupted from all 7 ships. Oh! But their celebration was cut brutally short. A blinding, crimson light suddenly tore through the night sky, descending upon them from above. Lost in their moment of joy, they didn't notice it until it was too late, until the searing heat engulfed them. A monstrous voice roared a single, devastating attack. Heat breath. Boom. For advanced chapters visit patreon.com/mythic_muse. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 47 to 47. Chapter 47 The Emperor's Wrath. 47, Chapter 47, The Emperor's Wrath. 47, Chapter 47, The Emperor's Wrath. Boom. 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 The faces of the samurai were lit by a terrifying orange glow as violent explosions tore through the night. Just moments before, 7 ships had been sailing toward freedom. Now, only one remained. The other 6 vessels, carrying the bulk of their forces, were instantly engulfed by the scorching flames that rained down from the sky. They didn't just sink, they vaporized, transforming into monstrous fireballs on the dark sea. The entire surface of the water seemed to ignite at once. It all happened too fast. The echoes of their celebratory cheers had barely faded. The survivors on the last ship could only stare, their pupils shrinking to pinpricks in sheer horror. Some were frozen in terror, others trembled uncontrollably, their minds unable to process the devastation. At least 8,000 samurai had been on those 6 ships. 8,000 loyal warriors, fathers and sons who had dreamed of liberating their homeland. And just like that, they were gone. Not a single cry for help was heard from the inferno. The flames had been so absolute, so instantaneous, that they had been erased from the world before they could even scream. The remaining retainers of Odin felt a grief so profound it instantly turned to white-hot rage. Their eyes became bloodshot, and they gritted their teeth like madmen, roaring at the dark sky above. Ah! Ah! Kaido! As if summoned by his name, blue lightning cracked across the heavens. Beneath the dense, swirling storm clouds, the colossal form of an azure dragon coiled and writhed like a demon from ancient legends. On the sea below, the ominous silhouettes of the beast's pirates' fleet emerged from the darkness, surrounding the lone ship and cutting off any chance of escape. A huge dragon head descended from the clouds, and a voice boomed across the water, shaking the very timbers of their ship. How nostalgic! Kaido's eyes, as large as lanterns, gazed down at the burning wreckage and the single surviving vessel. On its deck, the remaining samurai, led by Shimatsuki Yasui and Hana no Hyogoro, glared back with eyes full of fury and hate. With a single burrow breath, Kaido had slaughtered thousands, yet his expression showed no remorse. Instead, his voice held a hint of mocking regret. This scene almost takes me back 18 years. When that fool Odin died, you all tried to stop me just like this. It's a shame, really. 18 years have passed, and the outcome is still exactly the same. His words were the final spark. The samurai could no longer contain their rage. Damn it! Damn you, one roared. Unforgivable. All those people, another screamed through tears of fury. Kaido, go to hell. Kaido's attack had crushed more than just their ships, it had incinerated their hope of ever reclaiming Wano. Those they had lost were nearly all the samurai left in the country who still supported the Kojiki clan. Shimatsuki Yasui, Denjiro, Ashuradaji, Izo, Inuarashi, Nekomamushi, Shinobu, and Kawamatsu drew their weapons in unison. A furious, violet aura of advanced armament Haki the Ryuo of Wano flowed from their bodies onto their blades. With rage-fueled cries, they launched themselves into the air, transforming into streaks of light aimed directly at the monstrous dragon. Odin Two-Sword Style, Paradise Totsuka. They unleashed their strongest techniques, the very sword arts inherited from their beloved lord, Kojiki Odin. But their desperation meant nothing to the emperor. Kaido had no interest in even moving. He simply allowed their attacks to slam into his thick, scaly hide. His body, fortified by years of unimaginable battle and his own unique training methods, was tougher than any mountain. He hadn't feared Odin's full power at the end of their duel, and he certainly didn't fear this. The scabbard's powerful slashes rained down on Kaido's massive body, but their furious roars were the only things that had any effect. They pushed with all their might, trying to drive their blades through his scales, but they couldn't even leave a scratch. Though Kaido didn't bother to defend, he was growing tired of the nuisance. What boring attacks! That's enough! With an irritated snort, he simply shook his colossal body. The immense force generated by the slight movement was like a shockwave, sending all of them flying backward through the air. They had to use all their strength just to stabilize themselves and land back on the deck of their ship, gasping for breath. How? How can this be? The realization that their combined, all-out assault couldn't inflict a single wound on Kaido shattered their fighting spirit. The fire in their eyes was replaced by the hollow look of utter despair. Why? They had done it. They had escaped Wano. Just a little further, and they would have been safe in the open sea, free from the grasp of Orokai and Kaido. They could have waited for Lady Toki's prophecy to come true in 2 years and returned to take back their home. But now, it was all over. Kaido had returned and snuffed out their future as easily as crushing an ant. Amidst the despair, Shimotsuki Yasui, the calm and steady leader, forced himself to see the truth. He understood now. They had never won the gamble. From the very beginning, they had been walking into a trap. Since that was the case, there was only one thing left to do, execute the final plan. No matter the cost, they had to ensure Princess Hiri escaped. He shot a subtle glance at Kawamatsu. The Kappa's body trembled as he understood the silent command. He immediately took Hiri's hand, his grip firm and resolute. But simply jumping into the sea wouldn't be enough. Kaido was watching their every move. He could easily spot them in the water and incinerate them with another burrow breath. They needed a diversion. Yasui turned his gaze back to the sky, his expression cold and defiant. So that's how it is, Kaido, he called out, his voice cutting through the heavy silence. You've been back on Onigashima this whole time, haven't you? You were waiting for this moment. Waiting to wipe us all out in one fell swoop. It seems you're actually scared. Even a monster like you is afraid of the wool Odin left behind and the prophecy Lady Toki made. Yasui's words were like a torch in the darkness, instantly reigniting the defiance in the hearts of the samurai. He was right. Why else would Kaido go to such lengths? It was because he was afraid. Even the pirates on the surrounding pirates' ships looked up at their captain with curious expressions. Was it possible? Could a great emperor of the sea like Lord Kaido truly feel fear? On the lead ship, the three All-Stars, the Flying Six, and even Enra turned their eyes toward the sky. A low chuckle rumbled from the dragon's throat. Worororora. Interesting, Kaido, floating in the air, showed a cruel smile. He hadn't intended to be this theatrical, but since they were so eager to die, he might as well indulge them. I was just going to deal with you quickly. After all, you have nothing left that interests me. However, Shimotsuki Yasui, that was a good question. It makes me willing to waste a little more time on you. Tell me, you retainers of Odin, do you know what I've been wondering for all these years? Kaido lowered his enormous head, his glowing eyes fixing on them. I've been wondering, how did an idiot like Orokai become the shogun of Wano country? The samurai on the ship were stunned into silence by the unexpected question. It was true. How did a vile, sniveling snake like Orokai manage to seize control of their nation? To be honest, most of them had never truly stopped to consider it. It had just happened. Kaido gave them the answer himself. I thought, and I finally came to a conclusion, he sneered. It's true that Orokai is an idiot. But the Kojiki clan that used to rule Wano, they're even bigger idiots. Not just your fool of a lord, but anyone with Kojiki blood in their veins is unimaginably, hopelessly foolish. For advanced chapters visit patreon.com/mythic_muse content source, webnovel.com chapter 48-48 chapter 48 The Foolish Lord 48, chapter 48, The Foolish Lord 48, chapter 48, The Foolish Lord The accusation hung in the air, thick and poisonous. An explosion of unimaginable anger and humiliation erupted from the samurai. The 9 red scabbards, in particular, looked as if they had been struck by lightning. Damn you, Kaido! Denjiro roared, his face contorted with rage. You are not allowed to insult Lord Odin or the Kojiki clan. He brandished his sword and lunged forward, ready to charge the dragon again, but a firm hand from Shimotsuki Yasui stopped him. Denjiro looked at Yasui, his eyes wide with incomprehension. Yasui's expression was grim and serious. Don't be impulsive, he commanded. You must stay alive to protect Princess Hiri. Only then did Denjiro retreat, his face a mask of bitter unwillingness. After calming his comrade, Yasui looked up at the colossal dragon in the sky and roared, his voice filled with defiance. Kaido! Is this the great honor of the Governor-General of the Beasts Pirates? To stand there and humiliate a dead man? Worororora! You think I'm humiliating him? Kaido's voice boomed across the sea, laced with amusement. I'm just telling the truth. Since you don't agree, Shimotsuki Yasui, let me ask you something. If I remember correctly, Orokai was nothing more than a servant in your own mansion, wasn't he? Can you tell me how you people, who value bloodlines so much, allowed a mere servant to become the shogun of Wano country? Yasui froze, his face turning pale. It was true. Orokai had been a servant under his own roof. By all logic and tradition, he had no right to rule. But he had done it anyway. From being inexplicably recommended by Odin to serve Shogun Sukiyaki, to somehow becoming Odin's sworn brother, and then seizing power as the acting shogun, none of it made any sense. Yasui had suspected something was wrong at the time, but he had never investigated. He never asked the hard questions. If he had just been a little more careful then, perhaps none of this tragedy would have happened. It was all his fault. Damn it! Yasui clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. Seeing their leader unable to answer, the confidence of the other samurai began to crumble. Hana no Hyogoro, trying to salvage the situation, quickly interjected, this was all Urukai's scheme. Lord Odin was just a victim. Exactly. Denjiro added, finding his voice again. Urukai has an ally who can transform into anyone. She transformed into Shogun Sukiyaki and deceived all of us. Worororora. So, you just believed it? Kaido retorted, his voice dripping with scorn. The samurai were stunned into silence. Such an obvious lie, and none of you thought to verify it? Or do you really think Shogun Sukiyaki was foolish enough to disown his own son and hand over the country to a lowly servant like Urukai? The 9 red scabbards had no answer. That's not true. Kojiki Hiri could not listen anymore, her voice ringing out with defiance. It's because my father wasn't in Wano during that time. If he had been here, he would have known something was wrong. A sly, cruel smile spread across Kaido's draconic face as he looked down at them. So, you loyal samurai of Odin? Are you listening to that? The samurai looked up, confused by his question. Kaido pressed his advantage, his words striking at the very heart of their loyalty. As the ruler of a country, the daimyo of Kuri, and the future shogun, he abandoned his duties and his people to run off to sea chasing some childish dream. That's how much you meant to him. He never cared about you. He could even abandon his wife and children, so what hope did you subordinates have? Nonsense! Hiri cried out. My father never abandoned my mother and us. Is that so? Kaido countered. He left his sick wife and his newborn son and daughter to go sailing with Gold Roger. Is that not abandonment? And if I remember right, when he finally came back, Urukai was already the acting shogun. Odin knew what was happening to Wano, yet he still turned his back on all of you and stubbornly went back out to sea. Worororora. What a good husband and a great leader he was. This time, it was the 9 red scabbards whose faces turned grim. How could they deny it? They had all wondered, deep down, what might have been. If Lord Odin hadn't left that day, if he had chosen to stay and fight for Wano, perhaps all this suffering could have been avoided. They had begged him to stay, but Odin had walked back to that pirate ship without a second glance. Damn it, they muttered, their bodies trembling with a mixture of anger and a terrible, creeping doubt. Looking down at their shaken forms, Kaido spoke in a deep, damning voice, you see? Your foolish lord never cared about you, did he? The other samurai on the ship exchanged uneasy glances. Logic told them that Kaido was right. If Odin had stayed, things would have been different. But their hearts, their unwavering loyalty, refused to blame him. At that moment, Hiri spoke again, her words sounding weak even to her own ears. Father. Father had more important things to do. A dream? Worororora, the word echoed from Kaido's throat, dripping with sarcasm. He wasn't finished twisting the knife. A dream is a wonderful excuse. Let's say, for argument's sake, that it explains everything he did before. But what about after he returned to Wano for good? Even now, I don't understand it. He had so many powerful samurai at his side and the support of nearly every daimyo, yet he chose to submit to Urukai and become the foolish lord, dancing naked in the street every day. Hearing this, Shinobu, who had regained consciousness, pushed herself up and shouted with grief and indignation, that's because Urukai threatened the lives of the people of Wano. Lord Odin had no choice but to endure the humiliation to protect the hostages. Is that so? Kaido asked, turning his massive head toward the kunoichi. Then let me ask you another question, ninja. The fool danced for 5 years, didn't he? In all that time, did any of you ever think of rescuing the citizens Urukai was holding hostage? Or did you simply not care? Or was it that your foolish lord didn't care? Shinobu's face became impossibly grim. Of course, they had thought of it. But without a command from Odin, they, as his retainers, were powerless to act. What's wrong? Can't answer. Kaido mocked. The other samurai on the ship now looked at Odin's closest retainers, their eyes demanding an answer they knew would not come. So, you see, I understood it from the very beginning, Kaido concluded, his voice a low, final judgment. Your lord, Kojiki Odin, was the biggest idiot in this country. Even with me here, his strength back then was considerable, he was strong enough to scar me. My beasts pirates were nothing like they are now, with only king and queen at my side. He was a former member of both the Whitebeard pirates and the Roger pirates. He had powerful allies. And yet, he refused to ask for help to save you. So, tell me, am I wrong? Was your foolish lord just an idiot, or did he simply not care if you lived or died? For advanced chapters visit patreon.com/mythic_muse content source, webnovel.com chapter 49-49 chapter 49 A Legacy of Fools 49, chapter 49, A Legacy of Fools 49, chapter 49, A Legacy of Fools. Kaido's insidious words struck the hearts of the samurai like a funeral bell. The foundation of their lifelong loyalty, their very reason for fighting and dying, was cracking beneath their feet. How can that be? One samurai whispered, his sword trembling in his hand. No, it's not like that, another choked out, shaking his head in denial. Lord Odin, woo. Lord Odin. This can't be true, doubt, once planted, was now spreading like a plague. Even the 9 red scabbards, the staunchest of Odin's followers, wore grim expressions, unable to find the words to refute Kaido's cruel logic. Worororora, seeing their faith crumble, Kaido let out a deep, satisfied laugh. But it wasn't enough. He needed to utterly destroy the Kojiki name, to salt the earth of its legacy so that nothing could ever grow there again. I used to think that Odin was a singular kind of fool, he boomed, his voice dripping with condescension. But what happened next made me realize the truth. It wasn't just Odin who was a fool, it was the entire Kojiki clan. As he spoke, Kaido's gaze fell upon the pale, trembling form of Kojiki Hiri. Tell me, he sneered, his words crafted for maximum cruelty. Whose brilliant idea was it to make the lord's daughter a courtesan? Forcing her to serve countless men every day, and even preparing to offer her body to her own father's killer. The words struck Hiri with the force of a physical blow. Her legs gave out, and she collapsed to the deck. Beside her, Denjiro bit down so hard on his teeth that he drew blood, his fists clenched in impotent rage. Kawamatsu's face was a grim mask of fury, but there was nothing he could do. Kaido wasn't finished. If that was just pathetic foolishness, then another man of the Kojiki clan showed me a level of idiocy I could scarcely believe. Hey, Odin's retainers, can you guess who that man is? Or better yet, do you know why I was waiting here for you tonight? The samurai stared, their minds reeling. Another man of the Kojiki clan? Impossible. Shogun Sukiyaki had no other sons besides Lord Odin. Could it be Lord Momonosuke? Their eyes lit up with a flicker of hope, which was immediately extinguished by panic. If Kaido had also captured Momonosuke, then Lord Odin's bloodline would be truly finished. But Kaido uttered a name that no one expected. I was waiting for someone. I wanted to see if he would finally show himself to help you. After all, you are his son's loyal subordinates, and that girl is his own granddaughter. But unfortunately, it seems I overestimated him. What? Everyone gasped in unison. His son's subordinates? His granddaughter? It couldn't be, but how was that possible? Worororo. You guessed right, Kaido roared with laughter. The man I'm talking about is that fool Odin's own father, Kojiki Sukiyaki. The revelation was so shocking that the entire sea seemed to fall silent. The samurai, and even the surrounding beasts' pirates, were stunned. Kaido, how dare you insult the dead? Shimatsuki Yasui, who had once served Sukiyaki personally, roared in fury. The dead? Kaido mocked. Worororo. I thought he was dead too. But it's a shame, really. He's alive and well, living a better life than any of you. The silence that followed was absolute. Every eye was wide with disbelief. How is that possible? Wasn't Shogun Sukiyaki killed by Orokai? Could he, really be alive? But if he's alive, why hasn't he come forward? Why hasn't he done anything? No one could comprehend it. Worororo. Yes, I'm curious about that myself, Kaido continued, his voice dripping with poison. He's clearly alive, yet he ignored the deaths of his son and daughter-in-law. He's ignored the suffering of his grandson and granddaughter. He has watched everything that has happened to Wano country and pretended not to see. That's why I say the entire Kojiki clan is made of fools. So foolish that I can't even comprehend it. In the end, I could only think of one possibility, they simply don't care about you. They don't care about the lives of the samurai or the citizens of Wano. It's hilarious that you're all still willing to die for the honor of such a pathetic bloodline. Looking at you now, it's truly laughable. Worororora. Kaido's mocking laughter echoed across the sea, resonating in the broken heart of every samurai. When this night was over, these words would surely spread throughout Wano. From that day forward, the name Kojiki would forever be linked with the word fool. Kaido's objective had been achieved. He would waste no more time. Alright, I believe I've answered your question, Shimatsuki Yasui. Do you still think I'm afraid of such fools? As for prophecies, they don't matter. In 2 years, I'll just send Odin's other son to hell to join you. Now, die! Scorching flames began to gather in Kaido's mouth. Though their spirits were shattered, Odin's retainers did not forget their final duty. Kawamatsu grabbed Hiri, preparing to leap into the sea. But just as they were about to move, a desperate voice suddenly cried out from the ship. Wait, please wait, Lord Kaido. The sudden shout made Kaido pause, his curiosity piqued. On the deck, a samurai had dropped his katana with a clatter and fallen to his knees, his face streaked with tears as he begged for his life. I surrender! I surrender! I don't want to die for such a foolish clan. The 9 scabbards' expressions twisted in disgust. What are you doing? One of them yelled. Have you forgotten Lord Odin's kindness to you? The kneeling samurai immediately roared back, his fear replaced by anger. Stop lying. Lord Kaido is right. The Kojiki clan never cared about us. Look at what's become of Wano. If it wasn't for that fool Odin, none of this would have happened. You know it better than I do. His words broke the dam. One by one, other samurai threw down their weapons. He's right. All of this could have been avoided. Why, another cried out in anguish. If Odin had led us to fight back then, we could have beaten Orokai. But he chose to dance like an idiot. Damn it all, my brother died trying to save Odin's daughter, a man screamed, pointing a trembling finger at Hiri. Did any of you care? No. You're just like Odin. You don't care about us. Lord Kaido is right. The Kojiki are fools. They are not worthy of being shogun of Wano. Sentence after sentence of betrayal and despair was hurled at Kojiki Hiri and the 9 red scabbards. Their faces grew paler with each word, and their bodies began to tremble. It's not like that. It's not true, Shinobu was still desperately trying to explain, but her voice was drowned out by the growing number of samurai surrendering. It was a mix of their terror of death and their profound disappointment in the clan they had served. Watching the scene unfold, Kaido's plan changed. He had intended to kill them all, but now he saw a better use for them. He knew that in this world, no one hated their own people more than a traitor. These surrendered samurai could be a powerful tool for the new shogun he planned to install. At that moment, Kojiki Hiri looked at the men who had once sworn to protect her now denouncing her family. The last light of hope in her eyes faded completely. With a look of utter desperation, she stood up, shrugging off Kawamatsu's protective grip. As everyone watched in stunned silence, she looked directly at the monstrous dragon in the sky and spoke, her voice eerily calm. Kaido, I want to make a deal with you. For advanced chapters visit patreon.com/mythic_muse content source, webnovel.com Chapter 50-50 Chapter 50 A Desperate Transaction 50, Chapter 50, A Desperate Transaction 50, Chapter 50, A Desperate Transaction For a moment, the chaotic sea fell silent. Every eye, whether belonging to a jeering beast's pirate or a despairing Wano samurai, turned to Kojiki Hiri. Her sudden offer hung in the air, stunning everyone. Kaido was surprised as well, but only by her audacity. He let out a low, rumbling chuckle. A deal, he mocked, his voice dripping with contempt. Daughter of Odin, you truly are as foolish as I said. What right do you have to negotiate with me? Your life is in my hands. What leverage could you possibly have? I do have leverage. Hiri cried, clenching her hands tightly against her chest. Tears streamed down her face as she looked up at the monstrous dragon in the sky. As long as you are willing to let them go. I am willing to serve you. The declaration sent a shockwave across the water. The beast's pirates' faces twisted into knowing, lecherous smiles, while the samurai of Wano were overcome with a fresh wave of humiliation. Denjiro's body trembled violently, and tears of blood streamed from his eyes as he choked out a single, pained question. Princess Hiri, why? Hiri looked at her loyal retainer, her own eyes filled with tears of defeat. It's useless, Denjiro. You've seen it for yourself. What difference does it make if I escape now? The 9 red scabbards looked at the samurai around them who had already betrayed their cause, their minds replaying Kaido's heart-piercing words. The pain and shame twisted their faces into masks of agony. Hiri's voice rose again, filled with desperate resolve. I will prove with my sacrifice that the Kojiki clan has always held you, the people of Wano, in our hearts. At her words, the 9 red scabbards all fell to their knees in shared humiliation. Shimatsuki Yasui and Hana no Hyogoro could only watch, their expressions grim. But from the sky, Kaido's cold, cutting voice echoed down. Hey, daughter of Odin, do you really enjoy serving men that much? Hiri's eyes shot open, her crying ceasing as she stared up at Kaido in disbelief. All that met her was his cold, emotionless gaze. In that terrifying moment, she realized a horrifying truth, her beauty and charm, the tools she had used to manipulate men and survive as a courtesan, had absolutely no effect on the monster before her. Kaido's voice continued, hammering home her powerlessness. Or has your time as a courtesan given you the mistaken idea that I would spare anyone for the sake of a mere woman? Hiri's face turned ashen. Her body trembled, and she opened her mouth to speak, but no words would come out. It was as if her throat had closed up completely. Kaido didn't even spare her a second glance. As an emperor of the New World, he had no shortage of beautiful women. The beauty of his own all-star, Black Maria, was easily a match for Hiri's. A courtesan from a brothel, no matter how famous, held no interest for him. Is this boring little trick over? He growled, losing patience. If so, then die. Instantly, a blinding light began to gather in his mouth, illuminating the entire sky. Wait! Hiri screamed, her voice raw with panic. Kaido was about to ignore her, but her next words forced him to extinguish the burrow breath he was charging. I still have leverage. A devil fruit. I know where to find a devil fruit. Kaido paused. His vertical pupils widened slightly. As someone with unique knowledge of the world, he knew exactly which devil fruits had appeared in Wano over the years. Most already had users, but there was one whose user had died long ago, one that he was very interested in. What devil fruit? He demanded, his voice now laced with genuine interest. Seeing that she had finally caught his attention, Hiri thought she had found his weakness. Promise me you'll let them leave here, and I'll tell you, she said, trying to sound confident. Kaido snorted coldly. Is that so? Then you can all go to hell. He opened his mouth to attack again, and Hiri finally understood her position. All her attempts at bargaining were useless. In a voice filled with despair, she blurted out the truth. It's the devil fruit that my mother once ate. At this, even Kaido's expression turned serious. By the time the sun's first rays pierced through the eyes of the giant skull on Onigashima, the chaotic internal rebellion in Wano had come to an end. The top brass of the beast's pirates were gathered in the main hall. Seated on the throne at the very top was the Governor-General himself, Kaido, now in his human form. To his left sat the All-Star King the Wildfire and the newly appointed Eneru the Lightning. To his right were Queen the Plague and Jack the Drought. Below them, guarded by the Flying Six, knelt the captured prisoners, Kojiki Hiri, the 9 Red Scabbards, Izo, Shimatsuki Yasui, Hana no Hyagoro, and Shinobu. It was clear the battle last night had not been easy for the beast's pirates. Nearly everyone had fresh injuries and was wrapped in bandages. The most severely wounded were Queen and Who's Who. The only one who seemed relaxed was Sasaki, but his face was the most grim and guilt-ridden of all. He knew he bore the primary responsibility for allowing the samurai to invade Onigashima and rescue their comrades. Although Kaido's arrival had saved the day, the successful raid was a massive failure for the beast's pirates, a slap in the face to their reputation. The humiliation was so thick in the air that no one even paid much attention to the new all-star, Eneru. The commanders glared at the samurai prisoners with anger, but they were too ashamed of their own performance to speak. Finally, King, as Kaido's right hand, broke the silence. I'm sorry, Kaido-san. I've disappointed you this time. Kaido glanced dismissively at his subordinates. We'll talk about your failures later. For now, his gaze fell upon Kojiki Hiri. Tell me. Where did you hide that devil fruit? Hiri looked up at him, her eyes devoid of hope. If you get the fruit, will you let everyone leave? Humph, don't get confused, daughter of Odin, Kaido sneered. You are in no position to bargain with me. Princess, no. Denjiro wailed from his knees. That is Lady Toki's legacy. Besides, a man like Kaido will never keep his promise. His outburst was met with a furious kick from Who's Who stood guard behind him. You shut up, he snarled, still aching from the several sword wounds Denjiro had given him during their fight. Watching this, Hiri knew she had no choice. She was a fish on the chopping block. Even if the hope was impossibly slim, it was all she had left. I understand, she said, her voice barely a whisper. The devil fruit is hidden in the brothel. It's in a box, under my bed. A rare, eager smile spread across Kaido's face. He turned to his first commander. King. Go at once. Find that devil fruit for me. King was confused by his captain's intense interest in one fruit, but he nodded without question. Transforming into his pteranodon form, he shot out of the hall. He returned in just over 10 minutes. In his hand, he held a strange, silver-white devil fruit, its surface covered in patterns that looked like moons and stars. As everyone in the hall stared at the fruit, they could feel an unmistakable wave of pure joy radiating from their fearsome leader.